Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the Biafra is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the Biafra is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the Biafra is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyomadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, get him moving right, holy, faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the Biafra is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the Biafra is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the Biafra is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyomadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
Pardon me, and that's it. The one name. So there it is. One name and all that. So there it is, and here we are. So we meet again, dear friends. Holy, holy, and all that. There's really only one story going around at the moment, and that story, of course, wraps around the Obasanjo endorsement of Peter Obi. So you are asking then that what is the news there, Obasanjo endorsing Peter Obi? It's a no news, you may say, but it is somewhat of a news because for the first time he has formally come out to do exactly that. So Obasanjo endorses Peter Obi, but what does this mean? So we'll be discussing that at great length, hopefully. So Obasanjo endorses Peter Obi, but that's not the only story, of course. 11 APC governors, 37 senators, 15 reps working for Atiku. So here is Atiku now coming up with this news. But is it all that it appears to be, just off the surface of the headlines? So the headline suggests one thing, but then, of course, the headline never really fully tells the full story of it all. But what does this mean is the question. But the headline, it does intrigue. 11 APC governors, 37 senators, 15 reps working for Atiku. So quite what is in play there, we find out shortly. Fresh trouble for Tinubu as PDP reveals list of APC governor senators working for Atiku. So what is that list? Who is on that list? What names are showing? And do we believe it? What is the veracity of it? So a lot of that we will contend with. So a lot of that we will contend with, but the main contention, of course, Obasanjo endorses Peter Obi for 2023 presidency, says Labour Party candidate has an edge. So there is no other story outside of that story. At least that's the story that dominates the headlines. But what does that mean? Obasanjo endorsing Peter Obi, by the way, it is not breaking news, but we'll get into all of that. So let's just hold our thoughts for the moment. But that certainly seems to be the headline that is agitating the space at the moment. Obasanjo endorses Peter Obi for 2023 presidency, says Labour Party candidate has an edge. So quite what that edge is, we find out shortly. Obasanjo backs Peter Obi for presidency, call him mentee. So to say mentee is to then say he is the mentor. Obi not wish of most Nigerians. This is Atiku now clapping back at that Obasanjo space. So a lot of backlash to all of that. A lot of backlash to all of that. I may or may not bring you this one. Nigeria has murderers in police uniforms. Redeemed Christian Church General Overseer Adeboye. So I think he's commenting then to that latest police shooting that we had in Lagos, the young lawyer that was killed on our way back from Christmas service. Tinubu reacts as Obasanjo endorses Peter Obi for 2023 presidency. So all of the reactions being audited. Still back with the top end of politics, you met with Wike G5. Atiku attacks Tinubu, reveals details of meeting. So that space then that we discussed at some length the possible endorsement of Tinubu by the G5 group. Atiku speaking to that space, over 1.6 million PVCs uncollected in Lagos, INEC reveals. So a rich and diverse menu, as always is the case. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. Click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't already. And if you want to come join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So do all that. And as you set about doing all those, let me provide you with another little mini musical intermission. And then we dive straight into the throes of it. But first, let's go as I scroll to it. But first, let's go to the Kegite. The Kegite.
Water, only water, water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. ààrẹ ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o.
gbé bọ́dì ẹ̀ gbé.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹlá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́nàmẹ́ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sódùkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
ó lè yò
Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. You already know the meaning of that prayer. May death have nothing to do with us. So that's the prayer. Okay, let me start it off actually with this article storyline just to, let me actually go to the, because there is really only one story that should really lead this space. Obasanjo endorses Peter Obi for 2023 presidency, says Labour Party candidate has an edge. So now, what does this mean? Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has endorsed the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, as his preferred candidate for the 2023 general elections. In his 2023 New Year message, personally signed by the ex-president and made available to correspondents via his spokesman, Kehinde Akinyemi, Obasanjo described Obi as his mentee and said the former Anambra State governor has an edge in the February 25th, 2023 election. Obasanjo said, none of the contestants is a saint, but when one compares their character, antecedents, their understanding, knowledge, discipline, and vitality that they can bring to bear, and the great efforts required to stay focused on the job, particularly looking at where the country is today, and with the experience on the job that I personally had, Peter Obi as a mentee has an edge. So a mentee. So hold on to that word, a mentee. Others like all of us have what they can collectively contribute to the new dispensation, to liberalization, restoration, and salvaging of Nigeria. One other important point to make about Peter is that he is a needle with threads attached to it from north and south, and it may not get lost. So I don't quite know what that means. Another important point to make about Peter is that he's a needle with threads attached to it from north and south, and it may not get lost. In other words, he has people who can pull his ears, and if and when necessary. So I'm not quite sure, but there it is. They actually have the full length of the essay that Obasanjo read. So let's just read it from that essay. In fact, I'll share the screen with you so we can read it together. Let's have a look here. Let me share the screen so we can read it together. I think it's this one. Oh, yes, it is this one. Bear with me. All right. So you can see the name of Olusegun Obasanjo emboldened. So there's no mistaking that it's from the man himself. So there it is. Happy New Year, compatriots and friends. Happy New Year. May all our national calamities disappear this year. I am constrained to write this letter to all Nigerians, especially young Nigerians, friends of Nigeria globally, as well as our development partners, because of the gravity, responsibility, and implications of the collective decision Nigerians, both young and old, will be making within the next I beg your pardon. I may not read you this because it's a long-winded essay, and I'm not going to read a long-winded essay. So let me just read it as it has been condensed, because the salient points would have been captured here. I'm not going to read a 6-page paragraph only to land on what Obasanjo we already know he was going to say. So let me take it from this point. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has endorsed the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, as his preferred contestant for the 2023 general elections. In his 2023 New Year message, personally signed by the ex-president and made available to correspondents by his spokesman, Kehinde Akinyemi, Obasanjo described Obi as his mentee and said the former Anambra State governor has an edge in the February 25th, 2023 elections. Obasanjo said, "None of the contestants is a saint, but when one compares their character, antecedent, their understanding, knowledge, discipline, and vitality that they can bring to bear, and the great effort required to stay focused on the job, particularly looking at where the country is today, and with the experience on the job that I personally had, Peter Obi as a mentee has an edge. Others, like all of us, have what they can collectively contribute to the new dispensation, to liberalization, restoration, and salvaging of Nigeria." One other important point to make about Peter is that he's a needle with a thread attached to it from north and south, and he may not get lost. So I'm not quite sure what that means. That's clearly a metaphor for something. In other words, he has people who can pull his ears if and when necessary. He has a young and able running mate with a clean track record of achievement, both in public and in private life. So there is Obasanjo then, and then it tails off into the long essay that he has written. So let me just give you the last 2 pages. Let me take it from here. Just let us agree to move forward together in mutual forgiveness, one accord, inclusive society, equality and equity, together and without bias and discrimination, fear or favor. We can have a Nigeria of one nation in diversity, in truth and in practice. Let us honor, cherish and respect and even celebrate our diversity, which is the basis of our potential greatness and strength. So let's leave it there. So essentially what we are seeing in this rather long essay is that Obasanjo has endorsed Peter Obi. But what does that mean? What does that mean? So that's the obvious next question. What does Obasanjo endorsement of Peter Obi mean? There's Obasanjo endorsing Peter Obi is not news, by the way. I'm sure you all know that. Obasanjo endorsing Peter Obi is not news. Obasanjo had a third-term project, which was here he had been talking about for the last 3-4 years. Not a third-term project, but a third-way project. You know, he wanted to introduce a new dimension into the Nigerian politics for a good while now. So Obasanjo has been on this journey for a good while now. So he's always had that project in mind, and he has found a willing subject that he can mold. So Peter Obi has always been Obasanjo's project. There's the speculation that it is Obasanjo that is funding his campaign because Peter Obi, he does not have the wallet to run a presidential race. So we all know that. So there's the speculation that Obasanjo is the one funding his campaign with his friends. They're the ones funding his campaign. Certainly, you all recall when Obasanjo took Peter Obi to London to go and have that meeting with the G5 group. So you all recall when Obasanjo took Peter Obi to London to go and have that meeting with the G5 group. So you all recall that. And also, the whole journey of the Peter Obi space, you can see the puppeteering of Obasanjo all the way through. The person that polished and burnished Peter Obi, i.e. Donyo Okupe, he was the media and publicity aide to Obasanjo during his tenure. So you can see that Obasanjo has always been in that space. And then the person that's replaced Donyo Okupe, Akin Oshitokun, he was a political advisor for Obasanjo from 1999 to 2007. So you can see the machinations there. So this endorsement, is it necessarily news? is the question. Is it necessarily news? A lot of people will suggest that this endorsement is not especially news. But let me actually play you this as well. And then you can see, this is Obasanjo again. Obasanjo has always, Peter Obi is Obasanjo's project. So what then is this long-winded 6-page essay by the man from Abeokuta or wherever? What's the main? Everybody knows that Peter Obi is Obasanjo's project. So this does this move the needle in any way? Let me play you this. Watch this.
What I believe and what I believe that Chifayo Adebanjo believes is not ethnic, it's not sectional, it's not religious, it is Nigerian and Nigerian. When I go out and people say, we thank you, I say, what are you thanking me for? And I tell them, please stop thanking me. Why should you be thanking me? I believe in equity. I believe in justice. I believe in one Nigeria. I have shed my blood for this country. I have gone to prison for this country. So what are you going to frighten me or threaten me with? The problem we have in our country and in our hand is not ethnic. It's national. And for me, the first thing that is important in a leader is character. The problem we have had over the years is that we don't have leaders.
So there it is right there. Obasanjo, the same Obasanjo that is now writing this letter to tell us that he's suddenly endorsing Peter Obi. So there is no sudden endorsement taking place. No. What I suspect is happening is that Peter Obi's campaign, as you all know, is faltering, and he's now written this letter to give him a fillip, to give that campaign a fillip. That's all this letter has done. Because this is not breaking news to anybody. It's as much news as Governor Samuel Otom writing an essay to tell us that he's endorsing Peter Obi. Who will claim to have been caught off guard by that? Nobody will be caught off guard by that if Governor Tom wrote a long-winded essay telling us he's endorsing Peter Obi. Who else has he always been endorsing all the way through? So Peter Obi, of course, a Tinubu project. He picked him. He took him out of PDP. He gave him his most talented lieutenants to burnish and polish him up and sparkle him in the public space. Donyo Kupe, Obasanjo's media aide, Akin Oshitokun, Obasanjo's political advisor to 1999 to 2007. These are the people orchestrating the Obi space, and the puppet master has always been Tinubu, not Tinubu Jare. The puppet master has always been Obasanjo. Obasanjo has always said he wanted a third way in the Nigerian politics, and he has picked Obi as a willing subject, and he called him a mentee, by the way. So that is quite revealing. He called him a mentee. So this is Obasanjo seeking his third term via somebody that he knows patently is malleable and maneuverable, and he will just tell him to sit down there and be quiet. But so this letter that everybody is going wild over the internet about, it doesn't add any. What does this add? It will give Peter Obi a momentary bounce within the political landscape for a couple of hours, and then he'll revert to where he was. We've all seen his rallies. We've all seen the response of the people on the streets. So this long-winded essay is a boon, but a temporal short injection of a sugar rush. So that's exactly the term. This whole essay can be summed up as just a sharp infusion of a sugar rush. So a sugar rush essay from the octogenarian from Owu wherever Osun State or wherever it is that it's a nonsense and it's a distraction and somewhat really rather annoying as well. But there it is. Baba Yabo. He wants to be president of Nigeria till he draws his last breath. So that's what we're seeing playing out there. Baba Yabo wanting to be president till he draws his last breath. So on to the next after a sip of water. 11 APC governors, 37 senators, 15 reps working for Atiku. So this is not all that it portends to be, I suspect. 11 governors of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC are currently working on the ground for Atiku Abubakar, presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party PDP, the Atiku Presidential Campaign Organization revealed on Sunday. Speaking in an exclusive interview with correspondent Daniel Bwala, a spokesperson of the Atiku Campaign Organization, also disclosed that as at first week of December 2022, 37 senators and 15 House of Representatives are elected under the platform of the APC are working for Atiku's victory in the 2023 presidential election. As early as first week of December, we already have 11. Actually, let me see how many APC governors there are. How many APC governors are in Nigeria? So let's go with that. How many APC governors in Nigeria? Oh, okay. Oh, yes. Let's see. Let me just see. How many APC governors do we have in Nigeria? That is already attributing 11 to. How many APC governors do we have in Nigeria that is already, and how many APC governors do we even have in the north? Because I suspect none of the southern ones will be. I'm not even sure we have up to 11 northern APC governors. But let's carry on. Let's carry on. Actually, let's take it from the top again. 11 governors of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC are currently working on the ground for Atiku Abubakar, presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party PDP, the Atiku Presidential Campaign Organization revealed on Sunday. Speaking in an exclusive interview with correspondent Daniel Bwala, a spokesperson of the Atiku Campaign Organization, also disclosed that as at first week of December 2022, 37 senators and 15 House of Representatives elected under the platform of the APC are working for Atiku's victory in the 2023 presidential election. As early as first week of December, we already have 11 APC governors that are supporting our cause, and it is still counting. We have 37 APC senators and 15 House of Representative members. This was first week December. You can imagine by now how much more we would have gained, Bwala disclosed. So I'm not quite sure how we are choosing to digest this. Let me read it in full first, because you have to add the Wike element to it. Wike did tell us in one of his verbose outposts just the other day, he told us that Atiku was having meetings with APC functionaries in Dubai. So we have to factor that in. And did they factor that in then to throw this into the space? But let's read it in full first. The PDP chieftain was responding to an interview granted by Prince Kasim Afegbua, a former commissioner for information in Edo State and staunch loyalist of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, who said he had it on good authority that Atiku met with 3 APC governors in Dubai. I am aware, and I have it on good authority, that the Atiku group held a meeting with 3 APC governors in Dubai, but it won't yield any positive result, Afegbua said. So it's not only Afegbua that is informing us of that. We've also heard persons like Yemsin Wike, etc. They've come into the space to say that as well. So they've come into the space to say that as well. But we'll unpack that in a moment. Because there might well be some truth. Almost certainly there is some truth in that. But how does that impact on the Tinubu train is what we'll find out in the course of discussion. Fresh trouble for Tinubu as PDP reveals list of APC governors, senators working for Atiku. So now hopefully they give us names. That's what we really need, names. The People's Democratic Party PDP Presidential Campaign Council, PCC, has disclosed that no less than 11 governors of the All Progressive Congress APC are currently working for its presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar. Daniel Bwala, the spokesperson of the council, disclosed this in an interview with correspondents on Sunday, January the 1st. Bwala further disclosed that as of December 2022, and then he gives us his statement reads in part. As early as the first week of December, we already have 11 APC governors that are supporting our cause, and it is still counting. We have 37 APC senators and 15 House of Rep members. That was first week of December. You can imagine by now how much more we would have gained. Bwala said this whilst reacting to claims by Kashim Afegbua, a chieftain of the APC, that about 3 governors of the party are working for Atiku Abubakar of the PDP. Afegbua, the former commissioner of information in Edo State, alleged that he had strong intelligence information that Atiku held secret meetings with governors in Dubai. So it doesn't actually give us a list of names. I was rather hopeful for a list of names, but so there it is. I was rather hopeful for a list of names. Let me see. Let's go back to the Obi narrative and the responses. The Obasanjo press release, that is, and the responses from the opposition space. Obi, not wish of most Nigerians. Atiku replies Obasanjo. So let's see. Okay. The campaign organization of the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, has described former President Olusegun Obasanjo's endorsement of the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi as his wish. Obasanjo, in a letter on Sunday morning, endorsed Obi for the February 2023 presidential election. Reacting to this, the spokesperson of the Atiku presidential campaign, Kola Ologbondiyan, on Sunday, said Obasanjo's endorsement does not reflect the wishes of most Nigerians. Atiku's campaign said Obi does not have the requisite experience, adding that the PDP candidate is the most experienced amongst all candidates. So there is that argument that continues to suggest that Atiku is the most experienced, but you have to query sort of what sort of experience are we talking about? Because Atiku doesn't have a chief executive experience. So there it is. Atiku does not have a chief executive experience. And a chief executive is, as you know, somebody whose table the final buck stops. Somebody who gets the final decision, somebody who says yes or no, and that yes or no is the deciding yes or no. So Atiku does not have a chief executive experience. Yes, he won an election in Adamawa State, but he never took the oath of office to administer any space as a chief executive. The height of Atiku's career is to deputize Obasanjo as a vice. And the report from his principal, of course, is nothing to comment or recommend. So quite how they are saying that he is the most experienced, you have to ask, what criteria are we using here? Atiku's campaign said Obi does not have the requisite experience, adding that the PDP candidate is the most experienced amongst all candidates. It expressed confidence that most Nigerians will support and elect the PDP presidential candidate. According to the former National Publicity Secretary of the PDP, former President Obasanjo is entitled to his personal opinion, which remains individualistic, and cannot redirect Nigerians from their determined. Sorry, pardon me. Oh yeah, sorry about that. According to the former National Publicity Secretary of the PDP, former President Olusegun Obasanjo is entitled to his personal opinion, which remains individualistic and cannot redirect Nigerians from their determination to vote for Atiku to rescue and rebuild Nigeria from the alleged misrule of the All Progressive Congress APC. So let's pause there for a moment. It is not really dismiss the first half of that paragraph, but the latter half is really what I want us to pause to reflect on. What influence does Obasanjo's letter have on the direction of the electioneering? Who will be moved in terms of their decision making by Obasanjo's letter? This is what this is asking. It says, which remains individualistic and cannot redirect Nigerians from their determination. So to vote for Atiku, but leave that vote for Atiku. It remains individualistic and cannot redirect Nigerians from their determination. So who is going to be influenced by Obasanjo's endorsement of Peter Obi? So I'm not quite sure which new voter we should say, because of course it gives validity and it reinforces and the confidence, and it gives the assurances to the Obi campaign space. So it does that. But does it add anything new? That is the question. That is the question. Does it add anything new? Does Obasanjo's endorsement of Peter Obi add anything new to Peter Obi's journey to Aso Rock? So that is really, for all of the hooplas and brouhahas and all the chest beating and screeching and squealing like a banshee. I'm talking about, of course, the response to Obasanjo's output. Does it add anything new to the Obi trajectory? I'm not sure that it does. It gives it a momentary boon, and that is all I see. But if you see it differently, of course, click on the hyperlink and come join me on the screen. According to the former National Publicity Secretary of the PDP, former President Olusegun Obasanjo is entitled to his personal opinion, which remains individualistic and cannot redirect Nigerians from their determination to vote for Atiku to rescue and rebuild Nigeria from the alleged misrule of the All Progressive Congress APC. He expressed surprise at the former president's endorsement of Obi, who has not had any experience in governance at the national level in the face of the alarming challenges facing the nation, which requires a tried and trusted hand. So, I'm not quite sure. I think they're, anyway, I've already said it. I think they're over-egging and overplaying the vice role that Atiku had, because a vice, by definition, is embedded in the wording. A vice is not a principal, it's a deputy. So I'm not quite sure. To all intents and purposes, Peter Obi is more experienced in governance than Atiku Abubakar, because Peter Obi was a 2-term, 8-year chief executive of Anambra State. He had the final decision over life and the future direction of that state. He had that final decision for 8 solid years. Atiku Abubakar has never had a final decision on the trajectory of anything throughout his career. So I'm not quite sure if they are not overplaying this vice role that Atiku had. He expressed surprise at the former president's endorsement of Obi, who has not had any experience in governance at the national level. He expressed surprise at the former president endorsement of Obi, who has not had any experience in governance at the national level in the face of the alarming challenges facing the nation, which required a tried and trusted hand. So Atiku, as I said, is not a tried hand at an executive, chief executive level. It's not a tried hand because he's never been a chief executive, and it's certainly not a trusted hand. The statement reads in part, in any case, Chief Obasanjo's opinion cannot sway Nigerians who can easily remember how he endorsed President Buhari, whose administration he Obasanjo now describes as a stressful years for many Nigerians, during which our nation moved from the frying pan to fire and from mountaintop to the valley. It is therefore extremely difficult for Nigerians, particularly the youth demography, to accept Chief Obasanjo's opinion as the solution to the myriad of challenges facing the nation today, because the last candidate he introduced, by his estimation, failed Nigerians. Our campaign holds that none of the presidential candidates has the experience, capacity, tenacity of purpose, presence of mind. How can you say an 80-something-year-old man has presence of mind? Presence of mind and readiness to serve, like Atiku Abubakar. Atiku remains the most widely accepted, and then it goes on to eulogize about Atiku. So the eulogy about Atiku, they can keep that to themselves. They can keep the eulogy about Atiku to themselves. But let's take Tinubu's reaction to Obasanjo's endorsement of Peter Obi. Tinubu reacts as Obasanjo endorses Peter Obi for 2023 presidential election. The All Progressive Congress APC Presidential Campaign Council has reacted to the endorsement of Peter Obi, the Labour Party presidential candidate, by former President Olusegun Obasanjo on Sunday. Pardon me. Hold on one second. Hold on. Right. So there we are. The All Progressive Congress APC Presidential Campaign Council has reacted to the endorsement of Peter Obi, the Labour Party presidential candidate, by former President Olusegun Obasanjo on Sunday, January the 1st, 2023. In a preliminary statement sent to correspondents by Bayo Ononuga, the Director of Media and Publicity, the Campaign Council, said it did not consider the endorsement to be of any value. It, however, stated that it respects the democratic right of former President Obasanjo to endorse any candidate of his choice. The statement reads in part, following calls by journalists from various media houses who asked for our reactions, we decided to make this preliminary statement, though we didn't consider the so-called endorsement to be of any value. We respect the democratic right of former President Obasanjo to support and endorse any candidate of his choice in any election, except that he made it known formally in his New Year message. Any discerning political watcher in Nigeria knows that Chief Obasanjo's preference for Obi is expected. So pardon me. So that's it right there. So that is it right there. That's what I have said all the way through. You have to be a digit short of an IQ not to know that Peter Obi has always been Obasanjo's project. So who else will he endorse other than his project is what the APC spaces are inviting you to consider. Except that he made it known formally in his New Year message, any discerning political watcher in Nigeria knows that Chief Obasanjo's preference for Peter Obi is expected. He had earlier stated his position at various public events, the last being at the 70th birthday anniversary of Chief John Nwodo, former president of Ohanese Indigo in Enugu. We made bold to say that our party and candidate Bola Tinubu will not lose any sleep over Obasanjo's move, as Obasanjo is notorious for always opposing progressive political forces, as he did against MKO Abiola in 1993. So there's a Yoruba underbelly to this endorsement of Peter Obi. There's a Yoruba underbelly to this endorsement of Peter Obi. I'm not sure if Obasanjo has always craved, or maybe not, the warmth of the Yoruba race, but he may or may not have craved it, but he certainly has never ever had it. He has never had the warmth of the Yoruba space, and he has always been battling any and everybody for that foremost Yoruba space. He has always been in that battle. He was taking on Obafemi Awolowo. You remember that the election that brought in Shehu Shagari, that rigged Obafemi Awolowo out of his rightful mandate, that election was superintended by Obasanjo, who was the military head of state at that time. Was that 12 to thirds? Was that a 12 to thirds scam that they ran on us in that space? So he was virulently against Obafemi Awolowo being president, and he handed it to a grade 2 teacher from Sokoto State. So he had that, and of course, as has been re-echoed again, totally against Abiola's ambition all the way through. I'm not sure if it's an Abeokuta thing. So we know he's always had that it doesn't, there's a belief that Obasanjo doesn't want another Yoruba man to rise above the parapet that he has achieved. It doesn't want another Yoruba man to rise above his achievement. And so that's urban myth, by the way. There's nothing that solidifies that, but the antecedents of Obasanjo, of course, are purporting and pretending to be one Nigerianist. But then, of course, there it is. We make bold to say that our party and candidate Asiwaju Bola Tinubu will not lose sleep over Obasanjo's move, as Obasanjo is notorious for always opposing progressive political forces, as he did against MKO Abiola in 1993. So it is factual that he was opposed Obasanjo Abiola, and it's also urban myth that he was opposed what's it called? Obafemi Awolowo. The endorsement is actually worthless because the former president does not possess any political goodwill or leverage anywhere in Nigeria to make anyone win a councillorship election, let alone win a presidential election. It's a political paperweight. So I wouldn't reach to that extent to describe Obasanjo as a political paperweight. I wouldn't reach, because that's too low to go. That's just too low. So I wouldn't reach to that extent to describe Obasanjo as a political paperweight. It certainly is not the longest serving president in the history of that country, and his achievements will never ever be surpassed, because he served 2 terms as a civilian president, and then I think he served about 3 years as a military head of state, 3-4 years. So if you add that together, he served well in excess of 11 years presiding over the affairs of Nigeria. So Buhari, I think he served about a year or so, or a year and a half as military head of state, and then he's serving 2 terms. So he's falling short of Obasanjo. The only human being alive that can possibly surpass Obasanjo as the longest serving president of Nigeria is Babangida, and Babangida is never going to be Nigerian president. So to call him a political paperweight, I think that guy, it needs maybe a bit of a history lesson. The endorsement is actually worthless because the former president does not possess any political goodwill or leverage anywhere in Nigeria to make anyone win. Anyway, I suppose it's politics, but then of course, we have to counterbalance the weight of the seniority of that person in society with the politicking, because I think this Bayo Ononduga, whatever his name is, I think it's somewhat overstepping the mark. I'm not Obasanjo's first fan, but I am a fan of his governance of Nigeria. But I'm not a total fan of the way he politics, but certainly the language, it cuts close to the bone. The endorsement is actually worthless because the former president does not possess any political goodwill or leverage anywhere in Nigeria to make anyone win a councillorship election, let alone win a presidential election. He's a political paperweight. He is also not a Democrat anyone should be proud to be associated with. We recall that in 2003 and 2007 general elections, when he was sitting president, Obasanjo used all the coercive instruments of state at his disposal to railroad people into elective offices against the will of Nigerians as expressed at the polls. In 2007, he declared the polls a do-or-die affair after he failed in his bid to amend our constitution to have a third term. From our records, President Obasanjo has not successfully made anyone win elections in Nigeria. From our records, Obasanjo has not successfully made anyone win elections in Nigeria since then. So Obasanjo was one of the hands that brought Buhari in, so I'm not quite sure that I totally concur with that. Not even in Ogun State can anyone rely on the support. He's not a local politician, by the way. I'm not sure I'm agreeing totally with I'm agreeing with the thrust of it, but the minutiae of it, I'm not quite sure I'm on board with that. The minutiae of it, I'm not on board with that. Right. From our records, President Obasanjo has not successfully made anyone win elections in Nigeria since then. Not even in Ogun State can anyone rely on the support or endorsement to become a governor or a councillor. We pity Peter Gregory Obi, as we are confident that Chief Obasanjo cannot win his polling unit and ward in Abeokuta for Obi in the coming presidential election on February the 25th, 2023. Chief Obasanjo's endorsement is not a political currency. Peter Obi can spend anywhere in Nigeria because he's not a political force. All right. Chief Obasanjo's endorsement is not a political currency. Mr. Obi can spend anywhere in Nigeria because he's not a political force, not even in his own part of the country. Chief Obasanjo similarly endorsed Atiku Abubakar, People's Democratic Party candidates in the 2019 elections against President Buhari. Atiku was walloped by Buhari with a wide margin at the elections. History will repeat itself in February as our candidate Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will equally beat Obi by a large margin. We take a particular notice of the part of the endorsement statement where Chief Obasanjo said none of the presidential candidates is a saint. We want to state here that Chief Obasanjo is not a good judge of character. He's a man who considers only himself as the all-knowing saint in Nigeria. Over the years, Chief Obasanjo has also convinced himself that integrity, honesty, and all good virtues begin and end with him. So there it is right there. The knives are out for Baba Yabo. The knives are out with Baba Yabo. So now, let's go on to this one. Let's go on to this one. So this is the wicked decision. So we're at the decision-making phase. So Obasanjo came out quickly to let us know how he is positioned. Not that we did not know how he was positioned. But then, of course, we now need to hear from the G5 group as we hurtle towards the finishing line. You met with Wike G5. Atiku attacks Tinubu, reveals details of meeting. So here it is. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, has accused the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Bola Tinubu, of lying by saying he did not meet with James and Wike and the G5 governors. In a statement seen by correspondent signed by his media aide, Frank Shaibu, Atiku stated, apparently miffed by the reactions that have trailed his ignoble meeting with the G5 governors, the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, told a barefaced lie by denying ever meeting the governors in London. Incidentally, Governor James Wike, who is known for his bravado, has not failed to deny ever meeting with Tinubu, saying instead that they said we had a meeting with so and so. What is your problem? I make bold to state that if the G5 never met with Tinubu, Wike would have been the one to deny it. Curiously, whilst the news of the meeting, which was reported by several credible media houses, was trending, two spokesmen of the APC Presidential Campaign Council, Festus Keyamo and Femi Fani-Kayode, took to social media to celebrate the support Tinubu would be getting from the J5 group. On Facebook, Fani-Kayode specifically stated, the endorsement and declaration of support that Bola Ahmed Tinubu will get from at least 6, not just 5, governors from the PDP this January will finally put to rest the delusion that Atiku will stubbornly harbor about winning the 2023 presidential election. It is funny that it took 3 whole days after reports of the meeting before Tinubu decided it was time to put out a statement denying it ever held. It is also, pardon me. All right, it's the 1st of January, so the phone will continue to ping with Happy New Year wishes. It is funny it took a whole 3 days after the report of the meeting before Tinubu decided it was time to put a statement out denying it ever held. It is also awfully coincidental that the G5 and Tinubu all decided, and this was my argument just yesterday, that you must, I think I've used that before, let me say it again, you must be a digit short of an IQ. What did I say? You must be a digit short of an IQ to harbor any thought that that meeting did not take place. What level of coincidence is it? Tinubu told us he was on his way to Mecca for the smaller Hajj. I'm not going to attempt what it's called because I don't know and I don't want to offend. So Tinubu said he was on his way to Mecca for the lesser Hajj. But then he went to Mecca via London. There's a direct flight from Nigeria to Saudi Arabia. So there was no need for the detour. And then coincidentally, they are choosing to tell us, Wike and his band of merry men, Wike and his posse, they just happened to coincidentally be in London at that same time, but no meeting took place. Like I said, if you believe that, you must be a digit short of an IQ. It is funny that it took a whole 3 days after the reports of the meeting before Tinubu decided it was time to put out a statement denying it ever held. It is also awfully coincidental that the G5 and Tinubu all decided to travel to London at the same time and depart at the same time, with Tinubu proceeding to Saudi Arabia and the other governors returning to Nigeria. Incidentally, Tinubu had also in August denied plans of meetings with the G5, only for Wike to later issue a statement confirming that they indeed met with Tinubu and other candidates separately. Tinubu's latest denial should therefore be discarded as another lie. So I wouldn't say that essentially it's a lie, because it's a leap from a truth to a lie. So the next go-to, if something is not categorically true, then you don't automatically presume that it's a lie. It's a journey, either from the truth to a lie or from the lie to a truth. So I think we would say that is obfuscation rather than a lie. So that's obfuscation rather than a lie. Right. So incidentally, Tinubu had also in August denied plans of meeting the G5, only for Wike to later issue a statement. We read all that. For Nigerians who wonder why Tinubu would deny such a meeting ever held, the reason is because the details of the meeting are too messy, and the APC candidates in the 5 states are fighting back. So if they are telling us that the details of the meeting, and I think we already gleaned just in previous interactions, if they are telling us that the details of that meeting was too messy, and APC candidates in the 5 states are fighting back. When we were discussing this, I think yesterday or the day before, what we happened upon was part of the conditions for this endorsement, for this backing, was for the APC and Tinubu especially to backpedal on support for candidates of the APC in all of the spaces where the G5 governors have an interest. So the senatorial seats being contended by Otom and the 2 others from the southeast. So they're telling them to tread gently and ease off. And of course, the Seyi Makinde return as Oyo governor. they are telling them to soft pedal in that space as well. And this is what this is seeking to speak to. For Nigerians who wonder why Tinubu would deny such a meeting ever held, the reason is because the details of the meeting are too messy, and the APC candidates in the 5 states are fighting back. All the G5 governors are on the ballot except for Governor Wike, and there is a fight back from the APC governorship and National Assembly candidates from the affected states where the G5 governors hold sway. In Oyo, Senator Teslim Folarin is reportedly angry at a proposed treacherous deal to trade off his candidate as the APC candidate. Let's do that again. In Oyo State, Senator Teslim Folarin is reportedly angry at a proposed treacherous deal to trade off his mandate as the APC governorship candidate. This situation is not different in Abia, Enugu, Benue, and of course, Rivers State. The licentious moves exposes the nature of the man who wants to be the next president of Nigeria. I wonder who they say it's a case of pot meets kettle. It's Atiku, by the way, that is accusing people of being treacherous and not to be trusted. So it's Atiku that is making the accusation. The licentious move exposes the nature of the man who wants to be the next president of Nigeria. Tinubu, a man who is yet to explain to Nigerians his ignoble role in the infamous heroin trafficking case, which led to his forfeiture of $460,000, is a treacherous man who is more of a dealer than a leader. So a dealer than a leader. That's a rehearsed phrase, by the way. They've been looking for an opportunity to pipe that in. Is more of a dealer than a leader. He will trade off all his loyalists for power. This desperation was brought to the fore in 2011 when Tinubu removed the rug from under Nuhu Ribadu of the Action Congress of Nigeria, SAN, and made a deal with the federal government to ensure that Goodluck Jonathan wins. I think, who was it contending against? That would have been Buhari. All these machinations will end in failure for Tinubu because Nigerians have decided that their future will not be put in the hands of a man who is willing to trade their destinies for a mere porridge or agbado. All right. The truth is that no amount of horse trading can make Nigerians forget the torture they have been subjected to in the last nearly 8 years of the APC. Nigerians are far worse off than they were in 2015. So there is no gainsaying that. The country is a total mess. The country is a total mess. So Nigerians are far worse off than they were in 2015. The faces of frustrated motorists queuing. Okay, then it goes through the list. But so there it is. There it is. Let me just give you maybe one more and then we come into the room. Okay, let me give you two more because this is a quick read and this really impacts on the elections as well. Over 1.6 million PVCs uncollected in Lagos, INEC. So that is quite a sizable amount. And that is a margin of victory or not. So that's a margin of victory or not. So that's quite significant. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has revealed that 1.6 million permanent voters' cards are yet to be collected in Lagos as at December the 29th. The commission, which made this known in a tabular summary to the media on Saturday in Abuja, categorized the uncollected PVC into 915,000 old cards and 777,000 new cards. According to the document, Lagos received 7.5 million cards from INEC headquarters, comprising 6.5 million old cards and 940,000 new cards. It added that out of the cards received by the state, a total of 5.8 million PVCs old and 163,000 new had so far been collected as at December the 29th. Similarly, INEC disclosed that there were 460,000 PVCs made up of 230,000 old from 2011 to 19 and 230,000 new from 2021 to 2022 that were yet to be collected in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. So that's quite a significant amount as well. The breakdown of the uncollected PVC per council in the territory show that Abuja Municipal Area Council still has 280,000 uncollected PVCs as at December the 24th. Also, Abaji had 6,500, Buari 98,000, Gwagwala, and then it goes on to give us a breakdown. So those are the uncollected PVCs that are available to be collected. So there it is. Let's stop there for a moment. I wanted to bring you the Adeboye one as well, but it's been a long and winding read. So let's just have a conversation for a bit. So Ajale Koko, I see you. Thomas, I see you. Obina, I see you. So I see you, gentlemen. Let's just so let's just wrap up the super chats that have been coming in. So the super chats that have been coming in. Desmond, happy New Year to you all. Happy New Year to you, Desmond. Stay safe in Nigeria. Alexander Gomez, calling Mr. Obi a mentee is quite revealing. So calling Peter Obi a mentee is quite revealing. And then Alexander Gomez still, Babati, Owulakoda o Obi Ede Owu Ebere o. So yeah. So apologies for that. I being an Oyo man, you would expect that my Yoruba should be flowing, and so let me hold on. Bear with me. Let me just let me resend. Bear with me. Let me resend the link for the benefit of So is that the right one? Yeah. Oh yes, that is the right one. So there it is. So let's kick it off with Thomas. Let's actually let's kick it off with Obina because he's been here all the way through. So if he's ready to go, Obina, are you ready? Obina, oh, Abi, I used to have a friend called Kobina.
I'm here.
I used to have.
Yes, how are you, man?
Yeah, no, I can hear you with Madame and the children. So let's greet Madame first. Happy New Year to you. Oh, she can hear me.
Yeah. He's saying happy New Year to you since you.
Happy New Year, Madame, and thank you for tolerating Obina. You know, we've tried to train him up, but you know how stubborn he can be sometimes. We've been trying very hard, but don't worry, you are doing Lord's work. Good to meet you. Happy New Year. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Obina. So thank you for joining us. So straight to it, then the level of uncollected PVCs in Nigeria, in Lagos, 1.6 million are uncollected, both old PVCs and new. Does that alarm you?
Yes. Good day. That's alarming because to me it looks like it's what they are going to use to manipulate the election. I don't understand why they've not. It hasn't reached the individuals that are meant to collect those PVCs. Normally, once the PVCs are ready, I think they normally would inform them. So if the people who is their PVCs that are lying around like that have not been informed, then I'm concerned that those PVCs will make it into the wrong hands. So it's an issue.
Yeah, but should those people not know that their PVC is around there, hanging around somewhere in the ethers? Should they not be aware?
They should, but I don't know if they have let them know that it's ready, or if there's a system that is frustrating them from picking up their PVCs. Because the bureaucracy is so frustrating that people are not encouraged to continue with the process. You know, so I don't know if.
Have we lost you, Obina?
It's possible they've gone and there is a system frustrating them from collecting it. But yeah, they keep on reporting that, oh, these are uncollected PVCs.
All right. All right. Hold on. Somebody is asking me to send. Okay. Let me move you on from there, and let me move you to the space. The pushback from the PDP regarding this meeting now that took place between Tinubu and the G5 group, and then did not take place again, and now it looks as though it has taken place, and now they are reacting to it. So, what are you then making of this back and forth? Firstly,
Yeah.
do you believe that meeting took place? And,
Yes. I believe the meeting took the fact is that the language of Wike and Makinde are tilting towards Tinubu. Yes, but that group is divided anyway, so it's going to be problem. But they're tilting towards Tinubu, and for the sake of Wike is interested in immunity after now. That's all he's interested in. So P2B is not the one that will give him that immunity. And moreover, he's also responsible for P2B's not leaving PDP. So I don't see them working together. But anyway, but I heard that Tinubu wanted them to drop their party first before they can even continue talking, which I don't know how it's going to be like political suicide for them, especially with them having their candidates. But if you remember, Tinubu is a grandmaster in this game in fact, he played the game so well that he was the only governor that was left. Remember, for the second term of Obasanjo, the deal was, okay, support PDP so that the Yoruba man will come back, but support AD for governor. Tinubu didn't play that game. He said AD for both president and governor. The rest did it, and they lost their office. But Tinubu was the only one that didn't lose, even though, yes, Atiku's hand was part of it, him retaining his office. But he's a grandmaster in that game. So he cannot, if anyhow he's going to play the game, it's going to be to his favor. He's not going to play it in such a way that he will be at disadvantage. And he knows that they need him more than he needs them anyway. With the way the elections are, really, when you have a Southeast, that's Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba are the major candidates in this election. So already, most of the people coming in the G5 already belong to where the Igbo person comes from, like he's going to get his vote from. So he already knows he's not getting much votes from those areas. So he doesn't really need them that much.
All right. So to the base story then that is dominating the political landscape, Obasanjo's endorsement of Peter Obi. So let's start from the beginning. Were you surprised when the news broke?
No, I wasn't surprised. Obasanjo's body language already showed that he was on Peter Obi's side anyway. His body language showed it very well. Even with the London visit, was him carrying Peter Obi, let's negotiate with these people and everything. Like, he's the one, and just like you mentioned, his aides are around Peter Obi. It's kind of like, okay, I'm posting this person to work with you to make sure that you deliver my boy, kind of thing. Even though they were not on the same political terrain when Obasanjo was in office. Remember, Obasanjo came to Anambra when Obi was governor and said, what do people, when somebody works for you as a businessman, maybe like a boy, when they work for you, what happens? They say you settle him. He said, I settle Andoba with Anambra State. They're right in front of Peter Obi. So, but politics, they say it's like no permanent friends, no permanent enemies. So we're seeing them. Maybe that's the person that he thinks he can maybe manipulate, but he has always, his body language has shown that he might not be tilting towards Tinubu or Atiku,
All right. But what sort of fillip do you imagine that the endorsement will give the Obi campaign? What does it add to it?
Obasanjo is a very powerful politician. Don't forget, Obasanjo, okay, we talk about how vast and intelligent the Northerners are in politics of Nigeria. Obasanjo is the only one in the South that can match the North in this kind of capability. Obasanjo has done deals with the North in terms of the military era. When he worked with Murtala Mohammed, When they killed him, it was a deal. He got into office. He had to do with them. He handed over back to them. When Obasanjo came back the second time, Obasanjo showed them that, look, he has power too. So even he showed his capability. He could have been able to install it.
Have you broken off, Obina?
Oh, are you hearing me now?
Yes.
No, sorry.
Yeah, no, we know you're driving, but yeah, carry on.
Okay, yeah. So he would have been able to even install a Sultan after him in person of Odili if he wanted to. He was that powerful. And even he was part of people that brought down Jonathan's administration. But yes, I know that, yes, with time, maybe influence might wane because, the youths don't listen to anybody, especially the youth that are following Peter the Obedient. They don't listen to anybody. It's not, they do what they want to do. But Obasanjo still has wield solid influence, especially in the level of the grandmaster. That's the godfathers of Nigeria. He's still one of them. You can't say, because whoever is saying that Obasanjo cannot have his followership and councillorship, blah blah blah. That person doesn't know what he's saying. If Obasanjo said he's supporting his candidate, let's say Atiku now, or Tinubu, would that person make that kind of comment? Why did they go to Obasanjo if he doesn't have any weight? You understand? So you see politicians saying one thing here and saying another thing there. Obasanjo is a very powerful individual.
Of course, if Obasanjo had endorsed their own candidates, then the language would have been different. That's the father of Nigeria has endorsed.
And meanwhile, why did they go? Yes, why did they go to see him if he didn't have any weight? Why did they go to Obasanjo's place? If they didn't have weight, why did they go? Why did their candidates go? So we all know the truth. It's just that when it's not to our favor, we start turning the truth up.
All right. Obina, do you think Obasanjo is acting alone, or do you think is just the public face of some shadowy power brokers? You recall, of course, that when Babangida was interviewed, he said the country needed a younger, round about 60-year-old sort of person that has a national appeal, a national and international appeal. And that's just the template that Obi fits that just perfectly. So do you think Obasanjo is acting alone, or do you think he's acting as the face of some power? Yeah.
I can liken Obasanjo to Wike in terms of Wike in charge of Wike is the face of the G5. They are just quiet while Wike is doing a lot, their bidding. Although some of them might have reservations, but they're not voicing it out. Obasanjo is like that. He's the one amongst the former heads of state. He's the one that is the outspoken one. And in fact, he was instrumental to Atiku.
All right. It was instrumental to Atiku. I'm not sure if you ever know. Obina is going through a tunnel. Are you going through a tunnel?
No. I'm here. Maybe it's my Wi-Fi. I'm not even driving yet because I wanted to make sure I finish it before I start driving. So the thing is, I think that So I think while he might be speaking for the group might still be divided on Peter Obi. We're talking of Abdul Salami, Babangida, Adanjuma, and those retired generals that normally pull the strings. I don't think that they are all in yet for that one man, because some of them are still divided between Atiku too, who was in the paramilitary and who was part of them somehow. Served, Yaradua, retired, and all of them. So they still, I think they're still. I don't think that they are all in for Peter Obi yet, but he's trying to convince, them maybe to support Peter Obi.
All right, but certainly you would say that whatever electoral value Obasanjo has or not, and I would not accept that Obasanjo does not have electoral value.
No, Obasanjo has electoral value, of course.
Yes.
So not just that. He's one of the grandfathers that pulled the strings.
Can I interject, please?
Yes. Yeah. So anybody that says it doesn't have electoral value, someone that was head of state. Come on now. You know how powerful the president of a country is, and he has been strong since then. I don't think he has electoral value. Yeah, it might not be massive, but it does.
What is Obasanjo electoral value?
No, Obina is just describing it. Obasanjo
No,
yeah, go on.
no, he has electoral value. Now you're talking of to what extent he has enough weight to pull that it could change things. Would he be able to deliver somebody to the presidency? I am not sure. If he works alone, he can't do it. But he has values. He has people. He has master. He has electoral value means people that listens to you and would make their decision based on what you tell them.
Exactly.
That's to me what electoral value.
Which state would you say Obasanjo endorsement can help Obi win?
Across the country, including the North, including the North. Obasanjo is not a local champion; it's a national figure. So you can't pinpoint it to this particular state.
Have you been following Nigerian politics?
That question maybe is not for me.
Yeah.
Those guys have it. You cannot wish it away. No matter how you want to tell yourself, well, if you want to lie to yourself, it doesn't have electoral value. Sorry. Till tomorrow, Buhari will also have electoral value. Till next tomorrow, Jonathan will still have electoral value.
How can you compare Buhari with Obasanjo?
Sorry, Akim.
Don't worry, let's just continue then. But they have electoral value.
No, just to establish that electoral value, because that is what that's what they are trying to use to water down Obasanjo's endorsement of Peter Obi. It doesn't have electoral value. Obasanjo has electoral value. Obasanjo has international respect and national respect. He has national respect. I'm not sure that there are many Nigerians that don't respect Obasanjo, and people will pause to listen to what he has to say. And,
exactly.
And some people might even be persuaded by it.
Look at the caliber of people that goes for his occasion. Look at the caliber of people. You know that the man, he's still respected. Forget it. Let's not be sentimental about
it. Obasanjo, right, is let's be honest with ourselves, right? The man has a huge international support. He's an elder statesman within the country. But when it comes to the political sphere, Obasanjo, go and check the results of last election. The man Obasanjo endorsed Atiku Abubakar. Even in his own polling unit where Obasanjo cast his own vote, Atiku lost woefully in that polling unit. Obasanjo, when he was running for president,
Obasanjo lost.
Obasanjo was running for president. When he was on the ballot,
hold on. Let Obina push back at you. Yeah,
yes, the Obasanjo also lost his own polling unit. I'm telling you that Obasanjo is even when Obasanjo ran for election himself, he lost his own. That was why he had that deal for his second term.
Talking about?
The electoral value is not a local value; it is international. Didn't he still win the election? You don't have to win your polling unit to win election. If you win election in another place, you've won election. So you can't be localizing politics. This guy has national value.
So a man that cannot win his own local government is going to go win another man's state.
No. I think Obina has just explained it. So Obasanjo, he reaches beyond justice. Somebody that even has national value, they might not necessarily win their local space, and it doesn't even really matter. I would suggest that.
One man, you see, this is what we're talking about, right? If somebody like Tinubu now, if he was to endorse any politics, say maybe if Tinubu was not running in this election, and then Tinubu was to endorse Obi, this is what we're trying to say. You're looking at Ondo State, you're looking at Ekiti State, you're looking at Osun State, you're looking at Kwara, Kogi, all of those states are going straight to Obi. That is what you say when you say somebody have electoral value. Not somebody endorsing you and then you can't even sway a local government and you say he has electoral value. Yeah, it has international influence. It has international influence.
He has national influence as well.
Even national.
See, my point is that Obasanjo can demarket you internationally. We know that he has international influence. The global world, they respect him a lot.
What do you define as electoral value?
People should go and cast vote in the polling unit.
Hold on. Carry on a bit.
So say people should go and cast vote in the polling unit.
Sorry, hold on, Akim. It's just the two voices, but let Obina push back at that, and then carry on.
Exactly. So what you call electoral value is what? Is it not ability to sway voters? Whether you get it through international support or you get it through national support, it doesn't have to be in his polling unit. Okay, Obasanjo did not win Yoruba votes in his first term, but he won national election. Is that not electoral value? Do you have to win in your polling unit to say you have electoral value? No, it's you're talking of national election. There's a lot of dynamics to it that causes even your people not to support you. Look at Obi doesn't have support really from the Southeast, like from the Southeast elders. Let's put it that way. But he has from the Yoruba elders. So will you now say, oh, he doesn't have electoral value? No, you don't do it that like that. I think as far as he's able to get votes to the level that he could win national election, or he could even influence the bringing down of a government. Come on now, he has some value.
One man, somebody that used a structure. Obasanjo used the structure of PDP. That was the largest party, the most dominant party at the time. He used the structure to come into power. And you are saying he won election in other states. Listen, one man, don't worry. You go ahead with continue with the conversation.
All right, no, it's a difference of opinion. But like you can see, a controversial endorsement by Tinubu, by Obasanjo rather, both from the political parties and even the political pundits, they don't really feel that it's going to move anything significantly. But the only space that makes me agree with the pushback is that it is not news. So where Obi is now in his campaign, this formal letter by Obasanjo is not going to add or remove anything from Obi.
No.
For the simple reason that it is not news.
No, it's not news. We already knew that he was supporting Obi, so it's really not news. Yeah, he has made it formal, but it's not news.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to Atiku Obi now, and this games in the shadows. 11 APC governors, 37 senators, 15 reps working for Atiku. So it was Yemsin Wike that opened up that space a while ago, and then Prince Kasim Afegbua. He expanded on that he had intelligence that at least 2 APC governors were surreptitiously working with Atiku, but then the campaign spokesperson of that group is now giving us a list of 11 APC governors, 37 senators, 15 reps working for Atiku. So how much credence are you giving to that? How believable is that? Or do you suspect that, yes, there will be some, but not to that level? What are you making of that news, Obina?
Yeah, so the fact is, Atiku is a very experienced politician. So the fact you can't expect that he's sitting down while he knows some of his party men will be working for other party, and he'll be sitting there. I'm sure he's making deals with other because this is about give and take. Because the same way that they are trying to make deals with other people's career in those PDP states, like say Otom and Oyo and all of that, then someone will have to come and make deal with them too. That look, support me, then you too. Because if somebody is trying to trade my seat, I will go and make deal with the person, with the opponent of that person too. Do you understand? So then there are some states in Nigeria, like Zamfara and Adamawa State, that it doesn't matter PDP or APC, there's just a godfather that it doesn't matter the candidate for both parties, they still report to the same godfather. So for Zamfara, for instance, it doesn't matter who comes out from APC or PDP, they're still the same. It doesn't matter to them. They still the same godfather. Adamawa, the same thing. And even Taraba to some extent. So these guys are working, and remember, Atiku was in APC, so he's been working across party lines already. So he has friends, contacts in those parties. So you can't. Of course, he's not going to be quiet while the likes of Wike them are trying to work against him in his party. They will also be working. So to me, I'm not surprised about that. And the difference between them and Wike is that they are not making noise about it. So, and then I know you earlier mentioned that I don't know who mentioned that. The governors. Atiku doesn't have. The governors, former governors that are contesting have more experience than Atiku.
No, I said that. Yeah, I said
Yes,
that. They keep telling
yes.
us he's the most experienced, but he's never been a chief executive.
No, but okay. This is, to me, this is a return of class of 1999. Atiku was vice president. They were governors then. Atiku presided over National Economic Council, and which include those governors, right? Now, remember that Obasanjo might not have been doing like Buhari, where he's signing a letter to transfer power, but most of the time, Atiku was the one running Nigeria. There was even a time that Obasanjo got up from his seat in the Federal Executive Council for Atiku to sit on it while he was going on one of his international trips. Then, if you remember too, when Ngige was abducted, remember who gave the instruction to the IG to release him? It was Atiku. So if he wasn't exercising executive powers, then how will he be able to do that? As it's normally the commander-in-chief that instructs the IG to do anything he wants him to do. So, and then you're talking of the whole of the nation. I think he's more experienced in terms of Nigeria than the rest. I think the next person after him in terms of experience will be Kwakwanso. Why? Because Kwakwanso was Minister of Defense. And what would I call it? Like the unofficial deputy commander-in-chief is normally the Minister of Defense, because he has some kind of control over the armed forces. So somebody who has not just been governor, but has had some national, because it's different being a governor. Yes, you're a chief executive, but there are a lot of things different. He controls security. The governor doesn't control security. He doesn't know anything about security. But Atiku had an idea about it. You understand? So to me, Atiku has more.
You know where I disagree with you, Obina. We operate a federal system, and
Yeah.
each of the federating units of Nigeria is almost like a mini country unto itself. So
Yes, but we don't operate it in real life. Because if we do operate it, each state should have its own security. But they don't. They still rely on federal. It's still a unitary system, but posed as a federal system. So they really don't have experience of controlling security apparatus. It's only the commander-in-chief or the vice president, when he's acting in the place of commander-in-chief, or that has that kind of experience. And you know that the number one responsibility of the president, we talk of security, then after that we talk of economy. So
you know the analogy that I would draw. The analogy that I would draw would be like a head of a department within a parastatal or an organization, insisting that because he heads that department, that gives him executive experience. If he has to defer to somebody for a final call, or if somebody has a final say over him, then you cannot say that he has. Somebody had a final say over Atiku, which was Obasanjo.
Yes, but again, there are times where Atiku had to be the president when Obasanjo was away, even though they didn't publicize it. So in those instances, he was the final say. And also, too, these guys, what I've noticed even in administration is that when you have a position that has, say, the chief executive, then the vice or deputy or anything, associate, they normally share responsibilities. So sometimes there are things that is just for the vice president to handle. You will not know, it will not be in the public glare, but everybody knows that in the administration that is the vice president's office that deals with this thing. Because the president can't do everything. And the vice president is normally the number one advisor to the president, especially when they are close. And Atiku and Obasanjo were very close in the first tenure. So you can't say that a governor is more experienced than, say, Osibanjo. The thing is that most of these deputies there, you won't see them outside, but they'll deal with a lot of administrative stuff that you and I might not know about. Because how I know this, even when we're in school, I'll go to the dean's office for something. Oh, this particular thing is the associate dean that approves it. So they already share responsibility, but you will not know. You outside is the dean, but the dean he has leg. Sorry. So like You say the president's power, he has the executive powers of the president is vested on the president, which he shall exercise through the vice president or ministers or anybody that he delegates authority to. So so those guys, they know, they you will not know, but they have experience in at least administratively. You will not see them coming outside, but they know what they're doing.
It sounds like you're coming down with something. Have you got the flu?
I don't know. Yeah, this cough, man, but it has to go. It's going. It's on its way out.
Is that time of the year? I'm not sure where you. I'm not quite sure where you are based, but in the United Kingdom, it's a record level flu. This year, almost up by 20-something%. You know, everybody just knocked out by So
yes, when the weather suddenly changes like that, that's what happens.
Yes. Are you in the UK?
No, in the US. Dallas area. Yes.
Dallas. Oh, you should go have a drink with Alexander Gomez. He lives in Dallas. Yes, he has plenty of money. Let him take you out for a treat.
Right? Yes, I will get with him.
Yes. Brilliant. Stay with us, Obina. Let's go from the Obina to Ajanle Koko. See if he's ready to go. Ajanle Koko, are you ready?
Yeah. Happy New Year to you, woman, and everybody on the platform, as well as those at the comment section and listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Happy New Year to everybody once again.
Happy New Year to you, Ajanle Koko. Before I take you to the politics of it, but Ajanle Koko, whisper it very, very quietly. Whisper it quietly, but there's a good chance that we may have your man on tomorrow. But I'll confirm that, but there's a very solid chance that we'll have your man on tomorrow. But as we await that in anticipation, so now this news, Obasanjo telling us that he has endorsed Peter Obi. When you heard the news, did you choke on your coffee to say, Ewolele? Were you caught off guard? Was that surprise?
Not caught off guard, but we've been suspecting that he's supporting Obi, considering statement he has scheduled in the past, which are favorable to Obi, and the recent visit to Igbo land for the 70th. Is the 70th birthday of one man? Yeah.
Chief Nwodo. So he's been talking nice about Obi, and it is good that he make it official on the first day of the new year. That was very strategic. Obasanjo informing the nation that is on the side of Obi on the first day of New Year. It's a strategic announcement, and now that he has made it open, I think Obasanjo, being who he is, I think he'll be going across that country, blowing the trumpet for Obi's support. That's what I suspect. All right, but yes, I wasn't actually even thinking of that angle that he will campaign for Obi, but how much of a campaign is left in Obasanjo at 80-something? I think it's about 83, isn't it? So I think they may wheel him out once or twice, but then, of course, he'll be writing his letters. So what does this add to Obi's campaign in terms of numbers? Does it bring any new numbers to Obi's campaign, this open letter by Baba Yabo?
Yes, I think it will bring considerable amount of number of supporters and vote for Obi, because Oba doesn't know all the powers that be in that country. The military powers,
that be, both retired and those that are serving presently. Some, the military power that be, it knows them. Traditional powers that be across the country, particularly in the north. Obasanjo will not knock on the door on any emir. He won't knock on any door before they open that door for him. He can walk into any emir's palace anytime, any day. And if Obi, same as in Yoruba land, every part of that country, and the northerners, Obasanjo can push Obi candidacy to them and make it more attractive. He can allay that fear of for Igbo person to lead that country. He can stand as a guarantor for Obi to the northerners. And that will go a long way in bringing confidence and trust that the northerners are looking for from the east, whoever that want to lead from the east. If Oba doesn't stand, I'm standing for him. I want this guy. I want you guys to work for him. You never ask for any favor from me that I never done for you before. I'm asking for this favor from you guys. Let's give it to him. These politicians cannot be trusted. Tinubu or Atiku, they cannot be trusted. This is who they are. He have the book. He have a lot of things he can present before them, to placate for the support for Obi. So it's a huge plus for Obi in this contest. Obasanjo support is a huge plus for Obi in this contest. So, and I don't think it will stop. It will. I don't think it will. It will lay back or not going all the way out to champion this guy, because as we all know, this country must not fail this time around. It must not fail in 2023. And Obasanjo has been saying it. This country must not fail. He will do everything to make sure that the country does not fail. And I think since he has declared for Obi, he will take him to every power that be in that country to seek for their support for him. So it will translate into vote for Obi. Whether it will win, it will get him that enough vote to winning the election. That I cannot say, but at least his support will translate into good number of votes for Obi in 2023.
All right. That was going to be my next question. That do you think it will be sufficient enough to tip him over the edge? But so the pushback against that space, though, of course, a lot of people dismissing it out of hand. That it brings no electoral value, which of course they will say that if Obasanjo had endorsed them, then they will be singing and dancing. But what especially struck me was the pushback from the PDP when they went through history to remind us that Obasanjo has always acted against the Yoruba space, taking it from Awolowo all the way through to Abiola to then land on Tinubu. Is this a fair criticism of Obasanjo that is somewhat anti-Yoruba in his politics?
Well,
Afonja.
Afonja.
Afonja. Ajalego Afonja.
Look, PDP is a party that is struggling to survive now, and they will use all tactics to divide people against each other for them, maybe for their survival. We have had, and they are very desperate. They know they are going down, they're sinking, and they want to remain afloat, and they want to do everything to remain afloat. You can hear from their presidential candidate recently in Kaduna where he said the Northerners should vote for their fellow Northerners and not Yoruba candidate or Igbo candidate. And recently, maybe 2 days ago or so, Atiku had an interview where he repeated something similar. So for PDP to come out with this campaign against Obasanjo that he never supported Yorubas for president, do they have Yoruba on their ticket now? Is it Yoruba that is on their ticket? If Obasanjo...
No, sorry, that was the APC that was saying that. Bayo Onanuga.
Oh, it was Bayo Onanuga that was saying that.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, if Obasanjo support for Obi had been for Tinubu, the story will not be what they are saying now. They are just they know the important role that Obasanjo can play in giving support to any candidate. They desperately looking for his support, but they couldn't get it. And that's why they resort to this, this divisive campaign against Obasanjo. Tinubu visited Obasanjo.
Sorry, is there not some veracity to that Obasanjo's politics has always been anti-Yoruba?
I will not totally subscribe to that. It has been the campaign of calumny that some Yoruba have been carrying out against Obasanjo since the time of Awolowo, because of 12th to 3rd, and the one that they said about Abiola, it was actually not true. He did not come out against Abiola for president, so I don't know where they got that for. And if he did, I'm not aware of that. So, and if for the reason that Obasanjo is saying that on the for the basis of equity, fairness, and justice, that is why he's putting his weight behind the bill, because power must shift to the South, and as such, an able man should be the person to have it. Do you want to say that Afenifere as well had been anti-Yoruba group of people? So this campaign of
Koko, why is he not picking a Yoruba man? Why is not Yoruba man?
Is that position for president by constitution meant for Yoruba? Or what are they talking about?
But it should be in interest of Yoruba every time.
No,
as
no,
an elderly man in Yoruba?
no, but it shouldn't be. But Obasanjo has never positioned himself as a Yoruba. He has. If there was, I think I've said it before. If there are two Nigerians, Obasanjo is one of them. I'm not sure who the other one is, but Obasanjo is very much a Nigerian above. And I don't think you can be more Nigerian than Obasanjo, Ajanle Koko.
I think you are right, one man. When in 1919, no, sorry, is it? Yeah, 1999, right? 1999, when Obasanjo won that election, he failed woefully in Yoruba land. About 90% of the votes in Yoruba were against Obasanjo. 90% of Yoruba people did not. 80, let me just put it like 80% of Yoruba people did not vote for Obasanjo. But what did we get after election in terms of appointment? Good position. It was the first time to see grade A ministerial appointment given to one state in Yoruba land. In Osun State, we had Bola Ige holding. Bola Ige was given was a super minister then. He was the minister for mines and power, and was the minister for maybe for housing or this thing. It was just like Fashola, you know, the super ministerial appointment that Fashola had in the first minister. That was the same thing that Bola Ige held then. And at the same time, in that same state, the vice president, the deputy governor to Bola Ige when he was governor, I think SM of Olabi, was given the minister for internal affairs. And you know, internal affairs is a huge ministry. He had the custom, he had the immigration, he had the prison underneath. Look, a lot of Northerners went wild against Obasanjo that Yoruba people that did not give you a vote, why do you have to give them such a huge ministerial appointment? And do you know what Obasanjo said? Obasanjo told them, he is not a minister, he is not a president for the North, neither is he a president for the South, but a president of Nigeria. And as such, he shared all the national position, ministerial appointment, parastatals, and all the rest equitably among all Nigerians, all sections of Nigeria. So this is the way he operated. He was fair in the way he shared those appointments among all geopolitical zones in Nigeria. So these people, these Bola Tinubu people, what's the name of his Badijo? What's his name? Saying that, trying to use that campaign of calumny, oh, he never supported Yoruba man before, and this is just a way of, you know, injecting some tribal, you know, hate against Obasanjo, you know, and that is not the way to do it. It is not good. Your man, the person he is championing, is trying to be president of Nigeria, a Yoruba man equally. So should we now conclude that, oh, is it because it's a Yoruba man, that's why you are heading the position that we saw? No, I mean, Obasanjo have the right to support anybody that he want to support. He's a Nigerian. And that is the same thing, I mean, every Nigerian have the right to support whoever that they want to support. Same way I will advise the obedient that are calling for the head of Wike, that if Wike does not support, what do you call it, Obi, oh, they will finish him. If, Solude does not support Obi, they will finish him. No, every Nigerian, by the virtue that we are Nigerians, we should be able to support anybody in this concept that we feel in our judgment or conscientiously that is the person that can do the job. So we should not use tribal and we should not use a tribal campaign against each other for not supporting.
Ajale Koko, can I push back? Can I push back?
You can push back if you want to push back.
Yes, please. You can push back. Why? But this is the turn of a Yoruba man.
That is not true.
This is our turn.
That is not true. It is not true.
Why do you say that?
It is not the turn of Yoruba man in the South. If you really want to base it on equity, fairness, and justice. Obasanjo was the Yoruba man that had it from the South. And Jonathan had it from the South. Obasanjo had it from the West, rather. Jonathan had it from the South. It should be the turn for Igbo man. But my judgment here does not mean that I am supporting Obi. I want people to get that clear. It should be the turn for Igbo man. But my judgment does not mean that I'm supporting Obi. So, but Obasanjo, as a person, as a Nigerian, have the right to support whoever. If it's Kwankwaso he's supporting, so it should be. He have the right to support whoever he wants to support, but not for some people. Now to use tribal, try to engineer tribal hate against this man. That he does not support you.
Can I push back again?
Is Tinubu?
Can I push back again?
Hold on. Is Tinubu gone in for president of Yoruba? Or what are they talking about? Are they crazy people? Yeah, push back if you want to push back.
Yes. As an elder statesman in Yoruba land, let me translate it to the Igbo side. Have you ever seen any Igbo elder statesman that is supporting Tinubu or any Yoruba candidate? They are supporting their own, isn't it?
No, there are some elder statesmen supporting Igbo too. So some big weight politicians supporting Tinubu from Igbo land. So we have the governor of Imo State. Is a big political player in Igbo land and is supporting Tinubu. And we have some others that are supporting Tinubu. And we have some others supporting Atiku from the South. From the East. So what is the big deal? But for a leading spokesperson of a candidate trying to use that trying to engineer tribal hate against that, he never even at all in any time support you. Is Tinubu going for Yoruba president?
Can I interject, please?
Yes.
Sorry, Happy New Year to you, Ajali Koko.
Happy New Year to you too.
I want to quickly say, the letter that Obasanjo wrote, did you read it?
What did you say?
I read some of it out, but I didn't read it. It was 6 pages. So
exactly. So that is, if you read the letter, you will understand the response to that letter. So it was not just like an endorsement of Obi. It was more like a kind of going after Tinubu and Atiku, while at the same time endorsing Obi. So if you are going after them, then you should not be surprised that those guys are also responding to the letter as well, because it made references to the language of Emilokon and other stuff like that. So what do you think the Tinubu campaign should just keep quiet and they don't respond to the letter?
I'm not saying they should not respond, but a situation, a response that we connote tribal hate against any Nigerian is not a good response as far as I'm concerned. If we are trying to if we are trying to, if we are looking for a leader that can unite the country, because that is one of the campaign of the Tinubu's Tinubu theme, that Tinubu will unite the country and bring everything. So if you believe that yes, your candidate is a uniter or unifier, then don't use tribal distinction against somebody that is campaign. They can use any other thing. There's many other things they can say, but not to say, oh, he never supported Yoruba candidate. Is Tinubu a Yoruba candidate? Is Tinubu that candidacy of Tinubu as the flag bearer of PDP, is he a Yoruba candidate? It's not. So that is what I am saying.
I think the wording,
themselves in the foot.
I think is the word.
Let's remove tribe from it because
It's the wording, the way you are wording it. It makes it sound like that was what they said. Actually, that was not how they put it. That
was the way they put it, according to the way one man read it.
No. That was not the word they were trying to say was.
No. Don't change it to your own way.
No. That's what I asked earlier. Did you read the letter? That's what I asked if you read it.
I didn't read it, but according to the way one man read it, that is what
they said.
I'm basing my comment on the way.
He never supported a candidate of the Yoruba extraction. Like it's almost like anybody that comes from the Yoruba that is running for president. Obasanjo never supported them.
We don't want that. This is not the time of candidate of Yoruba extraction or this or that. They should not use that. It is wrong. Tinubu is not campaigning on the basis of a Yoruba candidacy, but as a Nigerian leader that want to be president of Nigeria, they should champion him as a leader that can foster unity among Nigeria. But the way they respond it's just disgusting, and it's just disappointing that they have to go after Obasanjo trying to inject hate. They're trying to engineer Yoruba to hate him. He never for once supported Yoruba before. That is what he's doing now. He hates Yoruba people. He doesn't like the interests of Yoruba people. That is wrong.
But Ajale Koko, you can't see somebody that spoiling your chances not to respond. So do you expect Tinubu's camp to keep quiet, to be mumu?
I'm not saying they should keep quiet. I'm not saying they should keep quiet. But we need that country. We need every Nigerian to come together and work together right now, and we don't want a campaign team or campaign that is based on divisive measure against a fellow Nigerian. We don't want it, and that is what they are trying to do, and that is not good for Tinubu team. Tinubu team can do better because they are leading in this campaign. In this presidential race, they have everything to their advantage. They have the best of the best campaign team. They are doing their campaign in such a very good, fantastic way. But for them now to try to opt for tribal, hate inject tribal hate against a fellow Nigerian, particularly Obasanjo, that is not fair. I will not welcome that, and that is very bad. They should stop it.
Sorry, right. Can I interject too?
All right, come in if yeah.
You see, Majale Koko, I'm with you 100% on this. obviously understand, like you said, APC have everything working for them, you know. You know that it was due to this Obasanjo's hate that some people started propagandizing in Southwest that he is not a Yoruba, that is an Igbo man.
And we did that here. We
Yes.
made him yes, we did that here. Ajale Koko was the leader in that space.
Can you imagine? Just because he believes in
I was against it. I was opposing it that day. I wasn't the leader in that day. You are the leader, one man. You are the one.
I was only pulling your legs. But Ajale Koko, look in the private chat. But I carry on. Look at the private chat.
Yeah. So, like Ajale Koko has said, if you want to look at it from the internal politics of Nigeria, ideally, the next president for Nigeria from the south should come from the southwest. Yeah, fine. I think the only problem is, okay, they are now saying what's it called? Presidency is not given on the platter of good, blah blah blah. You know. But when we are now talking that it should be the turn of Yorubas again, turn of Igbos again, turn of whoever is the turn, what we normally forget is somebody outside there, or the president's representatives in the international space, is not seen as an Igbo, it's not seen as a Yoruba, it's not seen as a Hausa or Fulani. He is seen as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You might be even shocked that some of them don't even know that we are ethnically divided, you know, because most countries will see you from the paradigm of how their own country is. If you hear Modi, you will not say, is he a Hindu, or is he a Muslim, or is he from Peshawar? Everybody will say is the what's it called, president of India. If you hear Xi Jinping, president of China, nobody asks about the tribe, nobody asks about his ethnicity. But they also have ethnic diversity. Why is it that when it comes to the Nigerian space, ethnic diversity is always a problem? And saying Obasanjo,
yeah, but what we have in Nigeria is not ethnic diversity; it's ethnic division. That's
division,
where the problem.
right?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah,
because we are divided ethnically rather than united ethnically, and that's where the problem is.
Yeah, it's fine, but don't let us use it for our politics, such that if somebody comes from a region and say he's going for another person, is more or less termed a bastard, because that's the rhetoric coming out now. And I'm telling you, by tomorrow when you wake up, that will be what the Yoruba bloggers will be talking about again. Otuti Dawa, Afonjanu, and unfortunately, Thomas is treading that line. Yes, Thomas, you have a right, but we should stop all these things. APC has everything going for them in this political space. It is for them, it is their own game to lose. But Tami Obasanjo as a bastard, as a traitor in the Yoruba space is something that we should not accept at all. Ajale Koko has told us the top ministerial positions the Yoruba space had during Obasanjo's time. What else do we want again? You know. So
yeah,
that's
but
just
that you see sometimes. Sorry, one man. Sorry that I came in. I just came in like that.
No. Of course, it's a conversation.
You see, when Ajale Koko was telling that story, there were a lot of half truth in that story that was not that didn't really tell the full story. Okay, Obasanjo ran an election, and this man lost in his own local government. So what did he do? He brought the Bola Iges of this world into the government. So what happened going into his re-election? Did he not ask Bola Iges and others to decamp into the PDP? So initially, when he was making that appointment, it was for him to gain upper hand in his re-election in the first place. So when Bola Ige denied him, if you remember, Bola Ige refused to join PDP at the time. Bola Ige told him respectfully that he was going to resign from office and then go back and campaign against Obasanjo's government. That was one of the reasons why that man was killed.
Oh, no, you can't say that now. You don't know that.
One man, somebody that was accused of a murderer, was inside prison. He contested for election inside prison and won an election inside
Sorry.
prison under Obasanjo government in Obasanjo's party. Come on, man. What are you talking about here?
Sorry, can I interject, please?
Yeah, come in, Solomon.
Yeah, good morning, everybody, and happy New Year. Yeah,
Same to
concerning
you.
this Obasanjo issue and talk, Obasanjo, him now is coming to claim to be a righteous person, and as he endorsed to be, and the obedient people are now happy and all that. This guy is somebody like, it was the status quo that brought him as the president of Nigeria.
Oh, I just don't rate him anyway.
It was the status quo of the northern agenda that brought him into the presidency. So I don't see reason why people would come here and be saying like because he endorsed to be that they've gained momentum and all that. These things are it's just bullshit, because the guy, it was the system. The Yoruba people never wanted him. It was when you know people, somebody that his people want him, apart from maybe like this one now, what they call this the heads, like the most old people in the southeast are not really supporting Obi, but at least you see the kind of support he has there. I don't think Obasanjo got with the facts I have about this Obasanjo's presidency. I don't think they supported him like that. So he was imposed on them, and because of the not know that he's somebody that will always they can use. That was how they brought him in. So
No. Hold on. That wasn't why they brought him in. Let me tell you what happened in that space.
No, they will tell you it's MKO Abiola that they want to.
Hold on.
Okay.
Because this may well be. I'm not being ageist or anything, but this may well be outside of your loop. When MKO Abiola he was killed, by the way, he did die of natural causes. When MKO Abiola was killed, it was impossible. Atiku Abacha rather, he came in then. Shonekong took over from. So it was actually let's go to where. So Abacha was the head of state then. MKO Abiola was killed because he was insisting that he wanted to hold on to his mandate. But the atmosphere in the country was charged up. And then Abacha, when Abacha died and Abdul Salami came in, they needed to do something to bring the country together. And they knew that the presidency was going to go they knew the presidency had to go to Yoruba land. But the presidency had to go to Yoruba land, but they couldn't let the Yorubas pick their man to be president, because the Yorubas did pick a man, but they couldn't let the Yoruba, they needed somebody that they could trust, but still satisfy the Yorubas. So they picked, it was actually Babangida that picked Obasanjo, that gave it to Obasanjo, because Abdul Salami, who was then head of state, was actually Babangida's pick to be head of state, and he was Babangida's boy. So Babangida essentially picked Obasanjo to be president of Nigeria. And then, of course, they just had a sham election and announced him a victor. So he had nothing, he was never beholden to the Yorubas at any phase. And when he was president, of course, he just rigged himself back for a second term. So Obasanjo's relationship with the Yoruba space, and Ajale Koko correct me if I'm misleading anyone.
What you just said now is like what I want to still say too. Is almost the same thing. With other, I'm trying to say that the Yorubas, like, this guy was not who they wanted, and in their space there, the person they wanted, is it the Falaya or what? They had more votes than him. Meaning, he's not. These people brought in somebody that they know that even if you just saw the factors they considered and brought him in, and because he will still represent their own interest too in a way. That is why they brought him. So people now saying that he is coming to do this, he's coming to do that, and that he has political influence. He doesn't have Tinubu as it stands. Tinubu has. I'm not a Tinubu supporter, but Tinubu have more political influence than he does. So he can't even stop this Tinubu's movement. If I'm not supporting Tinubu, I don't want Tinubu to win, but it's good to always say the truth. But I know that what Obasanjo did can never and cannot stop Tinubu's movement at all in any way. Yeah.
One man.
Who's that?
Fatai.
Oh, yeah, Fatai. Yeah, good to have you, Fatai.
Happy New Year.
Same to you.
Yeah. I wanted to come into almost second what progressive, I don't remember that name, progressive something said. Baba Janle Koko's narrative. Baba Janle Koko is our elder, but unity in Nigeria is a very flowery word. Nigeria, we need stability. Actually, that's the more is more necessary. Unity, I mean, what do you mean unity? There's too much. There's so many tribes. What makes it like it has to be Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa or Fulani that will be that will be the who should be president? Why not? I don't know Urobo. Why not? All these things is all these things are dictatorship of the majority. Why not Urobo? Why does it have to be the turn of Igbo or Yoruba or anything? Why not? It shouldn't be any of it. The only thing in the constitution of Nigeria is north rotation between north and south. Once it is rotated between north and south, everybody then fights. If it's rotated to the south, everybody in the south fights for it. It is the manipulation of the big boys that is creating all this problem. And Obasanjo is part of these big boys that are creating all this problem. The progressive NG is not wrong. The I mean, I don't like to talk what I don't have like facts or data on. But Wale Soyinka once said, I think maybe last year or this or 2021 or something, he said what is one of the biggest disappointment was that person that was like had a hand in the guy's death winning election. It was one of like his biggest disappointment. There is a truth around Bola Ige's death. I don't know, nobody knows, but there is a truth about the fact that some people who have a hand in Ige's death are the same people who are doing this, who are doing that. There is kind of a truth to that, but I don't know who has a
No,
hand.
my brother, sorry, one man. It's not like I'm not saying the man was guilty at the time, but what I was trying to say, one man. I don't know if you the story was out there. Everybody when Yola Mishore, this current Yola Mishore as well. He was the one. He was deputy governor at the time. I think he was in Osun State at the time when Obasanjo was trying to get them to move into PDP. He was a deputy governor and he left AD into PDP when the Bola Ige assassination happened. The guy that was arrested said he was the one that contracted him to carry out the assassination. Omishore was arrested while in police custody. He was running for an election and he was winning an election. How the hell are you going to tell me under Obasanjo presidency, in Obasanjo's party, the man that they say killed the man that was fingered to have killed the Attorney General of the Federation at the time? Come on, man.
Yeah, and I know, and
But
to
why
So
INEC allowed him to contest for the
It
election?
is
It
Ajani Koko is
wasn't
not
an
about
Ajani
INEC.
Koko,
Oh,
can
hold
I
on.
enter there, please?
Okay.
Yeah, Oza.
Ife.
Yeah, come in, Ife.
One thing we have to also accept is either we like it or not. Nigeria is at that point is just transiting from the military dominated regime to a more stabilized democratic dispensation. So we should not expect everything to be more or less like free and fair as it is now. So for me, in those spaces at times, I always want to give his regime the benefits of doubt. In this same letter, you know that he equally wrote that if he wanted the third term, he would have done it also. But
Come on, man.
looking at the unity of the country,
I
he
must read
said,
that letter. Sorry, what were the? Yeah, go on. I should have
yeah,
read that letter in full, but I carry on.
yeah, he said that irrespective of what Atiku did, if he wanted to have done the third term, he would have done it. But looking at the space of Nigeria, he said no, that is good to be democratic. So we need to accept that our democratic system is still evolving and it will still evolve.
can I just
But
close out?
I don't want us to downplay whatever stride he has achieved in the Southwest space. just because he has endorsed Peter Obi, then writing against Tinubu and Atiku.
Can I just close out?
He even said,
Can I just
sorry,
close out?
Fatah. He even said the reason he's not endorsing Tinubu is because of his health, that the country needs an energetic person. That was what he wrote about. That was what he wrote about what's it called?
Yeah, but
Tinubu in
that's
that
what he
letter.
said. So
That the country needs an energetic person.
okay, he said that, but okay, anybody could have said that. And every country needs an energetic person. That is a meaningless sentence. What does it mean, energetic person?
Are you
The,
sure
the
that's a
country needs,
meaningless?
it's meaningless. Now the
Are
country
you
needs
sure that's meaninless? That
capacity.
a country
The
does not need
country
an
needs
energetic
capacity.
person as a
The country,
president?
wait, the country needs somebody with capacity. That is more meaningful than energetic person. What do you mean, energetic person? Joe Biden doesn't have energy.
But it's Obasanjo. What do you expect? It's Obasanjo that wrote the letter, man. What do you think is going to put there?
Well, what is he going to put there? You need another. Of course, that is
And also, if you have to remember that Obasanjo is writing that letter to endorse Peter Obi, so of course
yeah.
it will castigate others, and they will try and wrap it up in a rational, reasoned way. But it will look to diminish all the other candidates in order to promote his own man. So
Which is normal in the political space.
yes,
The only thing I'm against
saying
is
that
our Yoruba people should not say that he's a
being
bastard.
no,
No,
that's that,
no.
I
They are
don't
not.
agree with that.
This is where I was going.
Sorry, Fatai. Let me just start. Obasanjo is in no position to know what Tinubu's state of health is, unless he has gleaned his medical records. So if he's looking at the optics as we all are, then that's in the realms of speculation. But Fatai, have that in that interjection, and then Ajale Koko
Yeah,
will
yeah,
take the floor.
exactly. You know, we have in America there somebody who had a stroke this year. He became a senator. The governor of Texas is on wheelchair. He's governor back to back. Joe Biden is not the youngest American in town. Mitch McConnell, the head of the Republican head of the Senate, is an old. The lady, the Democrat head of the House of the House there, who just stepped down, I guess. I mean, these are very old people. This is not the point. The point is capacity. The point is capacity. But with regard to saying that Yoruba are say the statement that Obasanjo is against the Yoruba interest. Well, maybe it's a very sharp way to put it that is against Yoruba interest, so it makes it look like it's a Yoruba bastard. That's not really the point. But the issue is that when it comes to a situation, right, where it is a no-brainer to to do something that looks like you don't lose nothing, like it's not your fight, you will still go against Yoruba. This is what they mean. A very, very clear there's many all the examples are very touching, but very, 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 very clear example is Lagos, the the fight of Obasanjo against Tinubu in Lagos as governor, holding up Lagos money. If Obasanjo was so determined to run Lagos to the ground, he would not give them any, he was determined against anything. You're selling okay, if Lagos crashed, what is your benefit? So that PDP could win Lagos. Is that enough reason to run down Lagos? You cannot run down Lagos just because you want PDP to win Lagos. This is the where the that argument is coming from. That when Obasanjo has a chance, even you can even be neutral. That even it's even beneficial for you to be neutral. It will go all the way. What was that thing? Even the OPC, okay, the agitation is not good, but Obasanjo wouldn't do the same treatment. Okay, if Lagos, if it was Kano, it was Kano governor. I mean, even the North, they create the local government and like they are drinking water. Could he have tried to hold up Kano's allocation? Would he ever have tried it? It's only Yoruba he would ever do such a thing to. He would never ever try it to do that kind of thing to Sokoto. Let him. Why didn't he try and hold up Sokoto's money? But he will hold up Yoruba's money. This is the point. It doesn't mean is against Yoruba.
Are you calling him a Rumala? Is this what you are saying? A
No,
Rumala?
Fatai.
Please, can I contribute?
Yeah, I'll come to you in a moment, Ogweni. Yeah.
Fatai, you are one-sided in how Obasanjo, why Obasanjo was holding. You didn't mention why Obasanjo did that to Lagos State during
because local government creation.
Yes, was it constitutional? Was it constitutional? What Tinubu was trying to do, was it constitutional?
Yeah, the court said it's constitutional.
It wasn't constitutional. We must not allow. Look, what Obasanjo was doing.
It's not our judgment. The court said it's constitutional. The court ruled Lagos won. At any rate, if Sokoto created more local government, the question is, would Obasanjo hold their money? I'm not saying just a little money, the money that could crash them. If Tinubu didn't come up with a creative way to come up with generating money for Lagos, Lagos will crash. It was not a small thing at that time.
Sorry, let's reverse that question now, right? Sorry, let's quickly reverse that question.
Yeah, carry on.
Ajali Koko, that case was taken to the court, and the Lagos State won that case.
Lagos won,
but let's reverse it now. It was under the same Obasanjo that all those northern states declare Sharia. How much of their money did they withdraw? Did they stop paying them when they declare Sharia at the time, which was illegal? Did they ever go there and say, okay, I'm not going to give you your allocation?
But he killed all the Odua, but he said,
Mr. Kim, you see why I said that this guy was put there to protect the northern interest. And I don't know, maybe some persons were trying to say what I was saying was not right. He was put there to protect their interests.
Yeah, no, you are right. But let's hear from Ogbeni, and then Ajale Koko takes the floor back to wrap up that space. And then I want to take this Obasanjo's letter round for everybody to land back on Ajale Koko, and then Ajale Koko will take us back to another topic. So Ogbeni, so have your interjection, and then I want to kick a 5-minute commentary from you around the Obasanjo letter. But Ogbeni, good to meet you.
Okay.
Where are you joining us from? You're new to the space. I don't think we've seen you before.
Yeah, this is my first time, although I've been following this program for a while.
I hope you are subscribed.
Yes, I've done that. Sure.
All right, brilliant.
I've done that for a while now.
Yeah.
So yes, I'm speaking from Scotland. So you see, I don't know why we are taking Obasanjo letter this serious. I don't know. Particularly, I'm a Yoruba man. I'm from Ekiti, and we don't really take Obasanjo really serious for my place. I grew up in my place, and I have a very solid contact with to my base. So we don't really take him so serious. In Yoruba nation, Yoruba land, we don't see Obasanjo as a regional man. We see Obasanjo mostly like a national man, like you call it, like a Rumala, not even only Mala. Obasanjo prefer to satisfy any other nation than his own nation. Yeah, rightly so, probably for his own, he believes he's a national man. That said, now his hypocrisy is what stings. And I don't understand. You're talking about Tinubu's earth. Now that is the reason why you won't endorse Tinubu. But you brought Yaradua, the same man that brought Yaradua in 2007, and you were aware of Yaradua's earth.
Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you.
Have you apologized to Nigeria about Yaradua that you brought? You brought Goodluck Jonathan again for us in 2010. Have you apologized for Goodluck Jonathan's incompetence in office? If not because Buhari has failed us, but the Jonathan's name shouldn't even ring anywhere again in Nigeria, particularly the way he mishandled security issue in Nigeria. And this same Obasanjo in 2015 brought Buhari. Is Buhari healthy, or was Buhari healthy back then? And now you are now complaining about someone's earth. That's what I don't really understand. And for me, yes, I'm aware of Joe Biden. Joe Biden is not young, and he doesn't have good health. But capacity, like one of us said here, capacity, that's what matters. Capacity, antecedent, and people, what are the kind of people you have around you? And for me, I'm always made bold to tell people, Tinubu has all this. He has a good antecedent when it comes to development.
But what about the argument that the country has to pivot to a younger, more energized space? Because if we have Tinubu or Atiku as the president, then really we are surrendering ourselves to another 8 years of something that we're familiar with, which is something that has never served us. The old, the corrupt, the paddy government, as Fela Kuti put it, and all of that. But you will say Peter Obi has been in politics for a long time as well, but he has the air of a fresh breath in this election. He's certainly younger and certainly more energized, and some of the ideas that he's speaking to the political space, they are futuristic. So is it not time that we just rip the band-aid off and just, whether he's a Yoruba man or not, at Tinubu, whatever, let's just cut away completely from these people, and then we endure Peter Obi for 4 years or so, just to end that chapter of the Babangidas, the Buharis, the Atikus, just to close that old guard off. I think really that is what Obasanjo is pushing for.
My one man, you see, here is a good narrative. Someone with a very good rhetorics will say that, but I've never seen any nation in the world where you get that kind of stop gap, a very big stop gap like that without a military revolution. Tell me any state where do you get that? Society evolve and you metamorphose, and I see Tinubu as that stop gap. Tinubu is not the honorary incompetent politician. He has an antecedent to show, and that is what I keep telling people. And when you talk about a younger generation, who's a younger generation? Who among them? It's not Peter Obi. Peter Obi has always been with them. He was from PDP to ABGA, back to his PDP, and now in Labour Party. Okay, and I always give these two examples, Kogi and Bonu. Look at them, fresh guys in governance. Look at Kogi. That guy has messed up the system of that state. He messed it up. And he's a younger blood, like probably me and you, probably in his 40s. I'm also in my 40s. He's a younger man. But would you compare him to Zulum in Bonu? No. Zulum is performing. So for me, it's not about maybe you are bringing a younger generation. And don't forget, you see, Nigerian democracy is a developing one. This is a third world country. We can't be thinking of our democracy and then be thinking of implanting system from developed nation like where I stay, and then you want to implant it into Nigeria. No, you need to evolve through the system. And that is why for somebody like me, I believe in a politician that, yes, probably one of them over time, but have something to prove. You have something to show, okay, for it. Unlike Peter Obi has not really been in the spotlight, if not until recently. Peter Obi has been in Anambra. What is Anambra? Anambra, how do I put it now? Space to compare to Lagos. And so for that, a lot of things, a lot of achievement Peter Obi will come out to tell you about is what people you can't really relate with, because he was never in the spotlight, okay? Now, one issue somebody raised, which I would like to also engage on, is issue of the Sharia thing. You see, yes, as much as I don't really like Obasanjo on so many of his policies, he remains the best president so far since 1999. Yeah, from my own estimation anyway. But that Sharia thing, I don't think there was anything Obasanjo could have done about it. The reason is the state has don't forget we practice a federal system, and in our federal system, the state government still reserve some rights and powers, and criminal law is actually part of the powers that belong to the state. And that is why if you commit a crime in Zamfara, you can't be tried in Kano. In fact, you can't be tried in Kebbi, that is the neighboring state, except if that crime you commit extends to the next state. That is when they can try you. So there is a territorial limitation to what the federal where the federal government can meddle into the affairs of Zamfara then. And
Brother,
Obasanjo
can I just interject? Sorry, brother, 1 minute. Nobody,
right.
nobody is saying he should have shut down Sharia law or whatever, whether he had power. It's just the argument that when you are shutting down Lagos, Obasanjo, even if you are erring or say whether it's constitutional or not, it is not a dictatorship. It's a court that will determine that. You are not willing to allow a court, or actually even in the constitution, the state has control of the local government. Even up to today, we are saying it. The governors are pocketing the money of the local government. The local government don't function. So the state has a control over the local government. At any rate, let it. Why don't the court? No, it's not just he held the money. It was gone drawn against Lagos. He wanted to crash Lagos. If you crash Lagos, you have crashed Yoruba space. Why?
I don't see it that way.
Sorry, Ogbeni, but you said something, Fatai, that nobody was against, was criticizing him setting up, allowing for Sharia.
No, I mean, Ogbeni said so. I'm not saying.
But people should, because it goes against the secularity of the nation. So is it that we're a secular nation or we're not? And the constitution has to be the one piece of document that overrides everything else in the country.
No, I agree.
So how can it be that a crime you commit in Abakaliki or Ekiti, the punishment that you get for it is totally different in Sokoto and Zamfara? Those are two different countries. Yeah.
One man. I don't disagree with you. All I'm just saying is that the argument Ogbeni is making does not work. That okay, well, he couldn't do anything about Sharia, but he could do something about Lagos. No.
One man.
That's what I'm just pointing out.
No, I was the one that made that argument. Can I quickly just clear that space so that there is no confusion here? So what I was trying to say is this: one man, what you said just now, that one is not. I don't think it is possible that you can get a different level of punishment for the same crime in different areas. So, like in the United States now, some states have death penalty for homicide cases, while some other states they don't have death penalty. So you could get away with killing somebody in another state, whereby if you go to a different state, that will cost you your life. So that one is different. So what the Constitution says is this: that no part of the country shall be governed by any religious form of law. So Sharia is a religious law. It should not be allowed to be in the space of a country like Nigeria, where we say it is a secular nation. So constitutionally, Sharia is wrong. Obasanjo, it's not like Obasanjo was quiet against Sharia. He did criticize it at the time. He did not support it at the time, just the way he did not support the creation of local government.
It should have stopped it, is really the thing.
Exactly. So the level of force that he was using against creation of local government in Lagos, so why did he not apply that same level of force against those states that was implementing an illegal law? Don't forget, Sharia is an illegal law. It is not backed by the Constitution. But today, everybody kept quiet.
Can I join you on that? Now, criminal law is different from the local government, or the criminal law issue that relates to Sharia law in Zamfara back then was clearly different from the local government creation issue. See, local government creation in Lagos was strictly a constitutional issue. The establishment of Sharia court and law wasn't a constitutional issue, and I'll tell you the reason. If you trace the genesis or origin of criminal laws in Nigeria, you realize that the northern part and southern part, we've not been sharing the same criminal law over years, even pre-colonial days, till now. If you go to the northern part of the country, they use penal code. In the southern part of the country, we use criminal code. Have you asked yourself the origin of those laws? The penal code came from the Sudan. Why we borrow criminal code from the English jurisdiction, not from the same area? And that is why today, if you go to Lagos and the southern part of Nigeria, adultery is not a crime. But if you go to Kano, adultery is a crime. Why? Because the one they brought, before they amalgamated us at all in 1914, the one they brought from Sudan had that. because there's an element of Islamic law moving into that criminal law. And rightly so, because the northern part is largely Islamic area. So before people can accept such law, you need to consider what people understand as a crime. Okay? Why the southern part is different? The Portuguese came to the southern part, and after the British took over from them, and partly German in some areas, and then they established their own criminal code. So if you have this the historical understanding of how the criminal system, our criminal procedural system and criminal law system, we adopted it in Nigeria, you understand why there are different systems. And see, the Sharia law thing, if you go back to find the history, had been part of their laws. At a point in time, in 40 something.
My brother, sorry, I'm going to quickly call. There's nothing like their law. We have a constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Let me tell you, you mentioned constitution. Constitution in Nigeria does not regulate all aspects of our endeavor. I'm a lawyer, and that's why I'm saying this. See,
brother, can I interject? Look, this argument is neither here nor there. This argument are left for legal experts, the court, to decide. The constitution, Nigeria is not a religious state according to the constitution. Now, history of Sharia, this and this, I am not the one to give authority on that. You are not the one to give authority. The court can give authority on that. The same thing, the issue of local government creation is a constitutional situation. If Obasanjo was going to use all the force in the world against Lagos State, why didn't he leave to the court to decide? If Obasanjo, Sharia law could be settled in the court, local government creation could be settled in the court, but Obasanjo chose to just talk little word here and there about Sharia, but then went with all the powers of the world against Lagos. Why? It is very simple. It would dare not attack the north. It would dare not.
Fatai, can I interject 1 minute? Fatai, I've been listening to you carefully, hammering on this, why Obasanjo could not go after the northern state on the implementation of Sharia law, but was after Lagos State, and the way he withheld that allocation for Lagos. Look, let me tell you, even the Sharia law in the north is not supreme. If you committed an offense and you are being charged to court, you can say you don't want to be tried under Sharia law. That right is there for you as a citizen. So if you as a Muslim want to abide by Sharia law, then you could be tried by Sharia law or tried in Sharia court. But if you feel no, or if you're a Christian, you can say no, I can't go through this Sharia court process. I want the regular court, which is the court being regulated by the Constitution of or being governed or regulated by the Constitution of Nigeria. So that is the limitation of that Sharia law or Sharia law whatsoever in the north. It is not supreme. And Obasanjo for not acting, it was the wisdom of leadership that he displayed back then. We just move out from military government in transition into civilian rule. Within the party that he was then, PDP, there was numbers of enemy against him from the north that were mad with him the way he distributed position of powers at the federal level. that were not happy that Obasanjo shared all those positions on the, a basis of equity and, stuff like that. So that problem was being sponsored by some cabal from the north within his party. He saw that. Then from the other party, that was...
Who's taking a phone call? Are you on O2 as well? I didn't know you had O2 in America.
Who is that?
Somebody was there was somebody's phone ringing. I thought it was yours. But carry on.
Oh, okay. So
sorry, it's my
then
phone.
The other party. Then the other party, which was, is it APP or what was their name? All Nigerian AMPP. AMPP. Zamfara State today was the one that started that problem of Sharia law. And from one state to the other, it spread across the northern state, northwest, and to some side of northeast. So problem within the party, problem from the other party, and the military guys were still on standby watching the space. So Obasanjo was cleverly handled that situation. And what happened to the Sharia court today? It's dead.
Dead.
If Obasanjo had, came out forcefully against him, there would have been problem all over the north, and maybe his government would have been toppled. And that was the reason why that problem of Sharia was orchestrated by some Muslim fundamentalists led by one governor. What was the name of that Zamfara crazy governor? Yerima. It was a game they were playing, wanting him to, come out forcefully against them, and then they can say, "Oh, look at it's an enemy of the north," and then another problem will start from there. So Obasanjo understood the game better. So he handled it carefully. Even according to him, he said he went to the Sultan. I mean, he called, was the Sultan of Sokoto. I think that was the supreme Islamic leader. That, what is this that is happening from your people? He said that one said, he should take it easy, that he will find solutions, that he should leave him alone with them. He will handle them, and he will do. And, when you have a leader of a particular people give you an assurance that I will handle them, you should be able to respect that leader and live with that leader to handle his people. So Obasanjo left it alone with that leader to handle it. And I think at the end of the day, what happened to him? He died. And particularly, if you remember back then, when one lady was sentenced to death that would have been stoned to death, and Obasanjo said, yes, this is the time I'm going to act. I will not let this happen on my watch. He called.
Sorry,
he called. Let me finish this.
Yeah. Sorry, Bajaniko, I just made the last point. Bajaniko, I'm not arguing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. As a matter of fact, you are making my point. I'm not saying Obasanjo was not wise the way he handled it. He was wise to handle it. I'm questioning why he didn't apply same wisdom to the Yoruba space called Lagos, not to crash it by going all out to want to crash Lagos. I'm not making any judgment about Sharia. I'm not saying anything.
All right. We seem to have deviated off topic.
I've not landed on my... Yes, you see where Obasanjo made mistake on Lagos was when the court ruled that nothing wrong. That was when he should have, step back and release the money to Lagos State and then move on. That is what he should have done.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. Let's get back to Ogbeni and have him continue his narration. So you were talking us through what impact Obasanjo's essay would have on Obi's fortunes.
Yes. So for me, I don't see any impact that will have, and I don't see other contestants taking that taking his letter too serious, because Obasanjo has sold how many presidents to us now in the past, and we all know where this thing led us to. So for me, Obasanjo being on Obi's team is even a minus. It's a big minus, because it will even make some people not to go and vote for his candidate. Because some people believe that if you vote for Obasanjo candidate, then that's another godfather reason. And I don't know why Obi is still parading himself as someone who has no godfather. When you have
sorry to interject you. You know, when Obasanjo referred to him as his mentee, that betrayed that godfatherism. So clearly, if he's the mentor and Obi and he says Obi is somebody that you can pull his ears. I mean, you wouldn't want a president that anybody can pull.
One man. Have you ever asked?
Hold on, Akim. You don't want a president that somebody can pull his ears. You want a president that people are somewhat afraid of. Maybe like Buhari, but not a fundamentalist. Like, what sort of president would that be that you can say, Wambi or Batai, you know? I mean, that's so that's godfatherism right there, Obeni.
So for me, that's godfatherism. So Obi should stop telling us that he has no godfather. You have godfather. Possibly not the same way people have godfather. Like Tinubu is someone I can say has no godfather in all this, and Atiku, who are their godfather. They have no godfather. They are themselves, they are godfathers, you know, and they have their lieutenants who will work for them. Not you that have a godfather. And that said, before I close, there is I would still like to still speak to this local government fund thing that Obasanjo seized in Lagos. The rationale behind this local government thing back then was that if I allowed Lagos State to create its own local government and start running it, how many local governments do I want to have in Nigeria? Now, the constitutional issue that followed this, the constitutional issue or complexity that would have followed that will be that then if I have to send allocations to local government, if you create yours and you say you have 120 local governments in your state, then I have to send allocation down to 120 local governments in your state. Where will it end? It won't end anywhere, and it won't go away for Nigeria. And that was the reason why Obasanjo took that, why I call it extra legal means, not necessarily illegal. If you go and read that judgment, the judgment first said Lagos State has no power to create local governments. The judgment went further to say that, but Obasanjo also, the federal government has no right or power to hold their money. Okay, not necessarily illegal, but it's just an extra legal step to curb the ripple effect of what Tinubu was trying to do. Okay, so you won't compare with the Sharia law, which is a law of a state. Each state in Nigeria has its own law. Ekiti State criminal law, Ondo State criminal law, they all have their laws. If such law contradicts what is contained in the Constitution, the Attorney General of the Federation will go to court and trash it out. And if they feel that there is no need to go to court, we just allow this thing is going to die, then it dies off naturally. You won't compare it with something that could have ripple effect on all states in Nigeria and become a serious issue for the federal government in sending, allocation to every hundreds of local government that other states will be creating by then. So that's my take on Obasanjo, and my final take is that his letter has no consequence, it has no significance. It's something that Nigerians should just disregard and just keep the same way we kept all his 3 letters to Jonathan. That's no effect at all.
He loves writing letters, doesn't he, Baba Yabo? Eh?
Is
he a frustrated Wole Soyinka? Is he a frustrated Wole
Soyinka? I want to disagree with Ogbeni that his letter carry no weight or cannot affect anything. Look, go to history, several letters that Obasanjo have written against past leader. That letter always, particularly at a very critical time when nation is facing problem, his letter have brought several presidents down in that country. It was Obasanjo letter that brought down Shagari. It was Obasanjo government that brought down what do you call it? Jonathan. It was Obasanjo government. He wrote a very fantastic letter against Buhari as well. We saw it. He was the one that started that informed the nation, colonization and Islamization. So look, when Obasanjo write, you just read what he write and separate it from Obasanjo himself. Then you can get the message right. He is the content of his letter, and most of the time, are of national interest. You might not forget about Obasanjo, might not be your man, but go and just the content of his letter, represent the national interest of that country than the interest of any person. So don't say it doesn't carry weight or it cannot affect. It could at this time that Nigerians have been pushed to the wall. Nigerians are frustrated. Nigerians are frustrated people, angry and mad indeed. So look, okay, let's keep watching. But that letter is a very strong, and that is why you see Tinubu team shaking and trying to, inject some tribal attack against Obasanjo in response to the letter. It carries a lot of weight, and it can pull those people down if Obasanjo really get into this campaign in support of Obi. We can look at it. Some of us that doesn't really like Obasanjo as a person could look at it, oh, he cannot have anything. But I'm telling you, it will give confidence to people that never are confident in Igbo leadership in that country, because Obasanjo represents a national leader that everybody in that country respect. So Yoruba people might not like him because he never stand for any tribal thing that go in the interest of Yoruba other than the interest of Nigeria. So some Yoruba might not like him, but others across the country, they respect that man. I'm telling you, Igbo respect him, Hausa respect him, people in the Niger Delta respect. People respect that man. They accept him as a leader of a country and not a tribal man that it doesn't represent any tribal sentiment or anything whatsoever. So that is what makes Obasanjo different from other leaders in that country. Yeah.
Can I quickly speak to that?
All right. So you have the floor back. So speak to that, Ogbeni, and then round off that space. And then I want to go on next from you to Fatai, because I want to take that question round. But speak to that, round off that space, and then stay there. I still want to speak to you about the hit list of Atiku Abubakar that is telling us that nearly 100 and something APC functionaries are working with him. But round off the Obasanjo letter space, and then I'll go to Fatai and then come back to you at some point.
Okay, thank you. See, when we say Obasanjo write a letter and is bringing down a government, it's the narrative. It's just an explanation from our own imagination. I don't see it as the weight of his letter bringing down any government. There are letters he has written in the past that never achieved anything. If you go back to Izeogu, during the time after that coup, Obasanjo wrote a letter to Irozi. What did that letter achieve? It achieved nothing. Go and read that book. Obasanjo himself wrote the book titled Izeogu, but the author, Obasanjo. He wrote several letters which achieved nothing. When Ojukwu was about to start his war, he wrote a letter also to Ojukwu. What did he achieve? Never achieved anything. Yes, some of his letters as a content of his letter has probably come to reality, while some have not. So when you look at that pattern, you can't conclusively tell that his letter will achieve anything. After all, January 2019, before the 2019 election, he wrote a letter to Buhari, and after they conducted the election, and he supported Atiku. And what happened to that letter? The letter failed. Buhari won again, despite his letter of January 2019. We all read that letter. So for Obasanjo to write a letter, yes, some people will listen to him, just like some people still listen to Charles Taylor to date in his country, from where he's speaking from. So some people will still listen to Obasanjo. But why I don't see, and I don't believe that the Tinubu camp is jittery about this. I don't. Because it's obvious that Obasanjo is supporting Peter Obi. So why are they, what's new to them? Are they just hearing that Obasanjo is supporting Peter Obi? The only thing that is different now is writing a letter. And that letter is writing. The content of the letter is what he has been saying all this while in some pockets, some different events. So what's new? There's nothing new from what Obasanjo is saying. And now, that said, you also talked about the Igbos liking Obasanjo, and you see, sometimes I look at it is where people put their interest. The Igbo never liked Obasanjo until today. He killed Okadigbo and some of their leaders. Don't forget, during his tenure, during his time in office. And he led Biafra.
How did he kill Okadigbo? What do you mean?
Okadigbo was smoked to death.
Sorry, I let him push through for time. Well, carry on.
Okadigbo was tear gassed by his boys, by the
Buhari was tear gassed by Jonathan. What are you talking about?
I'm not denying that. I said Obasanjo.
Yeah, did he personally go to kill him? You said he killed him. Police were doing their job when they are demonstrating. They tear gas them. So what's the big deal?
Police were doing their job. Somebody died during his tenure. He said police was doing their job.
So Obasanjo went on the street to kill Okadigbo. What kind of statement is that?
If you look at the narrative that came after in the press, in the media, you understand that was the disposition of people back then. That why would the only man we had at number 3 in the political space, you've been fighting this man, and eventually you guys tear gas this man and kill the man. Okay, and the Igbo never forgive Obasanjo for Biafra. Just the same thing, just the same situation they had against Awolowo till he died, and to date, until recently now that is following Obi. And if deep inside them, the Igbos, deep inside them, they still believe that Obasanjo betrayed them during Biafra. Why will he kill their people? Except for the fact that, okay, now he's supporting their people. So the narrative that the Igbo life and everybody liked Obasanjo throughout Nigeria, that is not the true narrative. They like Obasanjo for what he stands for now. But if tomorrow Obasanjo speak against Peter Obi, they will curse Obasanjo. So it's a matter of interest. It's not as if they love Obasanjo. So to round off my thoughts on that is that there is nothing new about Obasanjo letter. Everybody has known Obasanjo stand for Peter Obi. The only thing is he has reduced it into a letter now, and life continues.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ogbeni. Stay with us. So I want to go next from Ogbeni to Fatai. But on the way to Fatai, let me do a bit of administrative stuff. Just to acknowledge the super task that has been coming in. And it is my expectation this year that the super task should be coming in fairly frequently, not just from Alexander Gomez. So that was my expectation. But outside of the cycle of the festive season, hopefully that will be the case. Pardon me. So Alexander Gomez super task to say, I really don't like this Falaye narration, folks. Does anyone actually think in a free and fair presidential election, Falaye can defeat Obasanjo? Come on now. So yes, there's an argument there. Falaye was I'm not sure that Falaye can defeat Obasanjo even in a free and fair election. It's a simple answer to that. Because Falaye is maybe it's not, but because he was a federal minister at some point, but is very much in the political lexicon and feel of Nigeria. Is very much a sectional and a regional figure. People see him very much as a Yoruba man. So he will command a lot of votes in Yoruba land, but I'm not quite sure that he will command a sufficient enough votes nationally to defeat Obasanjo. We've always said that Obasanjo is a Nigerian over and above everything else. Falaye's popularity in Yoruba land, free and fair election or not, it cannot defeat Obasanjo. So I concur with you somewhat, Alexander Gomez. I really don't like this Falaye narration. Does anyone actually think in a free and fair election, Falaye can defeat Obasanjo? I certainly do not think that. But thank you for the super chat, Alexander. Engineer comes in with the super chat. If Atiku will win 2023 presidential election, please don't thumbs up. So he's going a roundabout way to invite people to hit the like button. We invite you always, but you don't really seem to pay any heed. But engineer now paying you to click on the like button. It says, if Atiku will win the 2023 presidential election, don't thumb up. If Tinubu will win the 2023 presidential elections, thumb up. So that's all somewhat of an opinion poll then, somewhat. It's a curiosity. Actually, I'll do a poll on that just to sample the feel of the platform. So I'm going to say who will win the elections, and then I'll put 3 names. We all know where it will go, but of course, we'll do a mini poll just off the back of your super chat, engineer. Engineer still with the super chats. Professor Ajanle Koko, Obasanjo will U-turn to Atiku. Just watch. From second to third week now, the table will change. Hell, engineer, hell will freeze over before Obasanjo turns to Atiku. You know, hell, it will freeze over. It will become like an ice block.
Engineer got it wrong completely.
No.
He got it wrong, engineer.
Maybe he's been drinking Origin again. It's the festive season. Have you been drinking Origin
He eat
again?
banana. He eat banana. Banana is sweet for his mouth.
Ogogoro talking. That's Ogogoro talking, right? What are you talking about? Are you on some special brew? Special brew. Thank you for the special brew super chat. So thank you for the special brew super chat. Kulata joins in the super chatting space only really to wish everybody a happy new year. So that's Kulata then, expanding to the totality of everybody that's watching us now and will watch us on repeat. Kulata wishes you the best that the year has to offer. So thank you for that, Kulata, and a happy new year to you too. So thank you for that, Kulata. Engineer comes back. There one man, 11 APC governors, while 52 reps and senators working for us. Wow, what a 2023 best election. So thank you for that super chat, engineer. But that's one of the talking points. You probably came in laterally, but that's one of the readouts that we'll be contending with. So thank you for all of the super chats. And of course, the Buy the Coffee space still open. Only really to have one sole occupant. You all know who occupies that space, of course. You can all say it together. The Buy the Coffee space, as ever, Ayo. He immediately does it just as soon as the session starts. So that's Ayo doing as he always does ever since that place was innovated into the space. So thank you, Ayo. So now let me now take the conversation in the direction of Fatai. And Fatai, to you, is this the third term by proxy that we're seeing with Obasanjo? You know, there are certain telling signs in this essay that Obasanjo wrote. First, he referred to Peter Obi, who is trying to persuade the landscape that he wants to be the next Nigerian president. He refers to him as a mentee. And a mentee, of course, must have a mentor. So that's one. And then, of course, it says Peter Obi will be the sort of the president that if he's erring, they can go and pull his ears. So it's essentially a puppet on a string being orchestrated by a puppet master. But the Obasanjo essay, Fatai, does he add or remove anything to the hustle towards that Aso Rock said? Does it add anything to Obi's trajectory, Fatai?
One man, thank you for coming. your super chat, they are just raising new channels of talk, but let's not go into all of them. But you are right. Not only hell, even heaven will freeze over for before Obasanjo endorses Atiku. As a matter of fact, Obasanjo's endorsement of Peter Obi is to hurt Atiku. It's less about Tinubu, more about to take as much a vote away from Atiku as possible. Obasanjo, the last thing Obasanjo will give his life for Atiku not to be president. That one is that's like very clear. But so that's right about that. Then I'll just make a 10 seconds comment about Alexander's super chat about Olufalaye's narration. Well, it's the same thing we are saying now. If Olufalaye did not have a chance to win because the Yoruba supported Olufalaye 90%, if the presidency was micro-zoned to Yoruba, then why are we talking about Olufalaye could not win? The same thing now, if the election is micro-zoned to the southeast, can Peter Obi win it by himself in a free and fair election? Can Peter Obi win Tinubu? No, he can't. So the same logic, if Olufalaye could not win, if they allow the micro-zoning to Yoruba to take hold, with Yoruba choosing their own candidate, if that is the point, then why are you telling us now that Peter, we should all micro-zone it to Peter Obi? Peter Obi by himself cannot win. So if you are saying Olufalaye could not win, Peter Obi also cannot win by himself. So that kind of balances out that narration. If Olufalaye could not win, Peter Obi could not win. So nobody should support anybody. Let all just have a free and fair election and let the winner win. So Obasanjo's this thing was a pseudo. I think the last time I said it, Obasanjo's presidency was a pseudo Yoruba microzoning. It was not real Yoruba because Yoruba people never voted for Obasanjo. It was a micro where Yoruba has only ever produced a Shonekon as president, and that is not the president. Yoruba has never produced any president. If Tinubu said it is Yoruba's turn, it's not totally wrong. It's not totally Yoruba has never produced. The Igbos have produced Azikwe, Agoin Rose. Everybody is produced. Yoruba has never produced. But at any rate, it's not about the big tribes. Why can't an Urobo man produce president? Why can't a Shekiri man? Why can't, I don't know, whoever? It should not be about that. The only zoning in the Nigerian constitution is north and south. It rotates to north, it rotates to south. In that, after that, it's everybody's game. Go and play your game. If you win, you win. There's no micro zoning to have. If we keep on promoting micro zoning, we're going to keep having problem in Nigeria. The only thing that it makes sense in this situation to micro zoning, even I will support it, to the southeast, to the Yoruba, just so we get behind us all the civil war situation, because it seems like whether you like it or not, it's in the air that people are afraid of the civil war situation, that if you give it to the Igbos, like we don't know. But let's just do it and get away with it. I don't think if you beat Peter Obi will bring a second civil war to Nigeria. You understand?
Yeah. Can I touch that? Sorry.
I just finished this sentence and then you can interject. If Peter Obi wins, he will not crash Nigeria. Certainly, we are only talking capacity. We are talking these people who have capacity, who have more capacity. Tinubu or Peter Obi. That's the only thing that is clear now is that for the stability of Nigeria, Atiku being president 2023 will bring tremendous pain to the stability of strain. Let me not pain, strain to the stability of Nigeria. That is the only argument. Every other, let Tinubu and Peter Obi go and contest. Whoever wins, wins. For me personally, the only thing I have against Peter Obi is just that it is so short a time. It is practically impossible for Peter Obi to win. Practically impossible to win in this short amount of time without a sound record to rely on. All his record in Anambra and nothing to write home about. Actually, in reality, except you are just trying to beat around the bush, they are nothing to write home about. With no record to run, you want to be president in like two it's very difficult against a man who actually has great records. That's all. It's not even about Yoruba or anything. These things will continue.
Sorry, Fatai. Are we too quick to be somewhat derisory about Peter Obi's achievements in Anambra State?
No.
Because Anambra State is not quite the weight and size of Lagos. So if you want to, on the optics of it, talk about its achievement, then it will always be sorry, who's that? It will always be dwarfed by somebody like Tinubu, who had Lagos, which was a country on its own in terms of the size of the economic space. So
None,
he's able to have more of an impact because he has a vast fortune to play with.
no. That's not there are many states who don't have capacity as Anambra. There are states that don't have as much capacity as Anambra in Nigeria. So that argument really doesn't really hold. It's not about the size of Lagos or the wealth of Lagos or anything. Lagos was not. If we leave aside the wealth of Lagos, Lagos was under tremendous it was under tremendous pressure. Tinubu was fighting against federal government. Lagos was stifled. At least Anambra was not stifled. They were giving them their money. Peter Obi had what it takes to make some impact in Anambra. It's not the wealth of Lagos that made Tinubu to be able to devise a lasting solution to Beach. It's not the wealth of Lagos. Federal government was pumping into Beach every year billions and billions, pouring sand into Beach. And that problem has been there as long as Lagos existed until Tinubu came and devised a lasting solution to the problem of Beach, to the point that not only the problem is gone, we have being built in that space that is recovered the biggest USA embassy in the whole of the world. This guy is a genius. If this guy, his health is the only problem, if his health is out of the way, there will not be contention. This guy, one has to give credit to where credit is due. Has nothing to do with Yoruba. This problem of garbage is bigger than the problem of erosion in Anambra. So Anambra had a big problem of erosion. The totality of money that Peter Obi invested, or Anambra money that Peter Obi invested, it's hundreds of millions of dollars. In all together, maybe over all of them together, over 300 or maybe $400 million. That thing will solve all of the erosion problems. It will solve everything. It would even solve the next. It would even help Abia State if you wanted. It took all of them. This is a conscious decision. It's not like it's incapacity. It's incapacity. Can't do it. He made a conscious decision. He chose path when he came to Anambra to go certain path. These were his choice. He made a conscious decision to invest necessary money of Anambra. And he did it. Not only he just did like he did the investment properly, he invested it in companies, which he had tremendous influence or whatever it is, in which he essentially almost is so at least some of them were his company. So these were choices that Peter Obi made. On the back of these choices that he made, do we want Nigeria to become another investment program of Peter Obi? This is the question. As if Peter Obi comes out today and said, "Oh, what I did, this is what I was trying to achieve, and then this thing happened, or this was the mistake," we will understand that he was trying to do something, he made a mistake, but he's still standing on that thing today. That I made investment in Anambra, I made investment in Anambra. This is the problem. He's not a man who has recognized that those things he did to Anambra, they are not small stuff. He doesn't recognize it. He's bouncing on it. He came into this campaigning on it. When a Soludo points out about one of the investment, heaven froze over. Everybody went for it. Why? We don't want a country that we cannot speak. We have to be able to speak. Some people cannot just be coming after.
Yeah. Fatah, can I interject now?
Sure.
All right. Yeah, go on.
I picked some points in your analysis. The first point I picked, you said microzone and zoning. When it was zoned to the south under OBJ's time, the southeast and south left it for the southwest to decide. However that played, brought OBJ in. Yes, zoned. It was zoned to the south, but microzoned to the southwest. So the question now is, if you are talking about zoning now, why can't the Southwest, okay, micro zone it to the Southeast? Now you are talking about situating.
Please, can you repeat that again? Sorry.
You talked about micro zoning and zoning.
No, I understand. I understand what your point. I just wanted you to land, so I don't want to
eh,
cut you.
all right. Let him land. Go on now, Ife.
Now, the second point is you are talking about the U.S. Embassy in Lagos, more or less along the coastal waterway of a sovereign nation. Have we even thought about the security implication for the nation itself? Because now you are putting a sophisticated embassy on more or less that's the perimeter of your international waterways.
Yeah.
What are the
This is
security
another
implications?
argument. This is not about. We are talking about the
Wait now,
capacity.
waiting now. This for me is even a security threat to the Nigerian space itself, irrespective of what they want to do, because that place is more or less an island on its own. So if any security operation is going on in Nigeria, Nigeria has more or less no capacity to even stop whatever is coming into our own, international space. Because even their warship is guarding the Nigerian oil reserve that we have. And we are still having oil theft in Nigeria. In this administration, no revenue was remitted to the federal allocation account from oil sales. First time in Nigerian history. The third point that you talked about is ecological disaster in Anambra State, erosion. What conscious effort has Lagos State government done in stopping people buying the swamp forest areas, filling swamp forest areas, such that it is now affecting the Lagos waterways?
Okay, I
Because
get your point.
wait,
Before you are
yes, if
raising
you
too
want
many
to look
points,
at
before I
all
do.
those places you are talking about now, part of the problem.
All right, Ife, let him address the 2 points that you have made, and let this conversation take place between Ife and Fatai. Let him address those two spaces, just so that he's not overwhelmed by. Fatai, address
Okay,
that, and then Ife can come back.
okay. The first point you raised, I don't even know that. I mean, you are taking. You are. I don't know. I think you are misconstruing my point. I don't. The first one, microzoning to southwest, the southeast microzone. Peter Odile, Obasanjo was already
You
president.
said zoning and microzoning.
I know. I know. You
I,
said.
I want to believe microzoning was to the southwest, but zoning to the south. So my question is,
Wait.
why can't we now microzone it to the
I
southeast?
get it. I get your point. What I'm saying, you said it was microzone to whatever south, Peter or delete, and then Obasanjo took it. Obasanjo was already press. It was I don't even get that connection. You know.
No.
Peter
I
Odili,
never said Odilio. I
you said
said
Odili.
you from your own statement said it is zoned, that the presidency is zoned in Nigeria. That was now microzoned to the southwest. When it was microzoned to the southwest, I'm now saying that even when it came to the south, the Igbos or the southeast and south side left it for the Yoruba space to decide, for us to decide amongst ourselves.
Okay. You are
However,
totally.
that politics played out,
You are
Obasanjo
totally
came
off
out.
point. We are no. You are totally nobody
So are you?
microzoned it. They did wait now. Nobody left it for Yoruba, the southwest, the southeast. Nobody left anything to the Yoruba. We came into the dispensation, and the Northerners just chose Obasanjo or the military or whatever it is. They just chose Obasanjo. They didn't say, okay, we give it to the south though, and use south to go and decide though, and then the south left it to Obasanjo. That's not the point. I don't. That's totally off point. What about zoning and micro zoning? I am saying in the constitution of Nigeria, in the constitution of Nigeria, there is only region, your north and south region. That is what the constitution recognizes. This rotation is rotated between the north and the south, and when it goes to the north, then it comes to the south. When this
Yeah,
happens,
then I've achieved my question. My question is for you to rephrase the way you've put your submission
no,
earlier.
no, no, submission is
Because
totally
you were putting it in form of, okay, it came to the south. Where it came to the south, the
no, no, no.
microzone
You
into
didn't
the
listen.
southwest.
No, no, you
Now,
didn't hear me very
yeah.
well. You didn't hear me very well. You it's only these two
So
rotations.
now address the issue of the embassy I raised.
Well,
Oh,
you are not a security expert to determine that it's a security threat. Number one, that's no. Number two, I am not speaking to those implications. I am speaking to the problem that was on ground. The problem was solved to the point, to the extent that there is so much confidence a United States is building its embassy on that. When the federal government was pouring sound there, the United States is not going to build their embassy on the sound that the federal government was pouring into Babish every year with billions and billions and billions. But somebody, a Tinubu came with his team, whatever, they devised a lasting solution to the point that it brought so much confidence a United States could decide to build its own embassy, the biggest in the world,
yes,
on that thing.
I'm telling you that part of the problem that caused that Babish was because people were feeling
Who is
water
Sam
waste. Yes,
You are
now
not getting,
all those
wait, you are
Lekki
not
area were
getting.
they not
No.
area?
Hold on, gentlemen. I think you are deviating of the point that Fatah is making. Irrespective of who was feeling it, there was a problem that had been subsisting in that Bad Beach area, that the floods were subsuming people's properties. And Tinubu found such an elegant solution to it that not only did it solve that problem, it actually transformed that place into one of the choice real estate spaces,
Exactly.
not only in Nigeria, but Africa. And so prestige was the area that, and the point that you were making about the security undertones of the world's foremost superpower building a large edifice on a coastal line that goes into the international space. That point you are making is not lost. Is not lost. But the point that Fatai was making was that the space, that the creation of that space to make it attractive to as high up as the Americans was entirely down to the ingenuity of Tinubu, a
That's my
problem that
point.
has been subsisting in Nigeria for decades. And he solved it with such elegance to attract the foremost country in on the planet. So I
Not,
think
not,
that,
yeah, yeah. Thank you, one man. Not only he solved it with so much elegance, he solved it so much. Like it was not like it was like so painless. Nobody even sit back to think about what a great way what a device he came up with. That's the point. The security thing you are talking about, we are not security experts. But even if you want to talk about the security, you have to come at it at the point of view of an understanding of geopolitics of the world. The Atlantic Ocean is a great asset of the world. In fact, nobody is allowed to touch it. So you have to bring in situations of geopolitics, security implications, not only of Nigeria, but also of the world. There is a lot of geopolitical calculations that will go into that space for you to have a legitimate debate regarding that. You understand? So that point, you have to be
So
accepted.
are you telling me that that place is not along the Nigerian territorial waters? Because if you are talking about the geopolitics of the world and the Atlantic Ocean, there is what you call a country's territorial waters, which is defined by its landmass relative to the Atlantic Ocean.
Excuse me, that there
Because
is
if we are talking about the Atlantic Ocean now, what's it called? Part of the problem we are seeing in the Ukraine-Russian war is part of all these disputes about territories. We have the South China Sea dispute. We have what's it called? Even the U.S. territorial waters. So
brother, you are taking this argument so
no,
to.
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing. I'm only telling you that don't embellish a situation. Yes,
I'm not
that
embellishing any situation.
that push the other candidate more or less useless.
What I mean,
I'm not an Obi fan.
I'm
I'm
not
not a
pushing.
Tinubu fan. I'm not a Atiku fan. But what I'm just trying to say is we should not downplay everybody's right. All of them have their capacity,
Even
but the
if
question
All
even
is,
right.
if
we
even
All
if
should
you
right.
leave
want
the
to,
space for the Nigerians to decide.
yeah, even if
Thank,
you
thank
want to
you,
make
thank you, Ife. So,
even if you want to make
hold on,
that point.
hold on, Fatai. Thank you, Ife. So, Fatai, respond to what Ike said. Ife rather said, then round off the Tinubu, round off rather the Obasanjo essay. I'm keen to get to Thomas, who is about to go off to work. But yes, so back to you, Fatai.
Yeah, even if you want to make the point you're making, it's not to create an argument out of space about that has to do with world's geopolitical calculations. That has nothing to do with the Obi Tinubu this thing. The argument I'm making regarding Tinubu stands on its own. That Tinubu created and his ingenuity was so amazing. That's all I'm saying. Whether with Peter Obi, I'm not putting anybody down. All I'm saying is that in short amount of time, if you're going to take control of a country, in the minimum, you at least have to be somebody with a great track record. You can't take control of a country in such short amount of time without any record, without nothing. If you want to talk about your record, and that's why I laid down, I went into the record. Like for me, my own personal opinion, I don't think it's a great record. And I'm saying that without even if it's okay, even if it's normal, it's not extraordinary. Peter Obi was not a transformative leader in Anambra. A transformative leader is till today we are still seeing we are still benefiting from transformation of Awolowo. We are benefiting from transformation of Jakonde. We are benefiting from we are still seeing the transformation of Tinubu. We need somebody who can create sustainable and transformative, bring sustainable and transformative situation to Nigeria. Not somebody that you bring something and after 2 days we can't find it. You say, oh, go and verify. We don't need to verify. We need something that is long lasting. We don't need a solution for just the 2 days there. We need a solution that is long lasting. That's the point I am making about with regard to that. About the Obasanjo letter. Look, Obasanjo is only for Obasanjo. About everybody, there is this myth that Obasanjo is a unified, is a true Nigerian. No, Obasanjo has been against every tribe of Nigeria, maybe least against the northern part. But it was in the it was he led the final clearing of the civil war. Although the civil war basically had ended, he just led the military to do the clear up. So Obasanjo uses I am a Nigerian and I'm not a true Nigerian when it suits him. When it suits him, it's not Obasanjo is only for Obasanjo. Obasanjo supporting Peter Obi has nothing to do with whether Obasanjo is a true Nigerian. Obasanjo hates Atiku. He hates Atiku. Maybe I don't know who he hates more, Atiku or the devil. And Peter Obi's candidacy hurts Atiku. That's all. Obasanjo is supporting Obasanjo to lesser extent against Tinubu. He doesn't like Tinubu also, but he can let go of that space. He can let go. But Obasanjo can never let go of Atiku. If you support Tinubu, okay, it's more or less the same fight between APC and PDP. It doesn't the same thing. But if you want to hurt Atiku, you have to support AOB, you have to support a Kwankwaso. Let these people take away votes from Atiku. Then you are against Atiku. It doesn't have to do. Obasanjo doesn't have particular love for Peter Obi. If he doesn't need him, we will dump him in 2 minutes. So it's not really about being Nigerian, or he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to look like a Yoruba person. That's why he doesn't support Tinubu. Obasanjo is Obasanjo. Obasanjo goes after Obasanjo's interest, and that Afenifere is a little bit different. Pa Adebanjo is a sincere person because Pa Adebanjo has been following this space of this thing between Yoruba Igbo since the time of Awolowo and this thing. It was even a part of Awolowo's team. They were going to negotiate or whatever. Anyway, I don't remember I think Azikwe, whoever it was, that they could, if they had the merger, they thought they felt they had a chance to defeat. I think was it Shagari, or I think Shagari at that time. So Afenifere with Pade Banjo That you can see that as genuine. You can see that as genuine. But even Afenifere is not totally united on that front, supporting Peter Obi. It's a divided house with regard to that. But Obasanjo is only for Obasanjo. Always has been, always will be. Has nothing to do with the love for anybody or anything. The only service is doing to for the stability of Nigeria is to be against Atiku. I'm not against Atiku as a person. I believe Atiku is a Nigerian. He has the right to aspire for anything he wants. This is our this thing. But there is a recognition of rotation. It's not good for the stability of Nigeria. Power to stay from Buhari to Atiku will be a lot of problem. And Atiku, from his own record, has not shown to be a man who can bring everybody together. This one, a unifier, is only talking about it. Atiku is a very vindictive person. He will go after everybody. He will go after Wike. He will go after everybody. His friends.
If Atiku wins, if Atiku wins, Wike has to go into exile. No question about that.
He will go. Atiku is very loyal to his friends. Only to his friends. He's very loyal. On one condition though, if Atiku wins and Wike goes to prostrate like Obasanjo before Atiku, maybe on that condition, maybe because Atiku loves people that are loyal to him. He loves his inner circle. He loves people that are loyal to him. He loves it will make you rich if you can lick his feet. So and then the last point I would like to make is the local government thing. I will just make it briefly and leave. Lagos State recognized the complication of creating new local government, right? So they didn't outrightly create new local government. That's why they call it local council area. The federal Obasanjo had a choice to maintain status quo. If I don't remember how many local governments there were, but let's assume there were 10, and now Tinubu comes and creates 15 local councils. Obasanjo had the option to send only money for 10 local governments to Tinubu. Tinubu will have a very weak argument in the court to make, but he stopped all of them. It doesn't affect it doesn't mean every other state will start creating. If they create, it's their own problem, it's their own stupidity. Lagos State did not create new local governments. He called it local council area. He called it to be able to bring to whatever in his own calculation, in his own whatever he said, to be able to bring more dividend, to bring the dividend closer to each local government. Also recognizing the population size of a Lagos State. They want things to go more local. So he created more local council. Obasanjo had no reason to fight Lagos State so hard, except he wanted to crush Lagos State, except PDP wins Lagos State. The way he deceived all the Yoruba states then in his second term, and they all supported him for presidency, and they all lost their states, the governors, except Tinubu. Another mark of genius of Tinubu, only him had the foresight to say, no, I'm not going along with it, and only Lagos survived. And only otherwise, the whole of Nigeria will be PDP today. There will not be opposition, except for Tinubu. He was the only person who stood up to PDP machine, who stood up to Obasanjo till today. So there's no way if he granted Lagos State, everybody will. Then also by that same logic, if the North State created Sharia, of course, also that one also could have effect across the country. Ogun State also can create Oro court. Anybody can create, Osho can create Oshun court. Everybody can create their own court now. If the North can create Sharia court, we can create the Obatala court. So that one also has potential to, just because we don't really we don't really have this thing, does not mean we should not be not punished. Does not mean we should not be taken for granted, because the other side, they are very passionate about the religion. Therefore you will stay away from them. But because we are not passionate. The only thing that we are passionate about is economic survival for Lagos. So Lagos created most local council area, not local government, local council area. The federal government had a choice not to send to them money for the new creation. Send to them status quo as it was. I will send you for 10 local government if it was 1 million for each local government and send you only 10 million. And if you Tinubu doesn't like it, let him go to court. That would be fine. But it was that thing was not a joke. It was a very serious problem for Lagos. Lagos State will have crashed. And
All right.
Obasanjo's letter doesn't mean anything. Obasanjo's letter means something when Obasanjo had weight. With all this letter now, the question is who is Obasanjo going to drive to Peter Obi? When Obasanjo had so much power, when PDP had so much power, when Obasanjo was military power, his letter meant something. Now the letter don't mean anything, and does not even have content. What is the content of the letter?
All right. Thank you, Fatai. Fatai, stay with us for as long as you can. I want to speak to you about the Atiku space as well, and these are secret meetings that he has been having with APC functionaries. But before that, let me go to Thomas, who is waiting patiently so he can have his say to go to work. But before I come to you, Thomas, let me just quickly acknowledge the buy the coffee that has been coming in. Let me acknowledge the buy the coffee that has been coming in. Meadowman joins. Sorry, my phone is beeping, my Instagram is beeping, everything is beeping. Meadowman joins Ayo in the buy the coffee space. Really, I think this is pretty much within the festive space. So that's Meadowman who comes in to join Ayo. He comes in to join Ayo. Not satisfied with coming in to join Ayo, he decides to double it up and join Ayo yet again. So thank you, Meadowman, for that. So thank you, Meadowman, the elegant Meadowman. So from the elegant Meadowman to erudite from Australia. So there he is. No sunshades today. Congo Mojo Sunday. Kilo shele igoda. No sunshades today. Look at that.
Take it off, please.
Look at that.
Now. This is Adigunjali then.
Look at that. Who wears sunglasses? You know the clue is in the name. Sunglasses. No. Thank you, Thomas, for joining us. So you know where the conversation is. The essay by Tinubu, which seems to have, I keep saying Tinubu, the essay by Obasanjo, which seems to be dominating the political conversation today. But a lot of people are mystified why that essay is dominating. Some people will suggest that it is not breaking news that Obasanjo is endorsing Peter Obi. So he has written a formal letter, but has it caught you off guard, Thomas?
Oh, thank you so much. Happy New Year to everyone. This year is going to be the year of elevation for everyone in Jesus' name. Thank
Inshallah.
you. Like, share, and subscribe. I don't take Obasanjo serious for once. He has been writing letters upon letters, thousands letters upon letters. I don't take him serious in any way. Even though I like him, he's the best president so far in this fourth electionary, what do you call it? I forgot this English. Yeah, this fourth regime, or what do they call it that we hear now? Sorry?
No, carry on.
Oh, yes. So I give it to him. He's still the best president so far from 99 to date. But his endorsement, what is he bringing to the table? That is what I'm most concerned about. The endorsement. What is he bringing? What is he bringing on the table? I will start from the Southwest. Endorsing Peter Obi from the Southwest, it won't sway any vote, in my opinion. It won't sway any vote for Peter Obi. So for me, in the Southwest, it's totally useless. Endorsing him, the letter is totally useless. In the Southwest, which is my whole region, maybe in the Southeast, it's still nothing because they have chosen to vote for Peter Obi. Even if Peter Obi shoots somebody in the daylight today in the Southeast, they will still vote for him. So I don't think he's hiding anything in the west, in the southwest as well, in the southeast rather. In the north, maybe, maybe not. Maybe he will bring some vote. Maybe, maybe not. But in my own region, I don't think he's bringing anything on the table in terms of voting. The Yorubas, they will vote for who they want to vote for, and which I think they are going to vote Tinubu. So the letter doesn't sway me in any way at all.
Where do you think
Obasanjo
that
has been
sorry, Thomas, where do you think that letter is targeted towards? Because I would suggest that letter, and I agree with what you've said, by the way. Obasanjo holds no real sway in Yoruba land. I'm not sure that there's a senior Yoruba person that aligns with him politically or in his commentaries about the national space. So his letter doesn't hold any sway in Yoruba land, I would suggest. And his letter, whilst it will be a real confidence boon to the Southeast, it is not adding any new voters to Peter Obi in Igbo land, not a single one. So that letter then is targeted towards the North, where Obasanjo has the most respect in Nigeria and he has the most influence because the Northerners, they pay attention to him. But how do you think this letter will impact in the North?
There is nobody Baba Iyabo is going after. Is Atiku. There's no, in my opinion, I may be wrong, but what I think is targeting Atiku. Obasanjo has not forgiven Atiku. He said he has forgiven him as a Christian. That is what he said. But he doesn't swear that Atiku is guilty of the offense Obasanjo alleges him of. So I don't think he has forgiven him totally. So it's just to douse down the number of Atiku's vote in the north. And Kwankwaso is there, Tinubu is there as well. It's just to not let Atiku be the president of Nigeria. In my opinion, that is what I think Obasanjo is doing. But there is no vote. No. Some people say Obasanjo have political relevance. If you say Obasanjo doesn't have political relevance, that person may be in another planet. Obasanjo has political relevance. But in talk less of votes, you can't be a president in Nigeria unless you had votes in the Southwest. There is no how you can be a president in Nigeria if you don't win the Southwest. And Obasanjo cannot control the Southwest to vote for anybody. No. N-O, capital N-O. So Obasanjo is just, well, he has the rights to support anybody he wants to support, which I don't take it for him, and I respect him for that. But in time, what I'm focusing on votes, what is he bringing on the table for Peter Obi in the Southwest? Southeast is locked down for Peter Obi already, but in the Southwest, you can't win election unless you win in the Southwest. Obasanjo's letter doesn't sway Yorubas. Obasanjo's letter doesn't sway me. If I'm in Nigeria,
do you think Obasanjo is acting alone, or do you think is acting on behalf of a section of the power brokers? Because we earlier discussed that Obasanjo's backing of Peter Obi is somewhat sounds familiar with the prescription of the sort of president that Babangida said he wanted Nigeria to have for the future. Within that 60-year-old age bracket, that was what Babangida told us, a nationalistic appeal, somebody that is not seen especially as sectional. So for all of the critics of Peter Obi, even though they will say his followership is sectional, nobody can say Peter Obi is a sectional person. It's not a tribalist, we can say that. So he takes that ticket as well. So he has a national view, and he must have international appeal because he's educated, he's presentable, and he's contemporaneous. So all of those prescriptions that Babangida recommended for the next president of Nigeria, they are all wrapped into Peter Obi, who then happens to now to be the mentee of Obasanjo. So if he aligns with Babangida's prescription, and Abdul Salami is Babangida's boy, and the association between Obasanjo and Babangida is long-standing, are we seeing a section of the cabal actually, not the cabal of the Asoroko, but the traditional power brokerage spaces in Nigeria, are we seeing a section of them actually endorsing Peter Obi with Obasanjo arrowhead in that space?
Can I counter Thomas 1 minute? He said you can't be president except you win in Southwest. Is that what he said earlier?
Yeah, that was what he said. But okay, counter him. Also, sorry, counter him, and then Thomas go to what I presented to you. But counter him, yeah.
Obasanjo became president without winning in Southwest, so you don't have to wait in Southwest before you become president in Nigeria. So I just want to let you know that.
Right. That's fine. You can say that, but Buhari tried 3 times. He got almost 11 million votes or 10 million votes thereabouts. He didn't win
because
the election.
Buhari couldn't win in any part of the South. If Buhari has won in the South, with those votes he's been consistently getting in the North, he would have been the president earlier, but he couldn't win at all in the South. All his winning concentrated only in the North. So just to let you know, Obasanjo was a president twice. I mean, the first time without winning in the Southwest. So.
All right, Thomas, go back to that scenario that I presented you. That Obasanjo, even though he's the arrowhead,
I remember.
Go to that space.
To me, it could be. Don't let us deceive ourselves, because the arrow is pointing to Peter Obi. If you are saying that, we are denying ourselves. Babangida said 60 thereabout. Peter Obi is 61 or 62, if I'm not mistaken. They said they want new, like a fresh or younger in age. He falls in Peter Obi's court. We can say that, no doubt about that. But did Peter Obi have the cachet? Peter Obi has to still prove himself beyond reasonable doubt to Nigerians that is fit to handle the post he's vying for. We talked about going around churches around. In this 31st, we just left. He did the same thing. He was in one church. Even the stupid pastor was shouting, Obikere keke, Obikere, in a pulpit. In a pulpit of God. The pastor himself shouting, Obikere keke. No, you don't do that. No, you don't do that. It's unacceptable. So is it showing example of a good leadership? To me, 0. If you were in the church, if they can, many times the kings, they went to redeem camp. Baba will just recognize them. He will never call them to this pulpit to come and speak. Politicians go to churches, they will just recognize them. Senator so is here, and they will be on their seat, not going on the pulpit, campaigning in the church. Even though people are speaking against it, he's still doing the same thing. This crossover 31st, is it showing a good example? No. So Nigerians is the cabals outside Aso Rock, they may like him to be there, but he has to still convince Nigeria that he has brain and he can do the job. So to me, Obasanjo letter doesn't show anything. The old cabals, I count Babangida, Buhari, I count them as old cabals. They don't have anything in our election today. OBJ endorsed Atiku. Did Atiku win the election? No. He said he has forgiven him. Does that make Atiku the president the last time? No. So To me, Obasanjo, I respect Baba. Is Ebora who I respect him, but his letter is amount to nothing, zero, in my opinion, especially in the southwest.
Okay, so now the question is, why has it chosen to release the letter? Because of course, like you said, it's not breaking news. So I think even the most ardent of obedience, they will not say that nobody saw this coming. We all knew that Peter Obi was Obasanjo's candidate, so we all knew that. So it's not breaking news. But why has it released this letter, this long essay, at this particular point in time? There is an argument that Peter Obi's campaign is visibly faltering to the view of everybody. It is starting to falter. In fact, it's faltering heavily, and the momentum is dissipating completely. So there's an argument to say that this letter essentially, because you've seen all of the Obi rallies, empty stadiums, empty arenas all over the place, in like about 4 rallies in succession. So there's an argument that this essay was released by Obasanjo to give an injection of energy to the Obi faltering campaign. Is that argument, does it have any validity? Is it something that you can relate to?
Excellent. He has something to do with that. Everything is his campaign is there's no equivocation. The campaign is going down. Enigmatic said something some months ago. He said, when the big boys comes out, you will know the big boys. You know the big boys. When the big boys comes out, the small boys, they will lie low. So that is what happened. There's Peter Obi is not have any problem. It's because the big boys are out. The big boys, the elephant in the house, they are out now. So the kind of doesn't caught me unaware or surprise to me. I've been saying that a countless of time. You can remember that. But this letter, maybe it will boost it a little bit. If not, well, it's good. I'm not object to him, but this letter will really bring him out again. If people have forgotten about Obi now, this letter now, Obi just appear again in the news again now, because the letter will bring him out again to boost the morale of the obedient, or even those people that are not obedient, that love him. I have many people that are not obedient, but they just love Peter Obi. Even in Yoruba land, I spoke to many people, Yoruba, they just like him, maybe his simplicity, or all these boju that is the guy is using, as he's not a politician. So maybe he has used that one to convert some people, which is really fine. But it really boosts up the morale a little bit. And just see it in 2 or 3 days, it will go down again. Because the big boys are out.
Are you expecting it to last 2 or 3 days? I don't think it'll last that long in the.
I said, let me just give him a benefit of doubt.
No.
Yeah, this letter now will go.
By tomorrow, you'll be gone. If not, you'll be gone. Yeah.
Yeah, it will be gone. The problem, I keep on saying this. People said maybe I'm not sounding like a broken record. Peter Obi is a good man. He's a good candidate in his own way, in his own capacity. The problem is the party. It's just the party. There is nothing. It's just the party. If Peter Obi is in PDP ticket now, the momentum will be, gingered up. People will resonate with him. The PDP has made name for themselves. APC have made name for themselves. It's just the party. That's the problem of Peter Obi. And all these boju, like he's not old guard that is using to cajole the obedience, that is not old guard. That is what is helping him. There is nothing else. There is nothing else, in my opinion. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Thomas. So, Thomas, I'll go on next from you to Ife. But before I go on to Ife, I've got a bit of good news to share with the platform. It's really brilliant news. We wait in anticipation for World Peace and his wife. but we are not waiting in anticipation of anymore for Baba Akure and his wife, who has asked me to share with you that his wife gave delivery of a bouncing baby boy 2 days ago. So Baba Akure is good news in his household. Ajanle Koko, Baba Akure. I think.
Congratulations. Wow, congratulations. Yeah, congratulations.
So the baby came on the 31st.
Yes, he told me 2 days ago. So yeah, yeah.
2
So
days.
yes. So
Today is first. That's gonna be on the 30th.
Yeah. So I was saying, is this a case of Abiodun?
Today is second. Today is second.
Yeah.
Today is second.
I wonder if we should start
No,
advertising.
today is first in you are in
Today is the
Australia.
first
Today is first in Canada.
Today is second here though, but you know, so I wonder, Ajale Koko, I wonder if we should start advertising the platform as an IVF space, because people everybody is just giving birth on the platform. Remember, DOG, he gave birth to his daughter here.
One man, you have become a little mobile.
Look at that. I think it's my bald hair, though. It's my, it's your blood, though. Oh no, well done, Baba Akure. So, a few words from you, Ajan Lekoko, and then we go to Ife. So, Baba Akure, he'll be coming to join us. But it's on. You can imagine.
How many? How many now for Baba Akure now? How many?
That's his fourth. 2 boys, 2 girls.
Oh, that's good. Wonderful. That's wonderful.
That's
Babati won't come follow more.
Look at that. Look at that. You see? So maybe when World Peace announces, I think I will start claiming myself as the Elewe Omo of Yoruba of Oyo land. It's amazing, you know.
Baba Olomo Wewe.
So congratulations to Baba.
Congratulations to Baba Akure. Ọlọ́run á dámọ sí o, Ọlọ́run á dáyàwó sí o. Wọ́n á túbọ̀ máa pọ̀ sí o lágbára Ọlọ́run.
One man.
A máa bí sí, a máa rẹ̀ sí o. A máa gbáyìn lórí ilẹ̀.
With your permission, one man. If we can send Baba Akure some little gift, if you don't mind.
I'll do that. No, that's tradition here. We'll be sending him what's it called? Vouchers. We'll be sending him vouchers. You know.
Yes, I would like to drop something if you don't mind.
But that's what we use some of the buy the coffee thing for. By the way, so we'll be sending him vouchers. Yeah. So we've had the only thing we are missing now is a marriage. Ajanle Koko. Unfortunately, we've had a death, and gladly we've had several births. You know, just for this noise making, not anything to do with us, but the people that we gathered together to form this family. We had Professor Dada Ho with his mother, and then we had DOG who announced his daughter, and then we've had World Peace who announced his son, and then now we have Baba Akure who announced his son. You know, so now we need a marriage now to complete everything.
Thomas.
One man, let me surprise you. He caught me unaware. The Baba Akure is still doing that thing.
I'm doing what thing? Look, kilo shema. What thing is it?
Don't give me. Let me calm down now. Let me finish. No. What I thought is maybe somebody that has finished getting. No. Oh, you don't listen to me. Listen first.
We know where you're going.
Yes. What I mean is that maybe somebody that has finished giving birth. That's what I mean.
That's why
I
asked. That's why I asked earlier that I was surprised. But he was fired at this. Okay.
No, Baba Akure is a young man. No, I think it's the rotundness of his body that. Yes, but yeah, it's a young man. Yeah, so
maybe we'll be looking forward to Rational Mind when maybe we tell us when he's getting married to a real African.
Yes, no, Rational Mind is on a special diet, isn't it? It's on a special diet.
When it happens, we will show up on behalf of the one-man crew to the wedding. We will show up there.
No, yes. If anybody gets married, I think I can promise Ajanle Koko, but I can certainly promise myself that we will turn up in Agbadas. Wherever in the world, we'll turn up in Agbada. I
That's
think,
right.
what's that guy, that young man in Italy or Spain or something from Edo? Do you remember him?
Oh, Danjuma.
Danjuma, he promised us he was getting married. So if he gets married, then we turn up in Spain or wherever and make a holiday of this. All right,
please, so
yeah.
somebody should get married in
Danjuma should be.
America.
We have not seen him. We have not seen him for a while.
America,
So
I
I
want
think
to
he's the
visit
one we'll be
America.
looking up to for marriage.
Thomas, we don't want you here, Thomas. We don't want you here. Stay in Australia, please. We don't want you in America, though.
I want to come to America. I want to come to America.
I don't know why you are in a better country than America.
One man, no. Let's not do that.
Yeah, in a civilized country. Why would you want to go to America?
The man was here last year. He was here last year. He's telling you.
One man jealous. Oh, jealous America now. One man jealous America now. Eh?
I've got one visit left. I've got one visit left in America, and that visit is going to last for 6 months. So I want to drive from. I will hire a van and pack all of my. And I want to drive from coast to coast, and then never come to that country again. Just
California,
yeah,
to Florida, or how? Are you
no, the furthest end to the furthest end. I have to figure it out, and then hire.
New York to California would be like the best. I mean. But the most enjoyable.
But is that coast to coast? So from the extreme north, from the furthest north to the furthest south. So
yeah, but I would say, to be biased, if you want to have a good time at coast to coast, I would say try California to Florida. Either way, you have the best time in the south.
Yeah, but I won't say the deep American. I won't say deep America.
You will see like Southern America.
Those are plastic people now. Botox and enhanced behinds and whatnot.
One man being low-key racist, but it's okay.
All right. So congratulations to Baba Kure. So let's get the conversation back on track, and let's take it then in the direction of Ife to give us his submission then on the Obasanjo space. So Baba Yabo, is he still living on past glory? Does he not know that time has moved on and is no longer as it was? But Baba Yabo, he shakes the space, but is the space shaking? Ife? Iveli.
Good evening, everybody. Obasanjo is a big figure in the world. He's a big figure in Africa. He's a big figure in Nigeria. So, is Obasanjo living on past glory? Yes. Is Obasanjo living on past glory? No. Because his viewpoints are still taken into consideration in world politics. The last time he was talking about the time he went to meet Macron to discuss about the insurgency in Sahel, that instead of going for military offensive, they should do more of scale and empowerment for people. Because if you go into military offensive, more people will still be used for terrorism purposes. But if you empower people and they are gainfully employed, it will reduce them. So that aside. The only issue I have with Obasanjo's letter is giving it an anti-Yoruba coloration. Obasanjo was trained as a military officer, and the military space, and if it is true that profession tends to affect people, and for the military space in general, they think as a whole, they don't think more of a regionalized way we do our things. The only exception to this is Buhari, So in the Nigerian space at large, Obasanjo is a big figure. Because if he's not a big figure, why is it that the politicians or our past presidents have always gone to him? At the end of the day, they will say they went there for what's it called, consultation. So if it's not relevant, why are you going to him? The only person that talked against going to the likes of Obasanjo and former military person, head of state, is Showore. He is the only person that these are still the people that endorsed the or that gave the consent to the problems caused by our present crop of politicians. So it means that he still holds sway in our political system, either we like it or not. It will be more or less lying to oneself or deceiving oneself to believe, okay, because you are from the Southwest, Obasanjo does not have a sway in Southwest. I'm telling you, most retired or near retired federal government employees, if you talk to them about Obasanjo is a bad leader, they will most likely abuse the hell out of you. Because it was Obasanjo that revamped the civil service for most civil servants to achieve whatever they are achieved today. The civil service in Nigeria was more or less like trash people. It was bad that every profession is noble, you know. But I want to tell you that at a time, a palm wine tapper was earning more than a teacher in Nigerian space. A palm wine tapper was earning more than a teacher in Nigerian space. So it was Obasanjo that.
Sorry, that's a bit of a misnomer because
Hello, one man, I'm telling you the truth.
Hold
Before
on.
Obasanjo,
I'm not saying that's not true, but I think that's a misdirected truth. Because a palm wine tapper, if you want to give him the fullness of his title, is a businessman. So if you're saying a businessman is earning more than a teacher, then rightly so.
in the Nigerian space, I don't think it should be.
One man, you are looking at, you are putting into context in Western world.
Exactly.
You know, in the context of Western world, the way Western world look at everybody that run any small business or so. But in Nigeria, you know, one tapper is nobody. You don't even give it. You don't even regard it.
It's not.
No.
Say nobody.
We are from Nigeria. One man.
Is he
Wine
not
tapper.
Am I right? Is he not a businessman, a palm wine tapper?
Palm wine tapper is a person, yes, it's a business, but it's a low level,
Is he not selling a popular product? Is he not selling a popular product?
It's a low level. You don't even put it in the context of a person running a business. It's a person that is just looking for survivor, making, I mean, a daily, and just to make it daily living. It have no place in the society when it comes to business. How do you describe it? When it comes to running of business, it doesn't have no place. It's like just
one man calling a tapper a businessman. One man, come on.
Businessman, it's a businessman.
Western world, Western definition.
Why are you valuing your culture? Palm wine is a business now.
Yes, now.
Rural area, bàbá tó fẹ́ lọ mẹ́mu tó fẹ́ padà kó kàn tẹ̀ rí daily bread just to look for just to make an ends meet on a daily basis. Sometimes it cannot even get that wine. You have to wait for them, for them days before you can get wine. It's just a man surviving, just looking for something to survive. Anytime that he couldn't get wine, maybe go and break cut some tree and sell that one to make some living. So it's just It's not really. You can't call that. It's not a business at all, woman. It's not a businessman.
All right. All right. Carry on, Ife. Carry on, Ife.
Yeah. So because of that generation of civil servants and the trickling down effect on their children, especially the teachers in the whole federation. I remember then the teachers were one of the best beneficiary of Obasanjo's regime when he revised the teacher's salary. You cannot, I don't believe you talk about Obasanjo's generation to those people, sorry, Obasanjo's administration to those people, and they will, you expect them to believe that you are making a point. That being said, we have a new generation now where maybe the dividends or good remuneration is not forthcoming, and unfortunately, that is the one of the highest population we have now. Even we have we have a generation that is not even working again, unemployed. So to those people hearing the stories from the older folks about Obasanjo's administration, Jonathan's administration, Yar'Adua's administration, down to Buhari's administration, you will not tell me that Obasanjo does not have a sway on the way he will decide the politics of Nigeria. And even if you want to look at Obasanjo's, yes, fine. Buhari got re-election. We cannot downplay Obasanjo's politics in the number of votes Atiku had, because Obasanjo had to come out and say, yes, fine, he wrote a book against him, but looking at the situation of Nigeria now, Atiku is better than Buhari during the second term, What effect does it have today? I don't know. Let Nigerians decide next month, February 27. Maybe in the Southwest, because we are looking at it from the paradigm of Yorubas, we may not know what that type of letter we have on the northern political establishment. And we know that Obasanjo, the Shegumis, the Sultans are more or less, should I use confidence? Because when the Fulani issue started getting boiling the Nigerian political space, these three people came out to issue their own view on how to improve the security situation of Nigeria. If you remember that conference that they did, that they granted the media, the Sultan was seated, Obasanjo was seated, and Shegumi was seated. Are we now going to say an Obasanjo Sultan alliance will not affect the Nigerian political space? Because if an Obasanjo writes, he has his own political base in the north, and if we want to believe that the north commands the highest voting population of Nigeria, then this letter should be taken into consideration, because he was not ambiguous. He was very, very specific in the candidate he wants, who is Peter Obi. Well, maybe it will affect Atiku to help a Tinubu's candidacy February, we will know. Well, from the surface, from what we're seeing, from what we are hearing from the media, I still want to believe the Tinubu camp is still stronger in this forthcoming election. So that's how I see the Obasanjo letter.
All right. Yeah. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Fair. So thank you, Fair. So still with the Obasanjo letter, let's take that letter next in the direction of the progressive. So Akim, are you there? All right. Let's try Solomon. Solomon, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So to the Obasanjo letter, how is it being digested in Nigeria? And does it add or remove anything from Peter Obi's journey to Aso Rock?
Yeah, good morning, everybody, and Happy New Year to everybody. Yeah.
Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year.
To this Obasanjo, Obasanjo's endorsement to P2B later. The letter, it doesn't mean anything because Obasanjo himself, how many votes can he give to P2B? How many votes can he give to P2B? He don't have votes he can give to P2B. So he's just saying it maybe out of his conscience, because of his part of the people that kept Nigeria the way where it is now. So maybe he's just trying to clear his conscience or so. So he's trying to just redeem his image. Let me use that word, but it's not like he have any political statement to make. People that I want to support to be will still support to be, and even some people we've seen this Obasanjo involved. Somebody like we've seen Obasanjo getting involved in Obi movement. I will stop supporting Obi, to be honest with you, because I don't see him as a good man or somebody that have anything to offer. Like what people were saying in the comment section, what people are saying that he's looking for who he will control. It's true. He look at it, one of the in the headline of this his letter is he made mention that Obi is his mentee, meaning he's his boy, somebody that if he gets in there, he will want to sell his ideology to him so that he will use it in governing this place. Even though I know that in a way Obi might not really be in line with him, but I know that he wants somebody that he will control. He's saying that this guy is somebody he can use, but he supports his endorsement, doesn't have anything to do in this 2023 election. He just did his thing as an elder statesman. Yeah.
All right. So why do you think Obasanjo has then put out that letter? What do you think his objective is? And by the way, the Obi poll that we did, 52% feel Obi will win the presidency. So there it is. But why do you think Obasanjo would? Why do you think he put out that essay?
It's a strategy. On the first day of January 2023, he had to. Why didn't he do this later the day or some weeks before yesterday? But he just brought it up this so that he will remind the people that he would. What I wanted to say is that he's just trying to cheer up the obedience, to cheer them up. See, right, as this is later just came up, their mind now is already, Obi just supported us, and we're going to win the election. That kind of. So he just posted that later to cheer them up, and is part of their strategy, or his strategy to support Obi too. So he was just being strategic in bringing up that letter that yesterday.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Solomon. So thank you, Solomon. Let's take that the Obasanjo essay on, and let's take it to Babati, who we haven't heard from. So Babati joins us. So Babati, you've read the Obasanjo essay. We're discussing it, and a lot of people are curious as to what exactly the object of the exercise is. We always, I think everybody knew that Obasanjo was backing Peter Obi anyway. And if you did not know, let me just show you this. If you did not know, certainly when you saw this, you would have.
What I believe and what I.
So that was Obasanjo appearing at some event, decked out in southeastern regalia, flanked by Pa Adebanjo. And of course, if that doesn't even convince you, all of the people that have polished and burnished to be into public prominence, Donyo Kupe, the former media and publicity aide to Obasanjo when he was president, and now Akin Oshitokun, the special advisor on politics to Obasanjo from 1999 to 2007. So Obasanjo telling us that he's endorsing Peter Obi. Who would say that this is news to them? Was it news to you, Babati, and what is going on there? Babati, what's going on there? All right. Okay. Well, there it is. Babati, he has gone to raid the fridge. All right. I think we sampled every opinion. Who has not spoken on Obasanjo before we move on?
I've spoken on Obasanjo, but if I may quickly clarify something on what I think Fatai said on the issue I raised on the local government thing. I don't know if I'm permitted to do that.
Yeah, carry on.
Okay. Now you talked about that what Tinubu created was local council or not. That fact is not accurate. It was later changed to local government development area, but initially that was not Tinubu's plan. Tinubu created local government, 37 local government from the 20 local government to make 57 in Lagos State. And what does the Constitution state? Section 8 of the Constitution says that the state can do that, okay? The state can conduct referendum, then through the House of Assembly, then the state can create and then hold it. Then you pass what you have done to the National Assembly for a ratification. If the National Assembly ratifies it, then you have your local government. And that was what Obasanjo insisted that Tinubu should do. But what did Tinubu do? Tinubu conducted a referendum in Lagos and came with the result and went to the House of Assembly, and the House of Assembly passed their local government law in Lagos to create 7 local government without any report sent to the National Assembly. That was the reason why Bayojo kicked, and the Attorney General advised the federal government to kick against that. Because if you think of the ripple effect, then it means every state will be creating local governments here and there. Okay? So just to correct that what Tinubu did was not in initial state was not local government, local council development area. It was later they rechristened it to what they called local council development area without expecting any ratification. Then also he also talked, let me quickly say it, he also talked about the fact that in the southern part they could also go to create Ifa customary court and da. Yes, it's happening. If you go to Rivers State, in the Rivers State laws, they have some customary courts, and they have some more some courts that allows the some traditional rulers and co, okay, to administer some cases that should not need to get to the high court, and these courts are functioning there. But you won't say because that law is allowed under their state, then they should stop that law because Kano State also may decide to say, I want to create a Quran court or no. They should stay within the boundaries of the law, and that was what Obasanjo kicked against in Lagos State. Yes, Obasanjo was wrong to have held the money. He should have been releasing the money meant for the 20 local governments in Lagos to Lagos, while the court continued to trash that matter, which Obasanjo did not do. You know? So I agree with that.
Brother, your facts are wrong. Look, Tinubu created local council development area, not local government. I sent one man. I copy pasted the website from the newspaper here like this. Okay. Tinubu created local council development area. At any rate, all I'm saying is this: these are constitutional matters, right? The federal government could take Tinubu to court or Lagos State to court and let this be resolved constitutionally. what you're saying about like I said, I am not again. I am not talking about the religion. I was saying, furtherance to somebody's. I think the progressives. It was the one that brought that thing to it. I am only saying the logic. If you say because you don't want it to spread, I mean, you don't want every state to be creating new council areas or local government. If that is your justification, by that logic also, you should apply the same logic to what the other person, the progressive, raised about the Sharia. I'm not speaking about Sharia. I'm not speaking about whether it's right or wrong. I'm not speaking out to it. I'm just speaking the logic that if you are standing by constitution to deny Lagos State money, why don't you stand by constitution to also treat the other, apply the same wisdom? You apply wisdom when it came to this other issue in the north, or when it comes to this issue in Lagos, you did not apply wisdom. You went head on, head you fought like you, like I don't know, like your life depended on it against Lagos State. That's all I'm saying. These are constitutional matter. These are things for court to decide. At any rate, the court, Lagos State won eventually in the court, and Tinubu created local council areas. The specifics of how they go about a referendum, this, I was not Lagos State, I was not in the Lagos State Civil Service, so I can't speak to that. I don't know precisely about that, but I know that Lagos Tinubu administration created local council area, and from my understanding, that is to get around the idea not to be creating local government. So he was like almost he was trying to be smart to create. He was trying to be smart in the way he did it. He was not. He was trying to avoid going against the constitution. That is what is that Tinubu administration did. So what later transpired, whether they now converted them to local government area, I don't know. I think I already left Nigeria by that time, so I don't know how that side ended up. So I don't know. But initially, Tinubu created local council development area, and all I am saying also is that whatever it is, the constitution did not say you shouldn't give them money. Say if they, I mean, Obasanjo had the option to give the money pre the creation of the local, what was before. If they were getting money for 10 local governments, one way one way to execute situation is also with through money. You can give them the money for the like the federal government recognizes only, let's say, I don't know, I don't remember precisely what number. I'm saying let's assume there were 10 local government areas. So the federal government recognizes only 10 local government. All these other ones you create, we don't recognize them. We are going to give you money only for 10. The federal government had that option, but they totally fought Lagos, and Tinubu fought back, and he fought back against the almighty federal government. That is my point. My point is not, I'm not talking about Sharia. I'm not the one who brought up Sharia. The point that I speak to it, you were the one that raised the, I don't know whoever raised the point that, well, it's because so the other state don't copy Lagos State. And I said, well, the other state also could copy Sharia. So if you are fighting Lagos State so that the other state don't cannot should not copy Lagos, and you could also fight the other side also, so that the other state also could not copy could not go in the steps of Sharia to create, I don't know, Obatala court, Shango court. We could create also Shango court. Now we have our own traditional religions. We could also create a court of Shango. It doesn't mean we could, if they are allowed to create Sharia court, yeah, we also should be able to create our own Shango court. So the spreading of these things will also happen anyway. So if you want to prevent spread in one side, but you don't want to prevent spread in the other side, this double standard is what I'm speaking to. I'm not speaking against the. This I think for courts to decide. I'm not a judge.
So you are not really getting.
Fatai, let me say this. You see, Tinubu was fraudulent with the creation of that LCDA. What he did then was an effort to destructure the local government area as recognized by the Constitution of Nigeria. And Obasanjo back then, just as Ogbeni explained, that if he allowed him to get away with it, other governors will follow the same suit, and thereby they will destructure the local government as recognized by in each state of the federation as recognized by the Constitution. Federal government sent money to local government on monthly basis. And this money usually go through the state government. So if Obasanjo allow him to create that more local government, as he was trying to, all those money that will come through the state will be shared among all the local government in Lagos State. And what that means is that the local government that is recognized by the Constitution of Nigeria will be sustained. For example, if Mushin local government area, if 10 million has to go to Mushin local government area, but due to that action of Tinubu that it created more local government within Mushin area, that 10 million that's supposed to go to Mushin local government will be shared with other local government that he has created, and meaning that the original local government that is recognized by local government, by the federal government, will be given less money. And that is fraud.
Adanlego, should I buttress your point again?
Oh yeah, you can do that.
Eventually, when the money was released, what happened? We know that it was that money that caused the fight between Fashola and Ambody, because Ambody was the finance, I think, commissioner for finance under Fashola's tenure. So eventually, the money was paid into Tinubu's account. The money that had to go to the state. So don't let us go into that space. But what we're just trying to say is, like Ajanle Koko said, will cause disruption and more or less to play into what's it called? Maybe Kano is receiving more allocation from more local governments than Lagos State, and Lagos State is because we always have population tussle between Lagos and Kano. So but the Nigerian space allocation is defined based on local government instead of what comes from the state. I think at the end of the day, part of the problem that caused that local government issue was even more of resource control and allocation.
And in addition to that, you see what Tinubu was trying to do then was that he was trying to expand his political empire in Lagos State. So he was trying to create more of those SCDA within Lagos so that he will have his own men in control of those places. And through which money from federal can be strongly controlled by him, and he can use that political capital that he enjoys as the governor to manipulate, to, control, manipulate, and then and totally control the political space in Lagos. So it was not really meant for the development of Lagos, but for the development of his political empire. And what have we got in return to it now? All the people in those LDCA are people appointed by him, and through which money is funneled to him one way or the other, and it's just He knew what the Constitution says. He didn't want to follow the Constitution. He wanted
If
to
I
do
may quickly
things
add,
in his own way, you know, to fulfill his own political agenda and, you know, uplift his political empire. That was what he was trying to achieve. And Obasanjo said, no, we will not let you get away with it. Did you see any other state? Did you see any other state that attempt to do that other than Lagos State? No state can survive. No state in the whole federation can. Just because of Lagos State is, you know, by the economic means, by its geographical location and economically is the backbone of Nigeria, and that was the only saving grace that Lagos enjoyed. No other state in the federation can attempt it or attempt to create any more local government other than what is recognized by federal government and get that kind of sanction from legal government from federal government and survive. No other state in the federation can attempt it, and that was what Tinubu enjoyed because of Lagos being the economic powerhouse of Nigeria, and he was able to make revenue. That was why he was able to run Lagos State without federal allocation for several years. So it was
all right.
fraudulent. It
I think
was meant
Ogbeni
to.
wants to come in. Ajaloko, let Ogbeni come in. I think he wanted to come in
yes,
to add on to.
if I may quickly add, see, I've read what he sent, which is the Nation. The Nation newspaper belongs to Tinubu. The narrative there would always favor Tinubu. But in countering that, I've also sent an article written by this man, Paul Aduje. You can read that article. It's very comprehensive on what transpired. And in that article, you will see where it's clearly written there what Tinubu created were local governments. It was later they rechristened those local government to local government local council development area, LCDA. And then the federal government had no problem with that. If you have your LCDA, as long as they are not local government and you don't want to draw allocation from the federal, you're fine with that. And don't forget that other states have followed. I think Kwara State have LCDA now under Abdul Fattah. And I think Kano also had LCDA under which of their governors then. So yes, if it's LCDA you want to have, yes. But what Tinubu wanted to do back then, to have 37 more local government and then to conduct election to chairman offices in those local governments. If you remember back then, because you said you had
Yes, you are right. That was what he was trying to do back then.
To be having chairman.
It was not LCDA. It was local government. Wanted to create more local government for Lagos State, which was against the constitution of Nigeria.
LCDA was later they changed it. Possibly the Attorney General, who happened to be the vice president now, was wise enough to say, see, we have to change this thing, and they changed it later. But because the case was already in court, Obasanjo had that money till the court finished, and before they released that money. And let me quickly also say that comparing the low government EU case with the Sharia court established in Zamfara by Yerima Sani, they are not two comparators that you should even compare at all. I've told you, and the reason why I know this, I'm a lawyer, I understand this thing. The issue of the local government speak directly to is a constitutional issue. It could lead to constitutional crisis in the country, and you expect the federal government, who is like the custodian of your constitution, to react. You won't compare it, to the Sharia law. I've told you, Sharia law has to do with criminal law, and the criminal law system in Nigeria is state by state. Every state determines what is a crime in their state. The federal government has no power on that. In the southern
there's been a lot of things. Can I respond?
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll quickly close.
Land that point and let Fatai respond. Yeah,
I will land now, and I'll land now by buttressing more on that point that the criminal matter is not a constitutional matter. The criminal laws each state has its own criminal laws, and that is why in the southern part of Nigeria, adultery is not a crime. In the northern part of Nigeria, adultery is a crime. And there are other things, other crimes you find in the north, but you won't find in the south. And even when you find the same crime, they are not even called the same name. Like you have theft, you have stealing the southern part, in the northern part, you have it as theft, and all sorts of crimes like that. If you go really deep into advanced criminal litigation, you will understand that criminal law matter are not constitutional matter, they are state by state. You won't compare that the way the federal government will react to that issue with the same way they will react to
No,
real
no, no. I think that legal distinction is not well taken. Whether criminal law or civil law or whatever, they all derive from
Are we in
constitution.
law now? Don't take us too heavily into law
Yeah, yeah. I will
because
not. I will not. I will.
because
No, no.
the
To
audience will
bring it
start
back.
to
Yeah.
go on.
The point I want to respond to is this. Look, everybody, I don't. Okay, I will speak last to this, and I won't speak about it again because all the arguments just going around in circles. First of all, what everybody is saying, talking about, they are all making my point. Okay, I am not saying that government should do anything about Sharia law or whatever. I'm not saying that. I am saying that the effect that you people talk about, that if the federal government allow Lagos to do what it did, it will create an effect in which other states will start doing the same thing. I am saying also by that logic, if federal government, as federal government, they did not shut down, deploy all the powers to shut down Sharia law, all other states also had the right to start creating similar situations in their own states as well. You know, just because other states didn't create it does not mean they couldn't create it. If Sharia law is allowed to be created in states in the north, Obatalal court is also allowed to be created in the state in the southwest. That's all I'm saying. I'm not talking you is right, is wrong, is constitutional, is
And
not
it's
constitutional.
allowed.
It's not my point. And it is for the court to decide these things. The local council area that Tinubu created, local council area. These are factual matters. They can be sorted out. This one, whether I'm right or wrong, these are
Sorry, Fatai, are you making a distinction between a local council area
yeah.
and a local government, whatever?
Yeah.
Are you making a distinction? Is that not Tinubu trying to be somewhat clever with law?
Yeah, well, everybody is trying. Okay, so Tinubu is going to be short for trying to be clever. For a politician trying to be clever, every politician is trying to be clever. Is it why? So yeah, they need to. So because Tinubu is trying to be clever now, the federal government needs to deploy all its power to destroy Lagos State. Just because Tinubu is trying to be clever. All I am saying is this: there was an option of the federal government not to recognize all the newly created situations and keep the status quo. Now, whether how the money will be shared, even till today, all the money that are going to the states, what is the government? The government sharing it, allowing them to use it. All the governors are pocketing or what? I mean, even Buhari came out recently that the governors are not allowing the money to go down Lagos State. These are very, how can I say, down in the weed discussions. I'm not. Look, I'm not a civil service. I'm not a civil servant to know this down to be discussing this down in the weeds. All I am saying is this: the federal government went too hard after Lagos State because it wants to stop the ripple effect of what Tinubu was doing. Well, if the ripple effect is what you were trying to stop, you could as well stop the possible ripple effect that could have resulted from the Sharia law being created in the north. You could stop that too. They are all things that derive from the constitution. You had another option. You could leave all of them. You could apply wisdom. I'm talking about the wisdom of Obasanjo. Obasanjo applied wisdom to the situation in the north. He did not apply wisdom to the situation in the south. This is where the feeling that Obasanjo is anti-Yoruba is coming from. When it comes to issues that could wreck a very important Yoruba state, you did not apply wisdom. That is when it fits you to be Nigerian. I am Nigerian. I don't want the effect in other states. But when it comes to other places in which, if I mean, you can imagine if other states also start creating different kind of religious cults all over the places. Imagine I mean, it would destroy Nigeria also. They both have they both could result in bad situation for Nigeria if they are allowed to spread. I am saying they are both they both have this situation. And in one case, Obasanjo applied elderly wisdom. In the other place, he did not apply elderly wisdom. He went on to fight Lagos State. He had other options. He could give them the money from before. He could choose not to recognize them. How they share the money? Oh, does Obasanjo know how all the other government is he talking? Is he man managing? What is that word? I can't remember. Man managing how every state governor is distributing the money. All these state government anyway, they are all stealing all the money. Tinubu is trying to be clever. Of course, Tinubu is. That's not even. It's not newsworthy. Of course, Tinubu was trying to be clever. He's trying to be now as people, the negotiations, they can see whether the cleverness will have any positive benefit for Lagos State. Or I mean, if he's trying to be clever and it's going to have positive benefit for the Lagos State, of course he is allowed to be clever. If that is going to benefit him, of course, what politician is doing something that is not to benefit them? They do so, of course, we are only hoping that as much as they are calculating their personal benefit also trickles down to benefit the society. There is no politician in the world that is not trying to be clever to benefit himself. You cannot remove what politicians are doing from their personal benefit. They are all doing everything for their personal benefit, for the protection of their personal power and their personal pocket. But at least in doing that, let it simultaneously also benefit the society. That is the point. I'm not saying Tinubu was not trying to be clever. Of course, he was trying to be clever. But the question is Tinubu? So Tinubu is the only politician in the world that is not allowed to be clever. Is Tinubu the only somebody even raised the point that the Sharia was something created by one governor to test Obasanjo to make it. That's also being clever. So a governor devised Sharia law in order to be clever, but Obasanjo applied wisdom and left him. Tinubu devised some things, local council areas, to try to be clever. No, that one we must go and punch him. But the other one who devised a serious situation in trying to be clever also divide a very serious situation. He applied wisdom. Here, Tinubu devised something cleverly, I don't know, for his personal benefit, but also, as he claims, we don't know his conscience, but as he claimed, also to benefit Lagos State more. No, we have to fight him. Only Tinubu we must fight for trying to be clever, but we don't fight other people for trying to be clever. That is the point I'm making. And that's the last I'm going to say about it because it's getting circular
All right, brilliant. Let's swiftly move it on there. This is the thing that's just politics, isn't it? We from the same optics we see different things, and that's politics from the same optics. It's only because we look at it with prejudice, and that's really it. There is no space in life more prejudicial than politics. We look at everything from the optics of our prejudice. So let's take it from there and stay with you, Fatai. So let's hear your prejudiced view on this. So there's two main stories making the rounds now. So the Atiku space, they've come out to confirm that Tinubu did meet with the G7 governors. Or the G5 governors rather. So they've confirmed to push back at that meeting did take place. But then the greater breaking news, 11 APC governors, 37 senators, 15 reps working for Atiku. So ordinarily, you dismiss this headline out of hand. Ordinarily, but then Yemsin Wike, he came out in his commentaries when they were questioning him about the meeting in London. He came out that he was aware that there were meetings taking place between the APC governors and Atiku in Dubai. And then Kashim Afegbua, apologies for how I'm pronouncing the name, he has also come out to confirm that. So this double dipping, 11 governors and nearly 50 something, almost 100 functionaries of the APC secretly working for Atiku. So do you believe those numbers, or do you believe it is possible, but those numbers are not as are being presented? And if you do believe it, what does this mean to Tinubu, the treachery of it all? So all of that, Fatai.
First of all, of course, I personally I think it's overinflated number. It's not unbelievable. It's overinflated number. Actually, oh yeah, of course. Also, the believability. Also, we can, as you said, at Wiki, what Wiki was say. We could also link what Wiki was saying and give it believability from there. But this is not news. You see, this is a recycled news. This news came out before the primary. APC governors were meeting with Atiku, including Lawan, according to the news. I mean, I was not there. According to the news, including Lawan, the Senate president, all of that. So there was so much engineering before the primary by the Atiku camp to prevent Tinubu from winning. So there was a lot of support in addition to all the power brokers that were also supporting Oshibanjo. So there were a lot of power play. This was all of the Tinubu defeated all of this. This is a recycled news from a desperate angle. All the governors supporting, okay, let them support him. They all will lose their election. They all will. I mean, they cannot defect to PDP. So now everybody looks at Nigerian election like, I don't know, maybe like an American election. In Nigerian election, when you go into the ballot voting booth or whatever it is to vote, you are voting the party. You are voting. You go in, you vote for the party, not the person. So it's only a very few percentage or a very sophisticated operation that makes it that you the person on the top ballot wins, and then the all the people down ballot they crash. Usually people go in and they vote party. So all these people, let's take North for instance. So you want to tell me that all these people that are that are doing their malu around, so they will go into the polling booth. They are making distinctions about, okay, down this House of Rep, I want to vote for Atiku. Senate, I want to vote for Tinubu. President, I want to vote for Peter Obi. This is not. This is like a fantasy. On the average, the majority of the proportion of the voters, they go in to vote for the party. That is why party structure. That's why when they talk about structure, this is what they mean. People go in and vote for the party. In the average cases, if only few cases that you see that people vote this thing, and it's not even a new thing in the Nigerian this thing. It happened many times when AD, was it AD or AC governors decided to support Obasanjo's re-election. Yeah, we will support Obasanjo for president. Then we will support our own, we will go for our own government. They all lost their elections. Only Tinubu said, no, I'm not supporting anybody, I'm with my party. And only Tinubu survived. It's a very complicated things to do. All these things don't count. Even Wike, what Wike is trying to do, that's why he employed 200,000 people. Of course, he employed them only for this election, because this operation he's trying to do is very technical. That is why Atiku also is sitting back. He doesn't care about the G5, because he knows if the G5 try to, because they are all running for election apart from Wike, or even Wike has his own candidate. If they try to do like that, they will lose also their own election. So he doesn't care too much about the G5, because if they say they support somebody else, they are going to lose the election. So that's why even the deal they are trying to cut is very complicated. They have to find a way. It's a very to run this technical operation. It's not easy to run.
Fatai. It has to be the case that there are some northern functionaries of the, and I'm narrowing it to the north because they did not specify where all these body of 52 senators, 11 governors, countless House of Reps, all secretly working for Atiku. But it has to be the case that there are a strong body of people in the north, APC or not, that they don't want that power to transit to the south, and they will work surreptitiously with Atiku. So I think that, like somebody like Mia Malabuni, I cannot see him especially wanting Tinubu to be president. Abubakar Malami certainly does not want anything like Tinubu. I suspect the chairman of the party, Abdullahi Adamu, who tries to foist Abed Lawan on the party, he's certainly not looking for power to transit to the south. So a lot of people, because we know the landscape now, we know the landscape, and this narrative, it concurs with the landscape. You know, the Northerners' blood always thicker than water. So there is some veracity.
No,
Fatai.
I'm not. No, I'm not saying there is no veracity. There is veracity there. It is believable, and also what Wiki is saying also led to the
Sorry. Stephen, mute yourself for a moment. Okay.
what
All right,
Wiki also
carry on. Yeah.
Wiki's retortion also lends to its believability. I'm not saying it's not believable. I'm saying only two things. The numbers are
Overhyped.
inflated. Yeah,
Yeah.
overhyped. Number one. Number two is a rehashed story. This story came out before the primary. It came out before the primary. So it's not like it's new. I think it's just
Fatai, sorry, can I interject?
Sure.
Anyway, I've been listening to your analysis. Well, I will take it that's your opinion, and it's not good to underestimate your enemy. In battle of war, everything counts. You need to analyze everything and take everything as a threat. Anyway, the number is not overhyped. The number is even over downplayed, and the numbers is even reducing now. There are a lot of rep. I would say 80% of the rep, northern rep before on the rep, they are backing their northern candidate, regardless PDP or regardless their party, either PDP or APC. The northern they don't vote for party. They don't vote for party. The northern ideology is more stronger than party, and there's a way their politics move in the north. They have like kind of all this Arewa youth and all that Fulani Maitiala. They swing their vote to anywhere they feel would benefit them, not party. So if Atiku and want the party to remain the north, all their vote goes to that the north to that person. And again, I've been saying it for a long time. Atiku being too quiet is not good. If you take it as a threat, most of the northern, I won't say PDP, I will say APC, I will say the northern politicians are backing their own. Just take it like that. They are backing their own. So you're saying is a old news, it is big downplay. No, my brother, it's a big threat. So many people are working against Tinubu. When everyone said that when there was a report that came out that Tinubu does not have any friend, a lot of people are not backing APC, that people that is backing is El Rufai and Yaya Bello. I think one man will talk about it here, and we'll have like that. Yeah, that's a very wrong analysis because we all know El Rufai is not for Tinubu in any way. They are better rivals. Automatically he make a U-turn during the primaries. Yabelo, same thing. Even the primaries, Yabelo walked out. We went to watch it on TV. He walked out when they said the power go to the south. This is what the Northerners always do to make us to give us that impression that we are clever and they are clever as smart us and will not be clever by half. No, we should take it very seriously. Take them away from their element. This is their element, and they are very powerful at it. We cannot play the game with them in their own terrain. Take them away from that terrain and play them the way they have never seen before. That's my assertion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Back to you, Fatai. Hold on. Hold on. So I beg your pardon, Fatai, but I think that's a new voice, and we always try to celebrate new voices. Who wanted to come in just then?
Yes, thank you, one man. This is Iken. I've always wanted to join. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Iken. Good to meet you. Yes. You wanted to insert something.
Yes. You see, in fact, I cannot. I can't agree less with what Chris. I think he just made my point. From the inception, when from the primary when they had the U-turn, after projecting Ahmed, the current Senate president, and they had a backdoor meeting and they came back and said, no, we can't. Okay, we'll no longer go with Ahmed based on the not I mean ticket and all that, and we try to live by what we promised, giving handing over to the Southern, So from that moment, I knew that hey, these men are just pushing Tinubu forward. I knew that. See, what do in fact these don't care about party, whether APC, PDP, they are the same thing. Okay, so they just want to project. I mean, they wanted all along to just project Tinubu. So it would be like, yeah, APC, actually, we did what we said we were going to do. Well, Atiku came, but it wasn't from us. So that is the PDP. So, and the next thing you have, what is it? They all jump ship again back to PDP, and you see them is the same one thing. So I always knew it was a northern game they're trying to play. So it was never even about Tinubu. So saying so now it is now I'm delving to your point now about the number, whether it is over exaggerated or not. I think that is even underestimated. I mean, they just had to just cut it to size. You know, I don't see any northern governor that would want to go against an Atiku. No way. It doesn't work. It is not their way of doing things. So that's just my point.
Oh,
So I'm just
including Abdullah Ganduje and El Rufai.
Yes, I'm telling you, one man, leave these things. These people, they are, I mean, I envy them. I mean, I love them for.
El Rufai detest Atiku.
Sorry, one man. Can I just
What? Oh, wait,
to
please,
Ogaga's
let
point?
me just,
Hold on, if
sorry,
yeah,
please,
yeah,
one
go on.
second. Let me just say,
Ogaga,
let me,
Oh, hold on,
okay.
if yeah.
Yeah,
Go on,
if I can.
Ikena, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So for El Rufai, you can't trust someone like El Rufai. El Rufai is more like when you hear the likes of, well, I don't want to be calling names, so maybe the likes of FFK or something. When you can't, if once if you have El Rufai on your side, you should even you should go check it. The guy is very, I mean, sneaky and tricky. I mean, so that's the game. You have to put someone like a Caribou to just be at that edge to hold that side and all that. So it's just the game, one man. Every fire or not. So.
All right. Have that quick insertion, Ife, and then let's
yeah,
get back to Fatai to continue his narrative.
yeah. To buttress what Wapis and Ikena said, there is even a faction of the northern political establishment that believes that the Buhari administration is more or less a waste of space. That it was not, what's it called? The people who did not want that they really need their own candidates now to balance the whole power structure. So that's
Oh,
what I'm just
is that like the Yoruba Obasanjo narrative?
exactly,
All
exactly.
right, not our man. All right, so there it is, Fatai. So Fatai, I've never really bought into this narrative of this northern bogeyman with all of them thinking in unison, wanting their tribe to override everybody else. I believe, or maybe this is out of naivety, that in the north they are even are capable of elegant thought, and I would like to imagine that somebody like El Rufai, he would not have any truck with somebody like Atiku Abubakar, because in terms of how they present, they are just so polar opposites. And I know that Abdullah Ganduje, he's been long standing with Tinubu. So this universality of the North always wanting to have their way. Are we creating bogeymen out of these people, Alfatai?
One thing that okay, I want to something that one point. I think what everybody said it like maybe the numbers are underestimated or something like that. This my own personal opinion that it is overrated. I could be wrong. That is a personal opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. That's number one. Number two, to take them seriously is Tinubu. That is left for Tinubu whether to take them seriously or not. Me, I'm just talking as I say it. I don't whether it's serious or not. I don't have what it takes to take them seriously or not to take them seriously. Going to the real point, see, Yaya Bello stormed out of the meeting or whatever it is. And what happened? He ate his breakfast. It doesn't look. I think this new phrase going on in Nigeria political space now say minority will have their say, majority will have their way. There's no all people are no. I mean, we over exaggerate it. Like all northern people are like one. They all go one. Even in the north, there is big division between Fulani and Hausa. Even in the north is like I don't know, maybe 100, maybe 200 different tribes. There are too many minorities in the north. The north is not about the tribe. The north is about they are chronic capitalists. They are dead set capitalists. They are powerful people, are all about their business. They will care about their business, and then they will speak to all the other people who like rankadede, and they will follow in the footsteps. It's not like all North are going to go this, all North are going to go. Yeah, there is a lot of opposition to Tinubu in the North. Even in the Yoruba space, there are opposition to Tinubu. So this doesn't. In the East, there are opposition to Peter Obi. There are many people that love him. There are some people that are like here and there. Same. This is same everywhere. Every space is the same thing there. Now, whether these people, whether they are many or whether they are little, the most important thing is at the end of the day in politics is everybody's advantage. So Atiku, Atiku is not like the total angel in the north. So if anybody thinks everybody just going to hands down and support Atiku, that's actually not the way actually it works. Atiku also stepped a lot on many
We lost
northerners,
him.
like they are big boys around there. Many of their clothes have their
Oh.
fight. They have their.
No,
Can
carry
you
on.
hear
I thought
me?
we lost. Yeah, we can now. Carry on.
Yeah. So these things are complicated issue. Me personally, I don't like to exert all my sweat on palace intrigues. These are all palace intrigues. Yaya Bello stormed out. Yaya Bello doesn't storm out. At the end of the day, all of them deliver delegate to Tinubu. So the point I'm making is whether maybe it's serious, maybe it's not serious, but the point is they all will lose. It's the same thing Atiku's calculation. Atiku doesn't care about the G5 because Atiku knows if you go against me, you are going to lose also. This is the reality of the voting system of Nigeria. Only a very small percentage, 20%. If you want to be extremely generous, you will say 30%. That people go and they select down ballot this, up ballot that. When every time that has happened in the Nigerian space, maybe only one time or something like that, it ever it was successful. They all lose. So people don't usually do that. And El Rufai is not going to. These people are very, and what we are seeing is the fact that these people are very hardcore power players, and that's also when people are saying, "Oh, microzoning to this, microzoning to that." There are even people that even it is their own zone, they still want it. Everybody is fighting for power. Everybody is jostling for power. This is going to happen. In my opinion, I think it's overrated. And in my opinion, I think that it will amount to nothing. It will be like the primary. And what is not my opinion is that it's a recycled story. This story came up before the primary. There were even photos of the meeting of them with the Ahmed Lawan, all of them with Atiku spreading around. What happened? Ahmed Lawan, with all his strong head, not only he lost his. Now he will be. He will not even be able to go back to the Senate.
Fatai, there's a lot that you're saying that I'm finding myself reversing to agree with. They are saying that they are because we like to use this word takia to call up the north. But if you look at how Tinubu got that ticket, there was a space that was opened for that ticket to have gone to the north, and I think it was actually the northern governors that fought to have that ticket go to the south, and then they still tried to parachute Ahmed Lawan in as the consensus candidate. Remember, during that period, they made all of them sign some sort of documentation that gave them the free hand to anoint somebody. And Buhari, even during that primaries, he was saying his preference was for a consensus candidate. So there were windows for them to have inserted a northern candidate there, and the heavens would not have fallen. Tinubu would have had a strop, but they have the apparatus to read the elections anyway. So why would they, having the opportunity to pick from their own, not do that, only to then go to an opposition party unless this is some three-dimensional chess? I don't know. It just seems so far-fetched.
One man, just to buttress this explanation. So, if we are thinking like this, that the North will never relinquish power, well, they could have done the same thing also when they gave it to Obasanjo. Well, even that, by that logic, they don't care. They will just take it. Obiala died. Okay, we take back from Abacha to Abdul Salami or whatever. We take it back to the North. They also factor in problems.
Aga Fatai, have you heard of the word or the term they say, give them something by give them nothing? Have you heard about it?
Give them something by give them nothing.
By giving them nothing. Have you heard about it? Do you know the analogy? Do you know it's play out?
I understand what it means, even though I don't understand the etymology.
You know it plays out in everything, in business, in politics. I won't use it in my business. I can give you a certain thing due, but I didn't really give you anything. I took everything from you. Do you know that?
Exactly. Okay, I see where you're coming from. Exactly, as you said. Also, you use it. These are in negotiation. Everybody goes to the negotiating table with in mind to win everything. You know, it's about everything. My point is this: to me, I stand to I don't say to me. All of these things are palace intrigues. You understand? Of course, the North want the power back to the North. Of course, they want it. The reality will unfold. A Northerner wants a Northern president from today till eternity. A Southerner wants everybody like this who doesn't want power. Everybody to be a president of Nigeria. I mean, would they have turned it into such a cow milk? Everybody wants to be president. You know, even one man wants to be president. Even I was.
I will probably make an excellent president, you know.
You see? Yeah. Of course, they want the power in the North, but will the reality allow it? If they switch to support Atiku, everybody who talks about Atiku like this doesn't know Atiku. Atiku is a big-time Maradona. He's a very sharp guy. He's a very smart guy. Even a lot of Northerners are afraid of Atiku.
Just to come in, the other thing that adds on to making this narrative of the Northern conspiracy to favor Atiku as bogeyman seeking. Atiku, as you said, reputationally, is a very treacherous and an untrustworthy person. And nobody knows that better than the Northerners. Atiku is not a man of his words. He's only interested in himself. And we've lived with this guy for how many years not to know him? They know him. Who is going to place his fate in Atiku's hands? I'll go and ask Wike now, and he'll explain to you.
They know. They know. And even if you don't factor in Atiku's personal everything, I mean, it's not a disease to be smart. He's very smart. He's very sharp. You know, it's his thing. He's doing his thing. Everybody is a hustler. He's doing his thing. But this smartness, you know, everybody have their own game too. You know, and the North is not as monolithic as it used to be. There are too many there is many divergent interests in the North now. Even if you consider even this Miyetti Allah and how Miyetti Allah is a block, and Miyetti Allah is not the only power block in the North. Also, that's also where Tinubu's situation with. I mean, we're also forgetting that there is also somebody who is called vice president candidate to Tinubu. What's his name? Shetima. It's also a northerner. Okay, it might be a Kanuri, but it's also a northerner. I mean, it's not relevant at all. It was a governor of a state. In the minimum, it will deliver a state. In the minimum, the reason also Tinubu, I mean, from my judgment, Tinubu picked Shetima, apart from the personal relationship or whatever, the calculation there not rather than picking a Christian from the west, from the northwest, is to cut Atiku's vote in the northeast. The northeast, to deny Atiku a block vote from a zone, from one zone, is the calculation of APC. If Atiku cannot deliver one zone, it's very difficult to be president for Atiku. You understand? So you cut his zone, you cut him. They will battle Shetima. Maybe at minimum 1 or 2 states he will win. You understand? So the battle there in the northeast is Shetima versus Atiku. Probably Atiku will have the upper edge. Who knows? I don't know too much about. But the northwest is a battleground. It's not sure for Atiku. It's not for everybody. Okay, Kwankwaso. Okay, where is Kwankwaso? Kwankwaso does not like Atiku. Kwankwaso is not going to go back in APC. So what about Kwankwaso's votes? Kwankwaso's vote also is just going to go straight to Atiku. My point is the space is very complicated. And all I know is that this particular story, all I'm saying is that this particular story is a recycled story. Maybe it has strong is strong now or not. We have to see how the story unfolds. But it's not a new story. It happened before the primary, and despite it all, everybody who was going Yaya Bello, he had his breakfast. He ate it with woto. He ate it with woto. No, I don't step down. Okay. You got 67 votes. You got half of the vote from your
because of course this part, that's the only pathway for an Atiku presidency now, and that would explain why he's not so visible in the campaign trails.
Atiku cannot be visible.
The only pathway is for him to cut deals with his tribesmen.
Everybody also is ignoring the desperation from Atiku, especially during that Arewa consultative forum, where he came out and said, "Oh, we don't need Yoruba North. We don't need Yoruba. We don't need Igbo. We need only Northerners." I mean, I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember precisely, so I don't want to misquote. I'm paraphrasing. That's a statement of desperation. A smart guy like Atiku normally would not say that. He's smart. He's trying so desperately to hold the northern votes together. Now Buhari might not be on the ballot, but Buhari is for his own. All these people, when they retire to their zone, they are kingmakers. If Buhari cannot deliver at least Katsina to APC, is king.
Would that not be a shameful thing if Katsina was not delivered? But then, of course, the emir of Katsina, he has endorsed Atiku, though, the emir of Katsina. Yeah.
What's going on? Exactly what I wanted to say. The emir in Daura, Buhari's town.
His own
before Buhari became
then Buhari's in-law is running under Atiku's PDP in Katsina.
Before Buhari became president, all of the northern leaders, I mean, if you listen to that Tinubu's Emilokon story, these things were well explained by Tinubu there. Even all the northern leaders were against Buhari becoming president. They all endorsed, they all said to Tinubu, they all went to Tinubu group by group, all the Sultan, all everybody together, that Buhari does not represent we don't want Buhari. Stuff. Don't support Tinubu. They try to say this, but Tinubu, look, I'm not the one to make Tinubu president, but I'm going to only give him my support. Tinubu did not appoint Buhari to be president, but he gave him his full support to be president. So this is where Tinubu excused himself. Look, I'm not saying you should be your president. All I'm saying is I'm going to deliver to him southwest. The other thing is up to him. It's up to him. It's up to you people. Even Buhari himself, they did not want it. And this actually was a game. If you follow that statement, it was a game. From my calculation, whatever it is, this was a game engineered by Atiku. Atiku wanted devised all the northern elites to be against Buhari, and they all went in. But it didn't stop Buhari from winning in the north.
Fatai, yeah, that's the second question I wanted to ask you. Yes, up to Babangida, they were all against Buhari because Buhari clan of Fulani is the minority of the minority in the Fulani space in Nigeria. and they consider them as the Jamaicans of the Fulanis in Nigeria. But at the end of the day, when Buhari got the ticket, what happened? It was up to the Atiku. All of them aligned with Buhari to put him there.
He won.
That
Yeah.
is the face you're supposed to have. You might say Atiku is not liking the North, this one don't like him, they don't trust him. And at the end of the day, they will all align and do one thing first. The North first. This is what they always say. Nigeria, same malam. Ask any Northerner what it means. It must be ruled by a Muslim. That's what it means.
What
It must
I
well,
don't.
Tinubu is a Muslim.
No, they don't consider us as a Muslim.
Really?
Not don't consider us as a Muslim, not even the middle belt. Nigeria, same malam is there first.
What please? I'm not taking you on that. I don't. I mean, me. I'm only saying my viewpoint. I don't know. Maybe it's not impossible, but I'm not. I'm just saying the way that I see it. Despite all of these things, they still deliver the vote to Buhari. Despite all of these things, they still deliver the vote to Tinubu in the primary. This story came up before the primary. Now, the person that is supposed to worry about, and also, if Buhari will not be able to deliver a state to APC, I think it would be terrible legacy for Buhari. Not just a matter of legacy. It will cut its kingmaker's stature. It will hurt his stature. But all I'm saying is these are all these are all palace intrigues. The election will go the way it will go. I don't believe that all the northerners will cut their noses to go for Atiku. Atiku will win a lot of votes in the north, a lot of block votes in the north, but I don't believe he will wipe all the votes into his pocket. I don't believe a Kwankwaso and his votes will be delivered to Atiku. I think the way I see it, the permutation that I see is that in the northeast, the battle will be between Atiku and Shetima. Perhaps Atiku will have an upper edge. That is designed to stop Atiku from taking all of the southeast at a block. You understand? In the minimum, Shetima will win the state. Maybe he will even win more. I don't know. And also, there are APC governors or whatever. But whatever it is, the northwest is a battleground. It's going to go the way it's going to go. Northwest, north central, everybody is going to fight their way. Atiku does not have certainty to win any one particular zone. The only certainty to win a particular zone is the northeast, and Shetima is come from the northeast, and Shetima will battle with him there. Maybe Atiku will probably have the upper edge, but I don't think he will win all of the northeast zone. So all of these other things they will go, and I don't believe Kwankwaso will collapse into Atiku. So all of them will go. I don't. I'm just making the way I say it. I don't know. Maybe the North don't like every other person, or these are neither here nor there. The way I see it, neither here nor there story. I think every society. Me too. I want only Yoruba to be president forever, but it doesn't matter what I want. An Igbo person also want an Igbo person to be Igbo, but at the end of the day, the practicality will set in. They will, if they all lose APC, if they all lose all their APC governors, their APC senators, their APC, so they are going to sacrifice all of this for Atiku, because it's a dangerous situation to do, to say, oh, let's all go for Atiku, but then our senators in the APC will keep them. This I know as a matter of practicality when it comes to voting, it doesn't usually work out like that. Only the margins, 20% maximum, generously speaking, 30% turns out that way. People vote for the parties. That is why everybody talks about structure, because people vote for parties.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So thank you for that. So let's take that conversation to Ajanle Koko, the article space submission that they've got. Let's make sure we've got the figures right. So the article space submission that they've got 11 APC governors, 37 senators, and 15 rep members working for Atiku. Some people agree that there must be quite a few APC functionaries working for Atiku. just as we know that there'll be PDP functionaries, Sheyi Makinde is a PDP man, but it's a Tinubu man. So we agree that in terms of our ethnic alliances and political experiences, there'll be cross-carpet support for candidates of opposition parties. But these figures being presented by the APC, by the PDP, that 11 APC governors, I'm not even sure how many governors the APC, I think they have about 23. So close to half of the APC governors, they are telling us they are secretly working for Atiku. 37 senators out of how many? So essentially, they are saying the APC is working for Atiku, but what level of credence would you give to that, Ajanle Koko? I don't think we have Ajanle Koko. Do we have your Ajanle Koko? All right. Let's take that to. Are you there? You're muting and then muting back.
Yeah, one man, I'm here.
Yeah. Do you want
Can
me
you
to
hear
give
me?
you? Yeah, I can now. Yes. Did you hear what I
Yeah.
said? And so
Yeah,
that,
I heard you. I heard
yeah.
you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, let me tell you, one man is. I don't want to believe in that. I don't want to believe PDP. You can't believe in anything that PDP is saying right now. I think they are just trying to fight back a kind of psychological warfare against Tinubu base, the campaign team, and the support base. The G5, led by Wike, has rattled PDP very, very badly. Particularly Wike rhetoric. Every time that you see Wike commissioning project and Wike talks and unleash some attack against PDP and often paint their leadership images bad before Nigerians, among which is what he said recently that Obasanjo have to, kneel down for Atiku to beg him for second terms in office. So this narrative, or rather information that have dominated the media space, that Wike and Tinubu have been meeting and they're trying to strike a deal. All these meetings outside Nigeria that, that we have seen throughout last year, and the recent one that they met in London, is really destroying the support base of PDP. A lot of their supporters are demoralized, they are not energized, and they are looking at it that their candidate might not win this election. So the effect of this meeting and striking of a deal between Tinubu and five integrity group is it has really destroyed the support base. So how can PDP fight back? How can they give confidence to their people? How can they energize their base? It's what they are fighting for now. And that is what this information they are dishing out now represent? How can we counter all these, the the narrative in the media space that has overwhelmed them? How can they counter it? How can they send fear back? So the Tinubu team and their support base too, that is why they are coming. I don't want to believe this, what they are saying, that 11 or 12 governors are meeting with Atiku and 57 senator, all this.
Sorry, Ajale Koko, are you
Yeah.
dismissing it completely out of hand, or are you saying the numbers are excessive? Are you dismissing that? Because I suspect that there are meetings taking place, but not to the level that they are presenting.
Yeah, there could be meeting taking, but like you said, the figures they are giving out is too excessive, and we don't see it at all in the media space. We don't see any move or anything that indicate that at all. You understand? They are the one releasing it to us. Why must they release? Why must they release it to us if it is really working to their advantage? Because what is working to your advantage, that is not known to your opponent, you have to keep it to use it against them at the right time, But why must you release it now that 11 governors rather, 57 senators are meeting with us, they are working with us? You see, it doesn't make sense at all, one man. And if that is the case,
sorry, Ajale Koko, do you think they are doing it to counterweight the Wike narrative? Because of course they are aware that Nick Wike has effectively packed his support with Tinubu. So now they've suddenly now come, and it's not even politics, is it? Because if 11 governors and all of this retinue of people, if they are working secretly with Atiku, then I would have thought that they will want to keep that as quiet as they can.
That's quiet. That's what I'm saying.
Yes. So is this really just to throw some sort of jab at the Wike narrative, just to
that is what they're trying to do, one man.
To water it down.
That is what they're trying to do. That is what they're trying to achieve.
Sorry to interject. Yeah. We all know right from day one, right from 1960, but northern politics has always been quiet. They do what they're going to do. You will see the body language, but you won't hear them talking about it. But the end of the day, it play out like that. Let me make a quick example. Tambawa and Atiku they were great rival till the day of election of that primary. Do you know that? Atiku was trying to stop people in Sokoto. But on the election, on that day, Wike was dead surprised that he crossed carpet. He decamped for Atiku that very day. And there was rumor about it before then, but we dismissed it. No, Tamba will not betray Wike. But he did it. This is the one thing I agree with you. This is the first time the South are playing the North the way they play us the South. Because every time since election, we only hear so many so people, how many governors or so Kaba are decamping for so person in the North or backing so people in the North. This is the first time the Southern governor 5 came up openly and said they are going to back their Southern governor. That is what is making them fear. This information is not false. Before Tinubu primary, we all saw it when Tinubu had to meet with 26 House of Rep that wanted to decamp away from APC. Didn't you see? We saw it on the news. You had to meet them and talk with them and promise any deal with them. And you don't. So we're going to say that there are not more. That is still more disgruntled members that want to move otherwise. So it's not like it's not coming from us. It's not coming from them. It's coming from us that 11 and so much that this thing. They are not denying it or accepting it. That means to tell you.
No. It is coming from them. It's coming from them. World Peace. It was the spokesperson of the article, Daniel Bwala. He was the one that said this.
Okay. Now, and they're not denying it or not.
Which is totally at odds with politics. somebody
Yes,
from an opposition party is working with you, and then you go on national
and you want to
television
tell them.
and announce it.
yes,
I mean,
true that. But that's I have to agree with Gaje Koko, because the first time we are hitting them on the Achilles heel, first time we are playing the kind of politics they play with, they play us. Every time they not always handpick how they want to do the South. This is first time this G5 movement is putting a knife into their cake, and it's affecting them. So they need to counter back. And like I said something before when I was talking to Fatai, I said the number is reducing now because the way things are changing. Some of them are now coming back to APC. They're not having change of mind. Before it was stronger, it was a stronger movement. They were so quiet. They know what they're going to do. There's a surprise is the element. Element of surprise is everything you need in war to win war. And in war, the enemy within is more dangerous than the enemy outside. There's a reason that defense general more than the outside fortress. So yes, I will agree with that, but we should not underestimate it. It's out there, it's real, and it's happening. If you that is speak with northern people, the way they reason, they never see us. They want to give us this power to us. That is my submission.
No, nobody is giving power. By the way, power is being jostled for. So I really resent that, not from you personally, but that language in the political landscape that the North are giving us power. It's not theirs to give. It's not theirs to give. Everybody, they're jostling. We are politicking, so, and by the way, it's not even the North, it's vested interest. But Ajanle Koko, yes, I think I agree with you that it's an attempt to counterweight what they know is coming from Wike, because nobody goes on national television to tell you that somebody is about to betray somebody for you, Ajanle Koko. It's just the most ridiculous of things.
It's just the most ridiculous.
Babaja.
Yes.
Yeah. Ekrole, sir.
Báwo ni? Yeah.
Mi ò ní pẹ́ bí mo kàn fẹ́ mo láwọn àlejò.
Ọ̀ya sọ̀rọ̀ sókè mo jẹ́rìí ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ sókè.
So first of all, Happy New Year to everyone on the platform and those who are listening and those who will be listening or probably having their time to rewatch. We appreciate everyone. We appreciate your membership all this while, and we will continue to appreciate you coming on the platform. 2023 shall be a year of outstanding achievement and success in all our lives, in all ramifications, in the name of Almighty God.
Amen.
Thank you for being there. I just want to make something very clear. I'm not saying this just as a panelist, but I'm saying this personally from what I know. Atiku met 3 governors. It's a fact, not 11. Okay? He met 3 governors, but the governors did not meet him. He was chasing the governors, and the governors were traveling en route to Omra with Ashiwaju. So everything that Saraki actually warned him not to do that, because he said the governors will be extracting information, the little information they have, more or less like a covert operation. So we should understand one thing. If you want to know the group or the section or the camp or the corners that will be happy about this news or whatever, that will be going to frenzy first, there are 2 groups. The groups of the main PDP and the PDP subsidiaries, right? If you want to lend credence to this, one man, go back to the primaries. You will see what happened before the primaries. Even to the 9 minutes of the primaries, go to the Twitter space and go to certain section in the social media spaces. You will see so many, a replica of this kind of information flying around. Even at a point, they said there was a list that had been released that Ashwaju did not make the final list. So it's people who do not actually expect him or do not actually want him will be happy about this information. But it's an absolute illogical fallacy to believe 11 governors and 57 legislators are supporting Atiku. Do you know the political currency of Atiku now within APC? Nobody takes Atiku serious, and I don't even think Atiku takes himself serious now. So if Ashwaji himself, that is Tinubu himself, came out openly to dissociate himself from meeting any member of the PDP G5 group, right? They met. This is a fact. They met, but he decided he denied meeting them. He dissociated himself from that news. But on the flip side, a PDP spokesperson, right, is coming struggling just for cloud, just for maybe their strategy to fight back to say Atiku is meeting certain governors. The governor that Atiku met, they're in Saudi Arabia, they're in Omra with Ashwaju. So they met Atiku with Ashwaju's permission, and Atiku actually was chasing them, not on the other side round. And then if people are saying senators are meeting, nobody, except you don't know politics. This is January 1st, 2023. The election is 59 days from now. If you do not know politics, you can believe in all those bunkum. Okay? So Atiku does not have the gravitas now to earn the respect and the trust of anyone. Because even people within Atiku's corner, just like Saraki now, Saraki is working half-assedly with Atiku because he has broken the promise already. Atiku is a man that you cannot trust. He has broken promises. He's a serial betrayer. And you think governors who have their political careers to protect, what is the need for them? If you ask what is the need for Wike and his group, that could be valid. That is debatable. But what is in need for some governors or some politicians who will be putting their stake on somebody who cannot even unify his own party? Do not forget Obi is still a subsidiary part of PDP, and do not forget about Kwakwanso. So this is for a fact, 3 governors met him, and they are with Ashwaju, and Saraki warned him. Saraki and then this guy, Lamido, warned him not to meet those governors. So that he just needs to start counting his losses, but he was chasing them desperately to probably extract something from them. And then I think people should get this straight. If any senator is going to be supporting Atiku, go and look at all the senators that people were talking about Tinubu meeting with after the primaries, the 26 senators. Those senators, all of them lost their primary ticket. So they have several other politicians who are holding their ticket now. So if you lose your ticket, the only thing you want to do is to find a deal within your state governor or within your state to find an appointment after the election. So you want to be going to PDP. What is the political capital in that? So
sorry, enigmatic. Yes, a lot of what you're saying, I'm not far away from it, but it's really it's almost anti politics for you to go on national television to go and reveal details of meetings held in dark, shadowy spaces with your rivals. So it's almost anti-politics, and because it is anti-politics, then that tells you then it is politics at its most guttural. So it's gutter politics, but a lot of people, and the conversation really, Wike, of course, he met with Tinubu, as you said, in London. And it looks as though that, because they've been meeting in London, not for the first time, but it looks as though that final deal has now been struck. So is this essentially panic measures and lying, which, as I said, is dirty politics of its dirtiest? What do you make of that, enigmatic?
One man, seasoned politician wouldn't make that gap. That's a big political gap. It's a statement of I would say an idiotic statement, right? From more or less like a brain of deficit buffoonery. That's who that kind of statement would be coming from. Even Dino Melaye, as erratic and loquacious he is, he wouldn't make such an erratic statement. It's coming from Boala. Go and look at Boala very well. It's not a seasoned politician. It's not a politician. You do not do that kind of thing. Even if, let's assume, even if Atiku met behind the scene with all those folks, right? 100% politician will come out and deny it. That's what they would do. Wike did not say they met Ashwaju or they never met Ashwaju. He said, even if we met him, right? He said even if we met him, he didn't actually categorically confirm the meeting. And Ashwaju came out to say he debunked it, he dissociated himself. But you, Boala, you are going on TV station to say that and I believe he's going to get some backlashes on that internally from Atiku's team, because that's not a good political marketing strategy for Atiku. Then by the side, then number two, do not forget PDP is in a precarious condition now. So there is like they are holding on to every straw, and then anything goes. Take it or leave it. One man, I say it again. This election is not the election we are looking at in 6 months. It's an election we are looking at now in 59 days. So political actors now and political gladiators are basically consolidating on the gains of what they did last year by way of sealing quote unquote sealing deals, sealing agreements. And then you cannot seal agreement with somebody you do not trust. You do not seal agreement with betrayer, someone that has not even perfectly organized his own political family. Peter Obi is there, Kwakwanso is there, G5 they are there, the group is there. So your party is hemorrhaging here and there, and then who is that political Lilliputian that will be coming to your corner to make a deal with you? You have a reputation already, a sad one at that, a bad one at that, right? And then somebody will be preaching the gospel of irredentism about. So it doesn't make any sense. So they now from now to the end of January, right? They will be peddling their influences and that's what you'll be seeing. Atiku, Peter Obi, it started already very earlier than even the remaining two guys, Atiku and Tinubu. So he has met OBJ. OBJ has come out to endorse him, right? They will seek for endorsement now of socio-cultural groups, of certain sector part of the country where the numbers will be aligned, and that's what they will be doing now. So Atiku, unfortunately, this is not his. I don't know if probably this karma is too big for him to handle. And I think this electionary cycle is just a karma for Atiku. People are coming out. Jonathan is out for him. Atiku, OBJ is out for him. Jonathan is out for him. A lot of people that he has crossed over the years. I think this is just an eclipse of that karma for him now, and it's not looking good for Atiku. So 59 days to the election. There's no more time for obfuscation. There's no more time for conjecture of lies. What I've just told you is a fact. He met 3 governors, and the governor did not meet him. He chased the governors, and they sought the permission of Ashwaju to see him. The governors were in Omra with Ashwaju, and I think they are back to the country the same all together now. So these are facts. So all this Boala, I believe somebody will caution Boala with that kind of statement he made, because it was more or less.
Do you think he would have made that statement without authorization, or do you think they want to put that narrative out there?
It's part of political. One man is they have to embark on a series of PR now, right? Reputation. And then they have to basically wind up their base. So this is New Year, 59 days to election. Wike's group is going to make maybe their announcement anytime soon. So they are preparing the ground for the base for PDP disciples, PDP followers. They have to give them something to chew on. They have to give them something to bite on. When it was very apparent that Trump was going to lose in America, they embarked on, massive PR, campaign for Republican and Trump, because everybody knew at that point it was done. So we are not talking of election of 3 months from now, 30 days, 6 months from this is 59 days from now. 59 days to election. If you know election very well, if you've run politics very well, if you've run campaign very well. You will know what they do for a few days to election like this. These few months to election, you will know the activities. The activities is now the gear is changing now. The momentum is different. They are on the very fast lane. So what you are doing now is that you are sealing deals, you are sealing agreement, you are getting you know, some certain people to your side. It is not stupid of a whole what is their name? Those cattle breeders, right? To be on your side.
Metiala.
Mietiala. Do not forget Mietiala. They are, you know, let's talk too much. But these are basic facts that I'm telling you. 59 days from an election, PDP is still hemorrhaging. PDP is still divided. Wike and his group, they are still giving Atiku headache. Peter Obi in the southeast is taking his votes. Kwankwaso is depleting his votes. And you think they will not find a desperate means to cordon their base? Of course, they need a story, they need a plan. But the plan is a very amateurish plan from Boala.
All right, enigmatic. I know you have guests or you are in the middle of activities, but this open letter by Obasanjo coming out categorically now to state formally that is endorsing Peter Obi. So we've been talking about that. Nobody, of course, claims to be caught off guard or surprised. I think the whole political landscape knew that he effectively the person bankrolling Peter Obi. But why do you think he has come out with this letter writing that he has this penchant for? Is forever writing letters. But why do you think he has come out with this formal declaration at this 11th hour, as you described it, 59 days to the elections? What do you think is in play here, enigmatic?
One man, nothing is in play than the fact that jungle is maturing. Okay, Obasanjo is a seasoned politician, is a respected elder statesman. So they know what they know what is happening. They know the hour now. It is the hour of coalescing. It is, like I said, sealing deals, quote unquote, agreements. What is in it for me? How do we go from here? You know, what is my political career in your cabinet, in your government? That is where they are now. Right? That is where they are. Politicians do not waste their time and energy, right, obfuscating about emotional tendencies. No, they are looking at the numbers. If I'm pitching a successful maybe a project to you now, right, one man, you are not, and you have maybe your investment team with me, and you have maybe the DFO and all those CIO may be asking a different story, a different question within the technological space, but the CFO will be looking at the numbers. What numbers are we crunching, and what is going to be the figure? So where these people are now, they are in the CFO seats. They are looking at the numbers. What is in it for me? Your administration, your cabinet, what is in for South, for Southeast, for this and that. So about OBJ, we already know. We've said it, you know, in clear terms. OBJ is supporting Peter Obi. We understand that he's been trying to preach the idea of you know, Southeastern presidency. But when you go through OBJ's antecedent over the years too, he has basically not supported any Yoruba candidate, right? Irrespective of the skirmishes or the probably the issues or the history, the checkered history he had with Ashiwaju. We've said it would be very, very, it would be a surprising moment for me if OBJ supports Tinubu, and then you know why he wouldn't support Atiku. So the most objective person, the most objective choice will actually have to go with Peter Obi. So I don't want to talk about if he had the tendencies to support people he can control or whatever, because he challenged OBJ. I mean, he challenged Atiku. Atiku stood up to him. He challenged Tinubu. Tinubu stood up to him. So he challenged Jonathan. Jonathan cowered. So he loves people like that. He challenged all the leaders, stood up to him. That was the reason he didn't give OJ the ticket. He challenged Donald Duke. Donald Duke stood up to him. That was the reason he didn't give him the ticket to. So he prefers people probably once he can maybe basically control. But I don't want to make such a lazy argument in that capacity. But I can tell you for a fact that OBJ is an elderly statesman that we respect in the Southwest. We respect his ideas. We respect his choice of candidate. You know, it's not the man that we want to disrespect for supporting a candidate other than the Southwest candidate. This is a Nigerian presidency. We are not talking of a regional presidency now. So we are, and we know we are very respectful in the Southwest. So we are not. We are on like a certain group of
Just settle down, no.
a region that once you don't support the idea of candidates, then they will descend on you. They will resort to every derogatory language to define you. Basically, we don't do that in the Southwest. Pade Banjo is supporting Peter Obi, right? Nobody questioned his choice.
Yeah.
It's still the way they will say it, right? When Atoize was supporting Atiku, they said he had only one vote. But now when when OBJ is supporting Obi, does he have how many votes does he have? Right? 1 or 2 or 10. So when you want to rationalize these kind of things, you just have to laugh. And they say politics will teach you lessons. And in 59 days from now, people will learn lessons of politics, and they will know politics will be is a quiet departure from emotional tirade, and amateurish permutation. So it is just a politics of the game is getting to that point when you want to touch down. So at the touchdown level, you have to be very strategic, right? So Agbawo ni OBJ. So Baba Adebanjo, Agbawo ni won. And we're not going to disrespect them. They've supported their Peter Obi. How far they can go with that, we can see. OBJ has never won his polling booth, let alone his ward or his state. You tell me one candidate from the Southwest that OBJ went. He had issues with Awolowo. He had issues with MKO. He contested against the Yoruba candidate, Chief Olufalaye, right? He had virtually supported other candidates than the candidate from. But we are not putting that against him. But we wish him all the best. He's an elderly man, and may God continue to bless his soul.
Is there a part of you that thinks that in some three-dimensional conspiracy theory sort of thinking, is there a part of you that thinks that Obasanjo is actually working for a Tinubu presidency by using Obi as a bullhorn? Because I'm saying that I think even Obasanjo knows that Obi is not going to win, and he knows the impact of Obi being in play on the landscape. Is he actually working for a Tinubu presidency? Because there is enough to suggest that it might well be.
Well, Omar, you understand and notice that I'm being shined away from making some kind of lazy diatribe over here, and then just not trying to hang on to or probably speculate on some certain pedantic emotions. Now, of course, is it not clear that every vote gain for Peter Obi is a deficit for Atiku and PDP? So if you actually want to premise your debate on that, that is a very valid point, right? But I'll be very cautious, of course, at the risk of being cynical, not to go that route. But if we actually have to punch the line, debatably, there, basically, you are making a very good point, because take it or leave it. If by virtue of OBJ's, this is just a healthy. I see it being healthy for even democracy itself, right? What I know is that Atiku has shot himself in the foot because, take it or leave it, OBJ is supporting Peter Obi if for the sake of his principle, or he doesn't want to come out to say, okay, I'm supporting Tinubu, right? The best choice to say I'm supporting Tinubu in another way is to support Obi, right? But that was the reason that I said I'm not going to basically give credence to such a premise, because that would be lazy on my part, and then it could look so pedantic and so pedestrian too. So, but yes, if you actually want to go that route, you believe that a support of OBJ to Obi, right, boils down to the fact that it is a capital gain in terms of vote for for APC and Ashwaju, because we know for a fact Southeast, they've been voting in bloc for PDP for 24 years, 24 good years, same as South, right? So they have allegiance to these political parties. So the only electionary period that you will not see these two regions now basically tilting towards APC, PDP or Atiku in full force will be this electionary cycle now. So what does that tell you? It means every vote that should have gone by natural conjecture and natural permutation to Atiku and PDP goes to Peter Obi, right? Which is basically going to be a waste, because it won't take Obi beyond, the peripheral, level he is already, because he's a fringe candidate coming from a fringe political party, regardless of the frenzy and the momentum and the, media gargantua, political razzmatazz. It wouldn't go anywhere. So at the end of the day, it's equal to a vote against Atiku Abubakar and PDP. And then in the north, Kwakwanso is doing the same thing too in the north. So when you put all this together, then you can actually be drawing the line, because 59 days from now, the lines are already being drawn, and then people with with political intelligence, we'll be making a good graphical conclusion where the line where the dots will be combining at the end of the day. All right.
Enigmatic.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. Do you think it's also a case whereby Obasanjo's endorsement will be like, if Tinubu becomes the president, he will be able to write another letter to say, oh, um Peter Obi got some support from also the Southwest, so don't take it as an ethnic bias type of election. That I want to believe Tinubu will be magnanimous enough to carry all the regions and address any issues anybody has around the country.
If we actually want to even discuss this OBJ's endorsement, right? And if we must be truthful to ourselves, because Obi's campaign is is on the premise of we are taking Nigeria back, right? Is that not? Am I right or wrong? Right? That
Yeah,
they are
you're right.
taking Nigeria back.
All right.
Okay. That means departure from the past. But when you look at when you try to reconcile this message with the actions, then you will see a clear departure of hypocrisy in this. The only bridge we see in that will be absolute political hypocrisy. Because I don't want to talk about Peter Obi's own now, because you can't say you are looking for a new guy who has been a part of the system. So whoever has been a part of the system cannot be a new guy in the system now, right? So now, of course, OBJ may be doing this for, we may say he may be wrong, selfish, or short-sighted, right? But yet we have to stand by the fact that he has the right to 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 endorse whoever he wants. So, but it is our duty, however, to educate at least the younger generations, and then the politically naive audience to understand the fact that, you know, the younger generation should, that Operation Feed the Nation that became Obasanjo's, farm now in Ottawa in Nigeria, and the National Library, which even all governors, all PDP governors then, right, were compelled. Do you know that they were compelled to donate to that building, in the guise of that building being a national heritage, eventually becomes a personal asset to
Are you
OBJ.
serious? Wow.
Yes. So, and then we want to talk about the $16 billion spent on power. That not even a kilowatt was added to the grid. Even when PNB, Buhari came to power and asked, where is the power? Right? They couldn't see anything. And Atiku actually even admitted to the fact that, it was a careless venture. So how long, we are talking of ASU strike during their regime? Go and check the numbers of days.
Enigmatic. I think I will disagree with you right there. That so you are saying that Obasanjo did not do anything on electricity? Is that what you're trying to say?
No. I'm not saying he didn't do anything on electricity. I said they invested $16 billion on power, and they couldn't even generate even the kilowatt of even add a kilowatt of of energy to the grid. So this is a fact. I'm not making anything up, Baba. It's a fact that people can actually see. And then
No.
investment.
They built generating plant across the six political zones, and they are still there till today. They are generating. The problem that should have been fixed after they left office by Jonathan, who's the transmission line. They were generating, all those generating plants that they put in place are
But
really working, and they
But
were
do you know
so
they invested 16 billion that even became a subject of
that was a lie. That was a lie. And
okay.
he has challenged Buhari. He said if Buhari got his fact right, and if he have anything that against him, he can take him to court or set up a probe on him. He challenged
So why,
Buhari on
so why
national
did
TV.
Atiku admit that it was a careless venture?
But
Atiku
no,
admitted
that
it
is
was
not the way. No. That is not what. That is not what Atiku said. He didn't say it was a careless venture. He said what he said was that he advised the president that they should uh, um, embark on some other alternative source of energy that the president did not listen to his advice. He didn't say it was a careless. No. He wouldn't say that. He wouldn't. He didn't say that. That was not the way he, he said it. So,
okay.
what I'm trying to say is that on that 16 billion that Buhari was saying on national TV when he was attacking PDP that where is the light? After 16 billion that they stole, they gave us darkness. They didn't give us any light. Obasanjo responded quickly to him that what we are saying, if it is actually true, set up a probe. He is ready to come to court if you have anything against the administration, particularly him as the head of the administration, of the administration rather. And since then, if Buhari actually said the truth, why can't he take it up against him? So, and Fanika they came out as well to attack Buhari and mention what they did, and Buhari have not done anything. So who is lying?
Well, it's but what I'm just trying to say, Baba, is just to
The library, you said he compelled people to donate. He denied it too.
Okay.
He said he didn't compel anybody. The money was raised
No, the
from
same way.
the little people.
No, wait. The same way he denied Tottenham. That the same way. Didn't he deny
Huh?
Tottenham?
Huh?
The same way he denied Tottenham.
The same way he did what?
Okay, Baba, let me ask you one more question. Let me just Do you know during the OBJ plus Atiku's regime, right? Go and look at the numbers of days that students stayed out of school, and it is in the history of Nigeria. You can check this too. That the number one citizen, right, and the number two citizen of Nigeria, the two of them, instead of fixing that, you know what they did? They opened their own private universities. One in the other one, the OBJ in Ota, Ogun State, and the other one in Adamawa State. So, and then OBJ, this same OBJ, stood boldly against Awolowo in 1979, despite being the direct beneficiary of MKO stolen mandate too, right? He failed to honor OBJ. He failed to honor MKO at any time during his administration. During OBJ's administration, Nigeria had the fortune of 4 new naira notes. Not on one occasion did OBJ, honored MKO to have his name on any of those currencies. No monument, no acknowledgement of the fact of that landslide victory in 1993 polls. So until even it was an Hausa man, a Fulani man, Buhari, that came to honor OBJ or MKO with his GCFR or whatever. So when you put all this side by side and you just oppose the reasons, right, that can be adduced to why OBJ is always working against his people or the Southwest interest, then you can probably question the rationale behind this. Don't get it twisted. I'm not against the fact that he supported or he's supporting his candidate, but we can put all these factors into consideration too.
Please, can I quickly correct something?
Yeah, come in, Ogeni, come in.
Okay, so yes, I agree to a certain extent with Eligma, but there is this part of a narrative I want to correct, that Obasanjo went against Awolowo in 1979. That story is not true.
Okay.
Look at what happened in 1979. Obasanjo gave both Shagari and Awolowo the platform to contest. Awolowo went everywhere throughout Nigeria, tried to gather his votes, while Shagari also went everywhere. Obasanjo didn't participate in that election. Obasanjo was a military head of state in that election. Yes, he might have possibly an anointed candidate, but he didn't influence that election. And that was the reason why the result of that election was very controversial. Controversial not based on whether they rigged the election or not. Mm-hmm. The result of that election was controversial based on interpretation of the constitution, and because Shagari, in a literal sense, Shagari didn't really clear the vote. Shagari was not a clear winner, okay, of that election, and they had to go to court. So the only area where the Yorubas back then thought Obasanjo could have intervened was when they thought Obasanjo could have said, okay, let's go for electoral college, which 79 constitution allowed. But Obasanjo refused to intervene, like you said, which I agree with you. Obasanjo is not a tribalistic person. Obasanjo is not somebody who come and meet and say, Baba, Shamokoro Yobani, will tell you, no, I'm a national man.
Brother, okay. Let me interject. I think you are wrong on the fact.
Hold on, let him down this point. But land that point quickly, and then let Fatai come in, and then round up the space.
Thank you. And what happened after was they went to court. And don't forget, who were the judges? Sometimes when people push this narrative, I ask them. Probably because I work in the legal sector, and that's why I understand this. Who were the judges? The judges, we had 7 judges. 5 of them were core Southerners, 4 from Lagos, 1 from Oyo, and the other 2, 1 from Osun also. Kayode Esho was there, Irikefe was there, Fatai Williams was there, Bello was there. Who else? Southerners. Oh, they constituted that the panel, and the Southerners who were on that panel failed their own kingsman Awolowo based on whatever reason. They interpreted the constitution to favor Shagari, and Shagari became the president. So when people push this narrative of Obasanjo went against Awolowo, I always try to correct that impression. That's the only thing I just wish to correct here.
Let me
Yeah, let me
correct.
support. Let me hold on, Fatai, please, 1 minute. Let me support Ogbeni for what he said. It was, I mean, what Yoruba wanted Obasanjo to do back then during the Awolowo, the Second Republic, was to allow the Electoral College to determine the final result of the election when all of them could not meet the electoral requirement as enshrined in the Constitution. But because Obasanjo did not do that, if Obasanjo has done that to say, okay, no court, let us go to Electoral College, Awolowo would have won. Because Awolowo had the alliance of others like Aminu Kano, what's the name of this, Waziri Ibrahim, if they have joined together, Tuji Bradway, all their representatives, the congressmen, they have joined together, they will have surpassed that of what do you call that of Shagari. They will have defeated Shagari. So, but because he did not do that, he let them have it, went through court, and the court interpreted it the way it came out controversially 12-3. So that, and since then we've been holding Obasanjo responsible that he's the one, he just rigged the election. So, but a lot of things, just like you just mentioned too, all we had in the Supreme Court justices, they are all, what do you call?
Southern justices.
They are all Southerner. They are all Southerner. And they came out with that thing, but we are not holding them. And as a matter of fact, Fatai Williams was the Chief Justice of the Federation then.
Wow.
We are not, a lot of things went wrong then.
How that show was
that
there?
To us. Huh?
Babajale Koko.
So that was it.
No, but like that's not actually what happened.
Okay, tell us.
I'm a happy Ogbeni is a lawyer.
Okay.
The election.
Tell us what happened.
Yeah. What happened is not about the court. The election was rigged. This is the problem. The court, it was not to determine about the election. The court, they went to court. It was a weak case in the court. The result of the election itself, Shagari won outright, but the problem was the result was as a result of rigging. But what Awolowo went to court for was to say because Shagari didn't get to third, I think he won 23. No, I mean not 20. No, the point is he didn't win up to third, but he won more than he defeated Awolowo. They didn't go to court to overturn the result. They went to court to say because Shagari is one state short of third, because now you have to have the majority. Shagari won majority. Shagari won more states. So there is no way the court could have given the election to Awolowo. What they wanted was the court to throw to let it go to rerun, to have a rerun. Like now, like in this election, if the way they are saying is that if nobody wins outright,
forget
then
that
there
one.
will be a rerun.
Go on.
The
Forget that one.
rerun is the rerun that they went to court to decide. The court, it was a weak case. the judges, there's nothing. It's not about Yoruba judges or not. The case was a weak case. It's not. Shagari won outright by the result. He won majority of the vote by a big margin. The alliance they wanted to have was with Azikwe. Awolowo wanted to have alliance with Azikwe. All this thing. Aminu Kano, this one didn't affect, didn't have anything to do. The big alliance was going to be between Awolowo and Azikwe, and they will have they were hoping that will happen. But Awolowo's party won. I think maybe it was Ondo State or something like that. Then Shagari won it. There was something like, anyway. There was some southwest states that it was so much rigged. It was not possible for Shagari to win, but but it was so rigged. It was incredible. There was too much rigging. So Shagari won outright based on rigging. That this is why people like Abiola, Tinubu, all these things. That this is where they deviated from Awolowo's ideology, because it's like, look, this is politics. Of course, you will expect rigging if you have to when you go into that's why power is not set a la carte. You have to go with everything. You don't expect that they will not rig. That it's just going to be like a clean, smooth election. Everybody will be saying kumbaya. Of course, they will do everything. You have to match them strategy for strategy, rigging for rigging, blah blah blah, like this. Awolowo was going like a saint, like everybody is just going to count votes and then whatever. And then the other side rigged the election. But about the court situation, they didn't go to court for college vote, college, what is that college? There is no, Nigeria doesn't have something college. This college that
collegiate. Yeah.
You get the entire fact wrong. Go back to that judgment and read it. It's clear. There was no issue of rigging. They didn't take any issue of rigging.
No, the court is not about rigging. I'm not the rigging happened in the election. The court situation was to take the election to make it a rerun, election, because even though Shagari won, he didn't want to third. The issue for determination what is the meaning of two-third. That was the issue for determination.
We are saying the same thing.
Of
you see, it's like 12 2/3 of 19. That was the argument.
That was the argument.
So that had nothing to do with the judges were not for Yoruba or not. That one is
it has a lot to do with the judges. See, there were seven judges. It has a lot to do with them. There were seven judges.
If you two-thirds, if it's not two-thirds, it's mathematics.
No,
because Shagari was close. I think the factor was it was so close to two-thirds that it was impossible.
Fatai,
wait.
I think what Esho is trying to tell you, right? When in this kind of scenario, the judges will have to make their call at the end of the day, and they will count for and against, right?
Yeah.
So what he's trying to say is that the southern judges probably would have or could have gone as 4 instead of the route they actually went by.
I get the point he's trying to make. My point is, even though some things are discretion of the judges in court, so many other things are not discretion of the judges. It was not a case that was going to give Awolowo the victory. Awolowo was not going to get the victory. It was a case to send it back to a rerun. You understand? The judges couldn't do anything about that.
Excuse me, they could do a lot of things. It was a novel case. That case had never happened in the history of Nigeria before. It was a novel case.
Of course.
It has never happened. 19 states we have in Nigeria. Their decision was to decide whether 12 states is 2/3 of a 19 state or 13 states. And the Awolowo group said it must be 13. If you did not get 13, then that is not 12. Your 12.
How many states did Awolowo have? Awolowo had maybe 4 states or 2 states or whatever.
Fatai, that's not the cross of the matter. Hold on, Fatai. The cross of the matter is the legality of that 2/3. The definition of that 2/3.
I know. That is what I said. I said.
So in this scenario now, right? I think, and then not to be without prejudice to Nigeria judiciary system, right? Who was the CNC then? Was it not OBJ?
Yeah,
So,
yes. No.
Okay.
I'm actually enigmatic.
It was OBJ. It was OBJ. It's
and then
the judiciary that failed us.
I'm trying to conclude on that.
Judiciary that failed us.
This
Judiciary
judiciary
rule.
that you are speaking to now, right? We
Huh?
saw what happened. We saw what happened in Imo State, right? We can probably, maybe incorrectly infer that judiciary was controlled somehow to give that judgment in favor of the wrong guy. Is it not possible in this case?
Yes, the judiciary can, in this case, order rerun or do that their nonsense interpretation.
Yeah, but on what ground now? On what ground? 2/3 of 19. 2/3
It's not 12.
19 is 12 point. Look, 2/3 of 19 is 12.6.
That is it. So,
yeah,
that is 13.
That is 13.
That's 13.
Under the law,
approximation
that's 13.
Under the law, it works different. Under the law.
Let me finish.
Hold on, one at a time. Fatai. So let Fatai land that point. Fatai.
Okay.
My point is this: there is no half state. There is only one state. Okay, there is no half state. There is only one state. The case is weak. This is not. It's not like if Shagari won 11 states. It's a clear case. You understand? But 2/3 of 19 is 12 point something. Now, how do you so when the judges are deciding things, so they are going to make Nigeria go to a rerun on point something at half. It's not like one clear. It's like a half a human being. There is no half human being. There is one or two. So the court is, and it's not even like Awolowo was close. So Awolowo is not close. And also there is 2 points also. Awolowo didn't win the majority. If you win, Shagari had majority, and he also had more states. He's short by 2/3, not by one like clear one. It's like half. There is no half human being. My point is the case was weak.
No, by electoral law, you have to win more than 12 states. You have to win more than 12 states. I mean, 13 or 14. That is, but they didn't win more than 12, and you're giving them that ruling. They're ruling in the favor of a party that did not meet the electoral requirement. I mean, look, no, that was the issue.
That matter is a matter of glass.
Look, Awolowo was not contesting. Look, hold on, Fatai. Awolowo was not contesting that Shagari did not have more vote than him, or did not win more state than him. But what they are contesting was the electoral, yes, electoral requirement by the constitutional requirement. That was what, yes. And the justice and the judiciary failed.
They didn't fail.
They failed. If you go back, if you go back to that judgment, let me tell you, if you go back to that judgment, there's a portion of that
judgment. I want to check with Fatai Williams, the Chief Justice of Federation back then.
They can check with for all the
Sorry, let me make this clarification.
Mathematics.
You see, no, law is not mathematics. That's where you are getting.
I'm not saying law is mathematics. This situation is mathematics.
Law. This is law. Don't think it's mathematics. They said it.
Brother, your argument is all over the place. I don't want to be going in circular argument. I'm saying, look, this is the mathematics. The number of states is not even number. It's odd number. When you divide this odd number into two, you don't get a clear one. There is no half state. This matter is half full, half empty. Now, if matter is half full, half empty, from which angle will the judges come from? You understand? They did not win.
Under the law.
Hold on. Go on. Land that point, enigmatic. Yeah, go on, enigmatic.
Sorry, before Edmund. Hello. Sorry, enigmatic.
Hold on. Let enigmatic have a say.
No, I just want to say that before enigmatic does that, I should learn that enigmatic Ogbeni are actually telling Fatai that they are judicial practitioners. They are from the judiciary.
They're both lawyers.
Yeah. I worked in Babalaki and Co. in a law firm in Nigeria before I left. That doesn't matter. We are talking about the argument, the point.
But law is very specific now. Law
look
is
at
not
that.
1+1. It is not.
Hold on. They've gone to dig out the constitution. All these people. We were afraid of Atidebe. We are now reaching. Hold on, Fatai. At Atidebe, Section 35, subsection 332 of the look at Atidebe. I knew we were going to end up here. Look at your screen. What a long way we daddy.
When you are speaking to the ground norm, right? The ground norm is the constitution itself, right? And then under the law, there's this usual saying. I believe Benny will support me on that. That there are exceptions to certain rules. There are exceptions to certain laws. So in this, what I just want to conclude on. Fatai, you have a valid point. This is quite debatable, right? You have a valid point, and Esho basically is holding his ground. No, I believe you guys are making point, but the fact remains that mathematically that does not really factor well in law, right? And then there are certain premises that actually land rulings most of the time. And then the angle I want you guys to understand is, like I said, without being prejudiced, right, against Nigeria's judicial system or the judiciary itself now, do not forget to understand the fact that the judicial system as presently constituted, and even as it were, has always been an appendage of the executive, right? So when you put that into consideration, you understand the fact that he who dictates the tune, he who pays the piper, right, dictate the tune. So if in this Nigeria we could have a case as glaring as Imo State, and then it was awarded, or probably the ruling, in favor of somebody in office now, then we can as well probably have this kind of premature mindset that probably there was a lever that was probably pulling those guys behind the scene. And that was the reason I asked the question, who was the CNC? The CNC was OBJ.
Yes.
So there could have been an instruction from behind the scene that this is the way the case should go. So you guys need to think about that.
That's speculation.
Of course, it's under the realm of speculation,
Yes,
but we can it still can be valid. You have to think about that too.
See, let me tell you.
Can I just say this?
If you read that judgment, sorry, let me quickly wrap this up on this. If you read that judgment, you will see the undertone in that judgment shows it's not a clear-cut thing. You see, the reason why I'm saying this is that so that the narrative we put outside there, we should make sure that it's clear. Now, the judgment, even there's a portion of the judgment that even say that we shouldn't even cite it as authority, because the justices know what they did, what they were doing.
Okay? Ben, what does that tell you? What does that tell you?
Yes, that tells you that what we are doing here, see, in court, there are some judgments that are just strictly policy judgments.
Good.
They are not judgment. Yes, they are just policy judgments. There are some judgments that are not straight in law. You know that this is the way it should go, but based on policy, you believe in order to avoid some messing up the system, this is a young democracy that is just coming up and all sorts. Okay, let's interpret it this way. Not the way Fatah is putting it as if it's that clear. It's not clear. There's a portion
no.
So it's not a clear thing. It's not something. See, you do. I want to do some election petitions. I work with Afe Babalola and co. I'm still part of the law firm. What we are known for is election petition. Now, in election petition, when you are dealing,
you know Babalaki and co.
I know Babalaki cannot handle as much as election petition we handle in
Babalaki is not an election petition.
You handle election petition like Afe.
It's basically more of a big boy cases now.
So, but that's by the side. That's by the way. That's by the way. But this is what I'm saying. See, in 2001,
Babalola is not
oh no! All right. Okay. Hold on. Fatai, your legal chambers is bigger than the rest of them. So let's get back to look at that. It was Chinua Achebe that wrote the book. Oh, my Mercedes is bigger than yours. Eh?
Yes.
Are you saying that your chambers is bigger than the rest of them? Oh, yeah, carry on. Look at this guy.
Okay, so but this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Look at what Ayo Salami came to do in the space of election petitions in Nigeria. Ayo Salami removed about 3 governors. In fact, he was about to remove the 4th governor when they had to play politics to kick him off from judiciary. You expect those justices to do that back then. He removed Segun Oni in Ekiti. He removed Professor Osubo in Edo State. He removed Oyinlola in Osun State. And he was about to remove Sokoto when the year of Amako and Dingyadi came up. I was part of that case too. So, but this, you'll be expecting Obaseki was in that from Bende. Kayode Esho was there. Idigbe, Lagos was there. Irikefe, Lagos was there. Fatai Williams were there. All those guys were there, and they couldn't interpret it to favor their kinsman. Okay, but they interpreted it to favor Shagari. So we shouldn't be peddling this narrative of Obasanjo went against Awolowo. That was the only thing I just wish to correct.
Okay. Let me also close it.
Okay, but legal.
No. Let me just close it now to have a reply to what he said. No, actually, I am in line with enigmatic point of view. You understand? This thing should have occurred in the election period. So if I don't know whether Obasanjo is right or not to go with Awolowo in the election. Okay, well, I don't know. These are palace tricks. But it's not, the problem didn't occur at the level of the judges. The problem occurred prior. The problem was with the election. What they went to court was a weak case. Even the section that somebody posted that one mile you were reading now, is actually even making the point. You can't fractional. A state is one entity. You can't fractionalize it. So so that is actually the point that Awolowo's camp in their argument. They are trying to say, so because you cannot fractionalize it, so lose. So like I have, like, so if 12 point something or whatever is the whatever to talk, how can I say? No, you can't factor that in. So it's either you give it to 12 or you give it to 13. This was the you either give it 12 is right, 13 is more right. This was the case. So it's a weak case. 12 is right, 13 was more right. 12 is not totally wrong because 2/3 of 19 has also something to do with 12. So you approximate it either way. So Shagari had a better case that, look, I am on 12 now. I don't know. 13 mathematically is not 2/3 of 19. 13 is more than 2/3 of 19. You are approximating it to say 13 is the 2/3 of 19, but 13 is not 2/3 of 19. 2/3 of 19 is 12 point something. Okay, so the judges cannot interpret. They will wreck the system. If they went with Awolowo, when there is such inadequacy with the judges, what they have to do is other circumstantial situation have to come in. Awolowo was far behind as regard the election. Now you want to throw the whole country away over an interpretation that neither here nor there. Is neither 12, is neither 13. 12 2/3 is neither. The problem came from the constitution itself. It should have, the number of states should not have been odd number. It should have been even or whatever. 2/3 should have been not a fractionalized number. And it's been corrected now. 2/3 is like 24 states. This is clear. But when 2/3 is like 23 point something, it could either go 23, it could go 24. Neither of them is right, neither of them is wrong. Neither of these two numbers are right. So if the judges would want to play tribal or whatever, want to go against along with Yoruba people, if Awolowo was close, if it was like a toss-up, yes, they could throw it to Awolowo, but it is not a toss-up. They're not going to throw away the whole system over something that is neither mathematically neither here nor there, and then the other circumstances is so far away. We are talking margin, big margin in the. If Awolowo won majority vote, but Shagari won not more states, but short of that, hey, they could throw it to rerun, or if like they are close elect in the vote number, let's say the number they are close, okay, they could throw it, but the number is so far away. Then the judiciary is going to throw away the system for this. It's a very small, it's not a strong point. The point is not, my point is that it's not the judge's fault. Anybody, the propaganda that is the judge's fault can go as far as they want. Everybody can hate the judges and they can call them. It's not their fault. It's the issue should have been, the election should have been worked out. If Obasanjo was in support of Yoruba, he should have supported the election of Awolowo. So me, I am in the side of enigmatic that it was Obasanjo did not support Awolowo to win the election. If he supported Awolowo to win the election, maybe they could even cut the deal between the Azikiwe and Awolowo. Maybe it could have happened. Obalowo did not lend a helping hand. Now they want to say it's the judge's fault. It's not the judge's fault. The case is very tenuous. And what are the judges going to do? They are going to lose all their reputation. What they did was the safer judgment for the court system. It has nothing to do with it. It's a simple mathematics. 13 is, if you want to look at it, 13 is wrong. 13 is not 2/3. 13 is more than 2/3 of 19. 12 is less than 2/3 of 19. Both numbers are wrong. So if both numbers are wrong, you are asking for approximation. So you want to approximate. How could you want to approximate without having sufficient circumstantial situation? The only thing Awolowo was relying on was for the court to just dwell on this and just approximate. But the election was not even close. There is nothing to help. There is nothing in the case to help the judges to be able to even swing it to Awolowo. There's nothing there to help them except the case that is 2/3 is 13. Well, 2/3 is not exactly 13. 2/3 is 12.
Okay, but I have a question. 2/3 of a number, the 2/3 itself, is it not a fractional number?
Fatai Williams,
what are you saying? I don't understand this question.
No, now you are talking about mathematics. I'm from I'm from a physics background. Is 2/3 of a number not a fractional number?
The background doesn't matter. The question is meaningless.
Okay, your background doesn't matter now.
No, don't go there because I think Fatai has an MBA as well. But stop showing off your credentials. We all know you're well educated.
The argument, not the credential. I don't care about the credential. If the argument is sound, fine. It doesn't matter if you're a lawyer. If you're a lawyer, but the legal argument is not like.
Fatai, let me support you on this. What everybody is saying is right, but what people fail to understand is that Nigeria was coming off military era, and they wanted to compensate the North for Tafawa Balewa they killed. So they didn't want to bring the power to the South. In that election, Awolowo won. We all knew. They ring it for Awolowo. We all knew. But they wanted to balance the power in a politics play, just like the way they did to Obasanjo after Abiola dead. They have to pursue the Yorubas and bring Obasanjo out. So they wanted to balance the power shift and calm the North down. That's why they gave the power to Shagari. So what you're saying, you are right. What other people are saying too, they are right. But there's no need to fight about it. It's just the
No, it's not a fight. It's not a fight. I'm not even arguing. All I'm saying is that the problem is not the judges. You understand? The other thing, it's neither here nor there. I don't even know whether I was not alive then, whether Awolowo was trying to shoot Obasanjo was trying to shoot Awolowo. I don't know. All I'm saying that it's not the judge's fault.
Just give the power to the North to.
Yeah. That also could factor in. They wanted to give. They didn't want to throw the country into a turmoil over a very tenuous
because Obasanjo was a Southern president as a military dictator. You cannot.
So over a very tenuous argument about approximating mathematics, they are going to throw the country into a turmoil. This is why it's not that they are against the judges. It's not the judges' fault. That's my point.
You will blame the judges more than you will blame Obasanjo. That's my point.
All right, brilliant. So we've had about 40 minutes, but we've not landed on any space. But round off what you were saying, enigmatic. Round off your spot, Janle Koko. Let's hear from Ikene, and then we start to wrap it up. So back to you, enigmatic.
Okay. Running to just in my final analysis now, we now I believe we've when you look at the multifarious pronouncement from these debaters, you understand the fact that they are basically coming from different angles. World peace came from the angle of the regional shift because by virtue of Nigeria's nascent democracy then, and then Fatai appropriating the fact that it wouldn't be the fault of the justices, and then to Ogbeni, standing his point about the fact that it tips towards the rationale of the judges' thinking or their ruling. But what I believe at the end of the day is, and I stand on that, when you have when you have a section of the when you have a judiciary that is an appendage of the executive, then you can actually have a probably more in maybe a cynical mindset that a lever is being pulled somewhere, and it still actually exists up until now. So concluding on the part of OBJ, you should understand the fact that there was a time that OBJ himself bragged about the fact that Buhari, even if he wins in 2019, he wouldn't have, he wouldn't have the 3 years OBJ had as a military president. So, which resonates and which actually gives credence to the fact that OBJ wants to see himself as the longest serving Nigerian president ever, right? So, that could make a minute to people who can read minutes to that. And then from what we can infer, what we can say about this, he's probably doing the same thing now. So we can assume that OBJ prides himself, as the only Yoruba man to be president so far. So maybe the trajectory will change in the next 59 days if Asiwaju wins. So basically, we respect his option, we respect his choice, we respect his opinion, and then may God continue to bless it. So that's what I would say.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Enigmatic. So thank you, Enigmatic. So Ajanle Koko, wrap up the article space and these fabled 11 governors that he has in his pocket. So wrap up that space, and then we hear from Ikena, and then we start to wrap up. So Ajanle Koko, back to you.
So one man, Boyala, that was dishing out that information is not telling us the truth. It's just trying to kind of release an information to fight back against the Kano. Against the Wike. Against the Wike's group. There is PDP is a big problem. They are not. They've been badly rattled by the Wike's group, and Obi has killed them in the east. In the north, they've been killed. They have been. Kwankwaso is slicing them up there. So the only thing that can bring PDP back is when they get these 5 governors back into their fold, the Wike and the group. That will energize them. That electrifying energy will spread across the rank and file and, to the grassroots of the party if they should get those people back. But it doesn't look like they are making that effort. We don't know. Maybe they will take Ayochayu down. But as long as Ayochayu remains the chairman, I don't see Wike and his group working with Atiku. And Buhaya and his group, they are just trying to fight a psychological warfare against the Wike and this group, but it's not gonna hold anything, and there is nowhere on earth where you will reveal the position of strength that you have in secret to the public and try to, in politics. It's never done. You will hold it to your chest and then effect it on election day. That is the way it is done. But what they have done now, if it is actually true that they have some people working with Atiku, they have given Ashwaju and his group that opportunity. They have given them, they've revealed what they are doing in secret with some APC to them, and they will walk among their top leaders of the party. They will send some sniffer drug around to fish out those people that are meeting with Atiku, and they can sit them down and iron things out among themselves. So, what is the strategy of releasing this information? It is just it's just a lie. There's no iota of truth to that information. There's no iota of truth in it at all. It's just a lie, just to show that, oh, they are meeting with us too, as our people are meeting with them. That is what they are. That is the game they are trying to play. Hey, their people is meeting with our candidate in secret, just as some of our people that are fighting against the party are meeting with Tinubu. That is the game they are just trying to play. But they are just playing a dangerous game of failure, game that have no no factual base. We don't see it. This of Wike and the group, we are seeing it openly. I mean, what are they trying to achieve? It's just lie, and that is what the PDP represent right now. It's not a party that you can trust. No Southerner should trust that party. The leadership of that party, they don't mean good for Nigeria. We have seen the way they run Nigeria in the past, even though we can give it to Obasanjo that, well, during his time, he was able to achieve what we expected him to achieve then before he was elected. Nigeria was facing disintegration politically, economically. Nigeria was in a mess. So he was able to stabilize Nigeria politically. He was able to stabilize Nigeria economically. He was able to put some sanity in place in that country. He was able to put, democracy. He was able to put us on the right track democratically, and people were looking for a better future. That was what Obasanjo was able to achieve for that country. So, but for now, PDP is not what it used to be. Atiku Abubakar cannot be trusted, and they are just lying. So I don't think there's no iota of truth behind this information. I don't believe it.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. And to be honest with you, on reflection, after conversations, it's just a total nonsense. It's just nonsense. But I was going to go to Ogaga Ikena next, but his system dropped and he's trying to come back, but your device is not connecting properly. So if you're still keen to come on, because we're there he is. So here he is. Yeah. So Ikena, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, all right, brilliant. I was so keen that I'm so glad to have you back. because I was just about to come to you when you dropped off the screen. So let me give you the space then to have your expression on this endorsement by Obasanjo of the Peter Obi candidature. So a lot of conversations around it, and it has dominated the headlines all the way through today. But so just a couple of questions. Were you surprised that Obasanjo has come out to formally endorse Peter Obi, or was this the expectation anyway? Did everybody already know that he was endorsing Peter Obi? And do you think this endorsement, do you think it adds anything or removes anything from Peter Obi's journey towards Aso Rock? And if you do feel that it adds anything to Peter Obi's journey towards Aso Rock, what does it add? Good to meet you, Ikana.
Okay, thank you, one man again. Well, it is neither here nor there, even though we know, of course, OBJ has always turned to the side of Peter Obi, and he has given his reasons, So, and for we that are obedient per se, or we like to, but we take that as a score. For us, like, so it is something is a win for us. For everyone that believes in Peter Obi, and that is what it is. And coming out at this point, at this time, well, we equally think it is okay, but but my fear is I would not want that to probably get into the heads of anybody, maybe particularly presidential candidate Peter Obi and all that, to see that as probably a major gain, because I don't think that would actually do so much, because he's already there, he's been aligned. But coming out publicly, well, I don't see so much impact it will have to make, so that's basically what it is. And well, moving forward for me, I think nobody really knows how this whole thing will go. I know you don't like to maybe bring Peter Obi into the picture, but me, I just feel we should not rule out Peter Obi. Really,
No, you can bring him into the picture if there's an argument for him. It's an open space, by the way. Anybody can bring any, so long as your argument is strong enough. That's just it. Yeah.
So that's where I'm coming from. We might just be saying all these things, this whole disconnect by the PDP, and coming out with the whole 11 governors and 56 or thereabout senators. This could make just seeming like a damage control strategy for them, based on what's the impact of the G5 governors and the rest. But for me, really, not so much to say, because I think everything has been said here already by what the guest we have here already. But I think it's a good remark from OBJ, and I think, but I don't see the much impact. So, because that's basically what you asked, I don't see the impact it will do or any difference. In fact, I don't.
But is it not if at the very least, is it not a good moral boost for the Obidati campaign? If nothing else, it will re-energize the space that somebody as senior as Obasanjo, he is investing his confidence in their candidates. At the very least, a good moral boost for the space. Would you say?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what it is for us. That's what I'm saying. But he has been there, so I'm trying to say the significance, and you might be right there, though. At least coming out now, there are people in, other parts of the world, that hold Obasanjo to a very high esteem, and seeing his allegiance. The candidacy he's supporting and all that. So it could actually still spell right for Peter Obi. So in that sense, yes, very well, I think, because also even back here in our own space, Nigeria, he's an elder statesman, someone everyone, as an election period like this, we're always expecting to get something like this. This is not the first time there was there were a couple of letters during the what's it called, the rerun by President Muhammad Buhari and all that. So at this point, I guess the letter actually came at the right time, because I actually was expecting something from OBJ. So it is a morale boosting gesture by OBJ for us, really. So yes, it is one man.
All right, brilliant. So we are having you here for the first time. Hopefully, you've been listening to the platform all the way through, and this is just your cameo appearance. But because we are having you here for the, am I pronouncing your name right, by the way, Ikenna?
Yes, Ikenna. Yes.
All right. So because it is your first time, let us document then your politics. What is your anticipation for? Because of course you are a I wouldn't even say self-confessed, but you're a proud, chest-out, obedient. So what is your anticipation for what will play out in February? Well, not based on your wishful thinking, but your real calculated, cold anticipation of what happens in. So what are you expecting in February, Ikenna?
Well, you know, I'm looking at the demographics. Yeah, I'm looking at the demograph of Nigeria, and I'm looking at the possibility of a Peter Obi presidency. So yes, to be honest, I enjoy the riff that is going on in the PDP currently. I enjoy it. So, and I hope it continues. You know, so it lingers longer for us. So that is what I see. So because of course when there is unrest in the house, of course, is bound to fall. So, and that is where my hope. I'm so much interested in that particular gist, you know. So that's for that, and for the APC, because, like I said earlier during my introduction, I do not think the APC really is all out for bat myself. I do not think so. You know, so but I see where the energy. I feel the energy is it's diverted towards diverted to Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. So, but at the same time, you know, so it's just like polls and what have you. So I'm saying, so that is why I'm very happy at the what's it called, the discord or the unrest currently that we have with the PDP. So what it means is that my two major oppositions, they are neither here nor there. So I'm looking out for, because if we can get majority of the South, well, then we see for the North Central, then whatever we can get from. But in fact, I'm very hopeful. I'm very hopeful of the outcome.
Who do you think
February
the biggest?
22.
Who do you think the biggest beneficiaries would be of this rift that is going on in the PDP? Who do you think it favors the most politically?
Well, yes. I think that's the narrative that when you have that, if of course is detrimental to Atiku, then if it is, then I think it will favor Peter Obi myself. That's what I think. Yeah, Peter Obi and of course Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So both of them will be beneficiary. It will be shared. That's what I
No,
think.
they can't both be beneficiaries though, because of course, the rift, because the rift that is going on is essentially a southern rift, in the PDP, and within that rift, the space, the group that is orchestrating that at the heart of that rift, the group that is at the heart of that rift, they even subdivide into subsects within this southern region. So you have two southeasterners, and then you have one from the south-south, and then you have one from the southwest, and then you have one from the middle belt. So in terms of the benefits, it doesn't necessarily favor either Peter Obi or Tinubu unless they act as a collective to favor one person. Am I right in saying that?
Well, yes. If it has to favor
one person, then who would that be? Well, I still think it would be Peter Obi. That's if I have to give it to. Maybe I'm coming from a sentimental point, though, but.
All right, but it doesn't favor Peter Obi, is what I think, though. Or it may well do, because the two southeastern ones, the Enugu and Abia, they will go. Whether even they endorse Peter, whoever they endorse, those states will still go with Peter Obi. So
That's my point.
Yes,
that's my point. Most of those states, people are almost decided already. So this G5 really, for instance, the Enugu guy, for instance, you can tell where the Easterners are leaning towards, and Ugwanyi, I live in Enugu for quite a while, really. Yeah, he's there, he's statutory, but to tell you, he does not really have the love of the people. Ugwanyi cannot even command that kind of authority in Enugu. Yes, I'm telling you what it is. That is what it is. So that's what you should look at. It's not just being the governor, it's the political strength. What is this person's political ability? What does it put the crowd really? But he doesn't really have that, So in Enugu, we call him the billboard governor. He has billboards everywhere and all that. So he's of no threat to us. And who is the other guy? I think is it the Abia State governor? So
yes, Abia State governor.
Yeah, cool. So, and that is just exactly what it is. So the South, you go to Abia State, everyone is sympathetic towards the Peter Obi cause, and that is it. So it's very, very minimal impact. Then the only person would have been Wike, but at the same time, so this is where maybe in Rivers, for instance, we'll talk about a Tinubu being a beneficiary of this, if at all. But you can see, we saw from Peter Obi's rally in the Rivers State how it turned out. And Rivers really, to me, I like to refer to Rivers as a mixed state. It's similar to Lagos in one way, because you have everyone in Rivers State, but the Igbos, Ijaws, Yorubas, what have you, the Aquarius and all. So that's what you have in Rivers. So then the other one will now be Shea Makinde, which I think, of course, is a Tinubu guy from the onset. So that is where in this light now, I'll now still also give that to Tinubu. So but those guys would not really have, impact Peter Obi detrimentally so much. Particularly speaking from the southeast, really. So that's it.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ikenna. So thank you, Ikenna. Ikenna, try and join us again and join us earlier. When next you turn up, because I feel somewhat conscious that I've not really given you the chance to fully express yourself. So when you join us again, join us earlier, and then I'll make sure you have more of the floor to give us a better feel of your politics. But gentlemen, 7 hours I want to take to start to round off. So you still get the chance to make a closing remark, Ikenna. Let's kick off the closing remarks with enigmatic.
No, let me start. I'm going to Temple.
Oh, you're going to Temple. What a pity. Look at that. And Edo man, look what they've turned you into. All right, I'll give us closing remarks so you can.
Yeah, I have to go to Temple.
You're supposed to go to shrine. You're supposed to go to shrine.
Look at this one.
It's Japanese temple.
We're supposed to go to shrine. You say they go temple. Which are you there?
Yeah, the thing I collected last year, I have to return it. You can show me.
They don't conquer you. You know, be African. You know, be Benin man again. They don't conquer you.
Can you see this?
Yeah, what's the significance of them?
I've seen them. Good luck for my daughters. These are for my daughters. These ones are for my daughters. Good luck. This for me. Good luck. My wife have to maybe save delivering because that time she was pregnant. And this other one, I don't know, but we have to return it every year back to them. Some take for boyfriend, husband, different thing, different fortune.
Right. Does it work?
Yeah, I do. It does.
What piece?
Our prediction of last year. Let me hold on. I just
what piece?
Let me bring it.
Okay. Hold on.
Which one can you get for me to be a billionaire in dollar?
Yes.
I'm serious.
Look at that. Hello. Is that Mrs. Walpace? Does he want to
Yeah,
say
yeah,
hello
yeah.
to us? Or?
Hello, say hello.
Hello, happy New Year.
Hello, congratulations on the pregnancy. We are all excited for you, and thank you for the present. Let me show my face. Hold on. Thank you for the. Thank you for the present. I got it. The single malt whiskey. So yeah. So thank you. I got it. I will treasure it. I'm waiting for a special occasion to open it. So thank you for that.
What peace? Where's my back burner?
I'll bring a back for you. Don't worry, you get it this year. You'll get it.
You just smiling and you're denying me of my right to my fundamental human right.
Look at that.
You see this, huh? This is the prediction of last year. So I just straight away now. I'll get a new one today. With my own hand.
How many of those predictions came through?
Some. Not it's not always all, but some comes true.
So by luck, eh?
I love you. Do it your own hand. You put it in your own hand, and this is for my wife. The other one was for me. So always do it. So.
So all the Benin Browns, that Nololo Kwanko that they are returning to Nigeria, you are rendering them redundant for
no. This one, if you go to Japan, you see sago everywhere. They'll see start to tie red. Human all this start like sago. They're tight everywhere. It's on the road. They're beautiful trying for them. That's why
I have this thing. That thing you have on your wrist.
Yeah. I will buy another one today from there. So when you get there to like this time we're going to now, you see crowd. Use your hand. The smallest coin.
This guy don't turn Chinese finish.
Another one bites the dust.
Na Japanese, no be Chinese, na Japanese.
The smallest coin you have, like this one. This is my coin. Hold on. Like this is my coin. The smallest coin. You put inside the jar, then you shake it with your hand. You take a stick. The stick they write a number on it. Then you take that number, look for a box. You take the paper on that number. So the first paper you take, just the first. So what that paper tells you, they'll tell you your fortune of the year. Then if it's a very bad fortune, it's opposite. It's a good fortune. You tie it on the smoke. There's a spiritual fire they make. The smoke. You tie it on top like a thread. You tie it there so that you make it turn that bad fortune to a very good fortune.
Just one question. Why are you having to return those cards? Why do you have to return them?
This one is for 1 year. It's a must. We must return it back.
So you can't just throw them in the bin.
No. You must return it back.
They will run out of them now. They have to remove them. Recycle.
If you don't return it, what is going to happen?
I know to their culture is maybe bad luck or
they go find you.
No. Spiritually, it's maybe bad luck and all that. So I return it. Me, I don't miss it for like 7 years. I don't miss that temple. Like we're supposed to go yesterday, but too many crowd. Today we're going. Everybody from the world come there. It's tight. Asakusa. It's tight. To go pray. Then there's the spiritual water, smoke. But the line will be too much. I will only do the water to wash my hand, clean my head, then shake with my hand, take this good luck, then come back home.
And if we do things like this, they will call it voodoo. Is that not voodoo that you are just describing? Is that not voodoo? All these things is voodoo now.
This actually just speaks to the fact that how Africans have been brainwashed not to value their own system, their cultural system.
Yeah, true. But whatever you value, you have respect. If we cannot value our tradition and culture, other people will not respect it. In Japan here, you see juju everywhere, shrine everywhere.
They are here too now. When you go to all these Chinese restaurants or you go to their stores, you see all those
shrine everywhere.
Shigidi from the doorstep and then
shigidi now, all these things, and then they call it a different. It's unbelievable. And don't even try the Indians. Their own food is next. But when it's our own, it's our fetishism and it's evil. It's unbelievable.
Flying, they'll call it kung fu. you fly from one side to the other side. They say it's kung fu, but how does it say witchcraft? But it's okay.
Are you putting on weight? Am I saying are you putting on weight?
No, it's winter now. See, it's winter. I have to wear double. I hate to wear. This is what I told you. I don't like wearing double. I just like to wear simple. Just only this jacket alone would be good for me. But now I have to wear a bigger jacket on top. Like yeah, I like my fashion somehow. I don't really like wearing like a snowman. You know, when my wife will be complaining.
All right. Well, all right. Closing remarks. Closing remarks.
Okay, my country people,
Yeah.
I agree to now. May I agree to Oga your first for the comment section. Ogunyulei, Ola, Omo. This name is difficult for me. Omoni Yake. Abi, what's his name? Omoni Yake.
Yeah, I'm still wondering if that's a Yoruba name or I don't know where that name is from, but
Yeah. Yeah, now God, now the real champion of that conversation. We'll give on that place. Who now be the one man of that place, enigmatic and rational. No, I just get that place. With respect to now where we give you now the kudos. Thanks. Mona click like, share, and thumbs up. We just start new year now. We'll start new year with Booyaka. And on this called talk with I know supposed to buy. And I know when I buy this time around the coffee. You know, band big master. Anyway, one man, thanks for today. This new year. Happy New Year to everybody. We are happy we made it. We made it. It's 2023, and the election cycle it not be do or dead. Get your PVC, vote your candidate. Me, I no want the not. I say talk Fulani cannot hand over to Fulani. We decide get our right. We will take our right as we want them. Other than that, I got not the year. I mean first see your word for New Year. One man, peace. I'm out.
all right, brilliant. Thank you. Good luck at the temple, and I
All
hope
right.
your wishes come true for the year. So thank you, World Peace. So that was World Peace. You all know him, of course, World Peace. So thank you, World Peace. So from World Peace, let's go. Yeah, let's go to Babati. We've been trying to get hold of you, Babati, but I think I know why you were not able to.
Okay.
But to
Well,
you,
man,
yeah.
I'm ready. I'm gonna be short and precise. This is gonna be woo. Okay, so one man, I am ready to make my prediction for who wins the presidency. I am ready. It's the first day of the year. I am going to go out of the limb. I have seen my indications after making deep consultations, and I'm here to make my announcement. One man and the member of the panel of One Man Wants More, Peter Obi wins the election. Come next election. I cannot believe I'm saying that, but Peter Obi is going to win the election. I have seen what I'm not saying it's going to be right. I might be wrong, but I think Peter Obi is going to win the election. And when he wins, one man, I was concerned about, nobody's going to come in the house. When he wins, you're going to see a mass deflection from the PDP into the Labour Party. That's how he gets his majority. So one man, the first day of the year, Peter Obi wins, he gets his house and the majority, and he gets
all right, we'll lock that in. We only have about 59, 58 days left, so don't run away. But before
I will run, no,
don't worry,
kidding,
we will hold you down. But what's led you to that? Because when you were saying you were about to make your announcement, I had a thought that you were going to say Tinubu, but what's led you to that? To rest, yeah.
Okay, there are four things. So let me take you from number one. Obasanjo tends to just know who wins for some reason. Whoever he backs, some way someone wins. I don't know how he does it, even though we say he does not have political value. Whoever, because he does it. If you notice, 60 days before the election, he always does this. He does this. If you go back to anybody since he was in office, 60 days before election, he does this announcement, and that person always wins. So whoever Obasanjo picks for some reason wins. That's number one. Number two, Atiku cannot win because Atiku cannot change the system. So I'm not even looking at the Nigerian politics. I'm looking at the influence of people that control Nigeria from outside. They want peace. So they have to keep the illusion of what they think is equality in the political space in Nigeria. So he kind of messed up. He kind of messed up that system of north south, that turn by turn kind of thing. So he's messed that up. So to me, he's out. Now coming back to the APC, the Muslim ticket. I think the powers that be don't want a Muslim ticket. It is not good for them. It is going to feed the narrative of a Fulani stroke Muslim domination agenda. And it's not good for people that control behind the scenes. They want to keep that illusion out there of equality, of an equity. Number three is from the Southeast. Somehow they want to force the narrative that it is possible to keep Nigeria together. They need to get this guy in. So even though I had my extreme view of somebody passing away, I don't want to say that right now because that would be too extreme to see on your platform for now. But I'm saying that the stars are aligning for Peter Obi, And I think some way, somehow, I'm still expecting a couple of major events in the last 60 days to happen. And I believe strongly in my spirit that Peter will be, based on what I just said, will win the election.
All right, another one bites the dust. Unbelievable.
Babati.
I'm not a fan of Peter Obi. I'm just telling you.
Babati.
Yes.
Let me ask you a quick question, very quick one. First
Yes.
of all, let me congratulate you for being the best person now alive in the obedience camp.
Wow.
Yeah. So they will love you to pieces now. So congratulations on that. Wow. Number two.
Imagine if Enigmatic declared for Peter Obi. We have to shut down the platform. We will all just go
No, number two, I don't really know your political, what part of the aisle you belong, but I can sense you are Republican.
Yeah, proud conservative Republican America. Yes, sir.
Okay, so that answers my question. So that's it. So
he owns guns, by the way. He owns guns.
Yeah. Woman, why I'm a proud gun owner. What is the big deal? I don't know why.
I know a lot. I can sense a lot about. That's why I asked that question. I never knew his political leanings in America over here. But don't run away. Somebody already jackpot this platform.
I don't mind being wrong, but I'm just looking at the landscape. And am I wrong?
No, Babati, on a very good note, right? I appreciate. That's why I say. The second question was just basically to fill your political pause. Then I'll be able to make a conclusion as to why you landed that space.
But think about it though. OBJ tends to pick the winners for some reason.
Forget OBJ.
He just knows. He just knows.
OBJ endorsed Atiku in 2019, so we don't want to talk about OBJ.
Babati ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ jí lójú oorun ni. Èyí tó fi lánàá ló fi sọ. Àlá tó lá lójú.
Bàbá kan jábọ́ láì.
Okay,
you know that Babati is a traditionalist, but you lọ dífá. Ó lè jẹ́ pé
ó ti lọ sùn, ó yẹ jẹ́ jí lójú oorun tó fi lánàá ló wá sọ fún wa yẹn.
Ó ti lọ dífá. Yes, you got him. Yeah.
I'm just saying that the stars are aligning for me. Now,
we appreciate you.
No. What my if I'm wrong when I come back, but remember I said I'm still waiting for some few events to occur that will show clearly that he's going to win. So let's look forward to it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I will own it. But I'm saying that for some way, somehow, they are going to get this guy. The powers that be in Nigeria and outside, they're going to get this guy in. Some way, somehow, he's going to get him.
Okay.
If Peter Obi does win, there'll be a moment in time in Nigeria. It will probably be the biggest thing that's ever happened to that country.
Because that is the best thing that will keep Nigeria together. They want Nigeria together. Those two, they are too divisive. If they win, if you have a Muslim ticket, it does not help Nigeria staying together. If you have Atiku win, Peter Obi is the only guy that within the three that keep Nigeria together, and that's what they want.
He's trying to.
But just one thing. Shetima is not a Fulani; it's Kanuri.
Babasi is just trying to
rationalize. It's like I'm looking at the bigger picture of the people behind the curtains now. I'm not speaking for like the general people. They want Nigeria together, and nobody in this election can keep Nigeria together or keep the narrative of that illusion together. For now, so they will try to get him.
Babati, we don't want to go there, but if you're actually talking about the person who can keep Nigeria together, right? I can tell you authoritatively, Peter Obi is not the candidate. Because
I said the illusion of it.
Okay. You are talking about
the illusion of look at them. It's like the Obama thing.
I can agree with that. With quote unquote the illusion, but in politics, illusion is zero, right? But
illusion is delusion. Remember when you remember? I thought we had banned that word from this platform. Delusion. Yeah, look.
Where is it? Just now we get angry again.
We get angry again. It was Tiger in the city that came running in.
But Babati, do please, don't run away. Somebody ran away on this platform already.
No.
Yes.
Don't worry. I've put out a wanted poster for. Yes. Please do not approach him, but inform the nearest authority. Wanted, alive, not dead. I've put out wanted posters all over social media.
One man, let me just repeat myself. Everybody knows Adewale is my candidate PDP because I love his plan for small businesses and he's been doing that in the private sector. So ideally, that's what I prefer. I think Nigeria needs that, but I have to also look at the realities also as well. So I'm saying that based on what I'm looking at, maybe I'm wrong in my own calculation of what I'm trying to get at. If I'm wrong, I will come and say, guys, I was wrong. Let's hope for the best and look at it. But I'm just saying that somewhere, somehow, it's like a divine alignment for Peter Obi.
59 days from now, about 59 days. We are counting already.
Okay.
59 days.
I'm telling you, within these days, just watch. Yeah, I might be wrong, but one man, I keep telling you in the private side, I'm telling you something is just gonna come up in the last days. I might be wrong.
Nigeria too mature to him about
my child, mature.
If you had mentioned Atiku, I would have probably said, okay, maybe
Atiku is not going to win anything. That one I can tell you for sure.
Don't write off Atiku. Don't write off Atiku.
Come on, Atiku is not going to win anything. I can give you maybe perhaps Tinubu has a chance, but I'm saying one man. This is on record though. It's all right.
Everybody heard it. Just don't do a play town and then go.
I will come here.
We will hunt you down. We are already hunting no play town.
I will come here and humbly take my pie. Humbly defeat if I'm wrong. But guys, one man. If I'm right in court, what we have.
The crown is yours.
No. I don't know. You must give me the whole day to hold the show. Like I would just say for this day.
Yes.
This show for
you run the session and say whatever you like because now you would have confounded all the predictions known to God and man that's some numbering element from Anambra.
I told you 5 days, but I had to go back and look at those. I just looked at them like something is just. They want this guy.
But Babati, you used to push very hard against the narratives, almost mocking in your tone. When somebody comes here to tell us that Obi will win, you narrow them down and push them hard.
Right. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't believe I've even come to this conclusion. It took me a while, but
he has changed his position like 3-4 times now.
No.
Yes. He said Tinubu will win. He said Tinubu will win. Then he said during that time he said Obi will never win, and he was warning us. Then number 2, he said, election might not hold. Then number 3, he's saying that now Obi will win. I mean, what is this?
Ajale Koko is also hiding behind some mysterious feeling that he will use as that would be his get out clause. That you say, I always told you that I have this feeling that something that's your get out clause.
He's playing Baba Jebu game. 3 from 5. That is what you are playing. Palm 3 from 5 game.
You know why? Because people like me.
Face to face. Which one are you playing?
I'm very objective on like he and his show already, he see that. But unlike him, however, I change my opinion based on fact. If I have new evidence, of course, I will recalibrate my again.
Baba, no, this one to be fact. One way wrong issue for you, Baba.
No. I'm saying that I'm looking at the landscape and I'm saying that I will make recalibration.
Oh yeah, too Ogbe, yeah,
wọ́n ti gbé owó lọ fún bàbá àwọn òbídíẹ̀tì ti gbé owó lọ fún bàbá ti pòun dà bàbá tí ti pòun dà wọ́n ti bribe rẹ̀ Baba ti gbowó ẹ̀yìn. Baba ti
Yeah,
gbowó
public
ẹ̀yìn.
killing me in the comment section right now. Public killing me in the comment. I'm not even reading right now. But public killing me in the comment section right now. But you know,
no, nobody is killing you. I can tell you, you are going to be the darling of the obedience for the next.
Obedience not the good fishy.
All right.
Okay, so
Round it off, Babati, and then we go to Ogbeni. Yeah.
Okay, so let me just round it up. I think that regardless of whoever wins, Obi, Atiku, or Tinubu, Nigeria is going to go through a 3 to 4 year painful, very painful, difficult time. And it's not because the person will not mean well for Nigeria, but to actually put Nigeria back together is going to be a very daunting task, which I think the person that goes in there, we have to redo a lot of things damage done by the Buhari administration. So it's going to be a very tough year. I think that the naira will cross over 1,000 naira. So I'm looking between 1,000 to 1,200 for the naira next year as well. So it's going to be a very tough year coming. Thank you, one man, for having me. Look forward to sharing my opinions with you guys later. Good night. God bless.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Babati. Always brilliant every time it turns up. Anytime it's just you always just say brilliant when Babati speaks. So that was a brilliant Babati. But a man of equal cranial functioning. He joins us for the first time, hopefully not for the last time. Ogbeni, who is steeped in the history of Nigeria. Ogbeni, closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So for me, you see, I love the way I do my own politics. I've involved in partisan politics a bit before I withdrew from it. And for me, from the reading of things for now, there's this saying in politics that even 2 days is still a very far journey for you to call it a goal. But for me, for now, if you look at what is happening for now, I will give it to Tinubu. Not because I'm supporting Tinubu. I've even booked my ticket 6 months ago. I'm going home. I'll land in Ekiti and I'll give my vote to Tinubu. Whatever happens, then let it happen after. And I have my reasons. Yes, I should go. And I have my reasons for that. You see, I love to be very practical. And then how many of us in diaspora will go home to vote? And this power game. You see, like when Tinubu said the power is not giving out a la carte, the guy understand. He understood what he's talking about. Peter Obi is not going to get this thing easily the way people permutate it. No, it's a power game. You don't expect APC governors, say 11 APC governors, and I wonder, who are they talking about? Are they imaginary human beings? Is he El-Rufai or Ganduje or Zulum? Or who? Is he Atiku Bagudu? Is he Masari? Who that will go and be doing meeting with Atiku? We should forget all those things. They are psychological warfare. They are throwing out, and I don't think it's something someone like Tinubu will buy. Okay, so for me, I look at it. If we look at Northeast is going to be between Shettima and Atiku, and I believe that was the reason why Tinubu went, straight to Northeast to get his own vice presidential candidate from there. See what is going to happen in Southeast. Note it, and I will not run away. I will be here. You see what's going to happen in Southeast. There will be voter party, and that has always been the normal pattern. You may be saying this is the first time an Igbo man is going to appear on the ballot paper. Then don't forget the factor of Simon Ekpa and others. They are still raging in the houses, and they will declare no vote, no election, and they will intimidate people. People will not really come out, in the Southeast, and that is what I see playing out in Southeast. And if that happens in Southeast, Peter Obi, that's a stronghold. So they're going to hack a lot of votes out of that stronghold. And another thing I want you guys to be very keen about is we should be very, very watchful of what is happening in the Osun Tribunal. You see, Osun Tribunal has given us one signal now that people are not conscious about. BVAS is not a magic wand. People think it's magic wand. It's not. The evidence from Osun is showing out that there was overvoting in Osun.
Baba, are you keenly watching the proceeding from Osun tribunals too, right?
No, the Osun Tribunal, I'm following it because we are part of it. Yeah, my office is part of it.
Good.
Even though we are in support of, we are handling the case for Adeleke, I'm watching what is happening. INEC came to court to admit the fact that there was overvoting.
Yeah, I
INEC.
think I said it here maybe some few days
And
ago.
INEC is telling us that because the data did not synchronize. Let me tell you what will play out. In the north,
That BFAS is a failure then.
It's not a magic wand. And I wonder
Yeah.
why the people who always, oh, Beavers is there, so the indices, everything, matrix is going to change. Nothing is changing in Nigeria. This is power game.
My
Nobody.
brother, sorry, let me talk. One man, if you remember the other day I was saying that it's a glorified placebo, the Viva.
Yes. It's a good disguise for these guys to say, we gave you a perfect election. So why are you complaining? We won this thing. INEC came and said the data did not synchronize with the database or the backend. Why? How will data not synchronize? Let me tell you, in the northern part of Nigeria, that beavers will work perfectly in their own sense. And you come to the stronghold of Obi, those beavers thing will not work perfectly. That's my prediction. I don't know, I may be wrong. And when you now cross to northwest, you go there to face Kwankwaso. What's Kwankwaso going to do there? Kwankwaso is going to hacks a lot of Atiku's votes. Ganduje is going to retain his own folks for Tinubu because Ganduje understands power politics and he understands the cake is going to cut from the next government. He will not allow that to slip from his laps. So he's going to hold his own. And don't forget you have your Rufai in that region and others. And those guys, you see, like somebody said, what they are doing presently is they are consolidating their agreements. You see, they are sealing agreement. That is, if you understand politics very well, you will know that is what they do in this period. This period is not the period when you are constipating. It's the period when you go and consolidating. What is for us? What do you have on the table? Then you consolidate whatever you want to do. Some of them even go to swear oath this period. You do whatever covenant you're going to do on it. Then you see your deal and then you have a rest of mind, you know. So that's the way I see the politics play out. Southwest, Tinubu will not have Southwest clearly, but he's going to get a lot of sympathy votes from the Yoruba people. Okay. Now, finally, I wish Tinubu well in this race, and but ultimately I will pity the next president, like somebody said, because the next president is going to face a lot of issues. But there is this project I always wish that whoever becomes the president should we should keep a very keen watch at, and is this transatlantic gas pipeline that Tinubu is planning to lay the gas pipeline from Nigeria across 13 countries, then to Morocco and down to Europe. And he's very strong. He has a very strong opinion on why that particular project should go on. For me, I expect Tinubu government to run that thing that he has been talking about. And see, if this thing happen, it's going to be a major power change in the world. Nigeria is going to re-emerge as the giant of Africa that it is. You know, Europe has been looking for a way to cut the ties with Russia. And the major thing Russia has been using to dominate them is that gas supply thing. If Nigeria is able to do this thing and achieve that thing down to Europe, then Nigeria is going to emerge again, and give it some time. Nigeria is going to become the giant that it is. And I expect that whoever becomes the president eventually, we should also prepare for eventualities. Whether you are Baptist, whether you are articulate, whether you are obedient, I think we should all prepare for eventuality. Whatever happens in the election, well, let's take it the way it is and plan our own life. Thank you for the opportunity given to me. I appreciate it, and I'll continue to be joining the program whenever I have time. I'm running down to conclude my PhD program now, so I may not be having time always. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ogbeni. So thank you, Ogbeni, and good luck with your studies. Well, we have the anticipation that you will do excellently well, only because we've seen a sample of your brilliance. So thank you, Ogbeni. From Ogbeni, we Otilo.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So from Ogbeni, we go on to Ikenna. Ikenna, good to meet you. So closing remarks, Ikenna.
Okay.
Are you there?
I've been Kenya they sleep.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Sorry.
can now. Yeah, carry on.
Well, anyways, for me, anyway, let me start by saying Happy New Year to everyone. And I mean, no better time to join the platform, than the first of the year, the first day of the year. So that's it. Anyways, for 2023, I'll just wish Nigeria well, and I pray that the election be peaceful and be successful.
We're struggling to hear you a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Carry on. Hello? Ikena?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Carry on. Closing remarks.
Yeah, I'm only just closing by
Yeah.
just wishing well, at least, that we get it right this time, and because we're all tired, however it is, it's our country, so we want the best for the country. So I just hope we get it right this time, voting the right person, and whoever eventually emerges should steer the country in the right path. And let's work in unity. That's all I can say for now. This is my first time joining, so it's 5:30 a.m. here. So.
All right, thank you. It's 5:30 a.m. where I am too. I'm assuming you're in the UK somewhere.
Yes, I am. I'm in Northern Ireland. Yeah.
Northern Ireland. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ikena. Join us again. So that was Ikena, a new voice to conjure with. So thank you, Ikena. From Ikena, let's go on to Fatai. Fatai, closing remarks.
So many fireworks here and there today. So it is just like just a clearing the house on the. I think if Obasanjo is supporting, okay, first of all, I am one. I remember very well. We discussed this thing maybe 2 times or whatever. One time that Tinubu is a big game player. Is a big project guy. All he wants to do is take and our gas to sell to Europe. He wants to construct the transatlantic pipeline. Tinubu is going to do the transatlantic pipeline, and Tinubu is going to remove the subsidy. Tinubu is the only person among these people, the way everything is playing out now, who is able to remove the subsidy. Obasanjo going full all out for Peter Obi now, it means that Peter Obi does not have the capacity to remove subsidy. The SAO we are easy, we will be able to be pulling the string or whatever was the comments there Obasanjo made in his letter there. They're not going to let him to remove the subsidy. They're just going to come and tell us some sweet story, but they will not really remove the subsidy because it was Obasanjo in the first place that introduced subsidy into Nigeria. Obasanjo introduced subsidy, and I mean, there's no time to talk about all the angles of subsidy. Not only subsidy for even the petrol, whatever, and many other things. Even now a lot of people criticize Buhari that a bag of rice is before Buhari came was 10,000. Now it's 50,000. Well, we should also have, I mean, okay. I mean, it looks on the surface that Buhari makes it worse, but if you look deep, why? Like it was not only petrol were subsidizing, the government was also subsidizing many imports. So these guys were giving themselves money in the pocket, so through using subsidy to enrich themselves. So Buhari says, rather than doing subsidy, we give money to the farmers to be planting the rice rather than doing importation. So the importation, when the importation stops, subsidy stops. So when all these things stops, of course the price, this thing will go up. The price of rice will go up. But that means that we are not subsidizing rice importation. We're not. That's why it goes. This is same. Is normal economic theory. Now, there's also the factor that they are taking the rice they are selling into the neighboring countries. All this. So Tinubu is going to do this. They call it commodity what is it? I escaped me now. In which the price of the goods of the farm produces will be controlled through it's almost like a stock market for commodities, some these agricultural commodities. So these are so when that happens, these then also will try to correct the high prices of these stuff like rice and everything. But it's not that Buhari is bad, his administration is bad. That is why the price of rice and other things went up. It's because there is a correction to what the previous government were doing, wasting our money. Because it's Nigeria's money, I'm also in Nigeria. Wasting our money, giving it to in the pockets of their friends to be importing stuff. And now we have a new direction, and then everything. This is the flowery story they are telling. Like, oh, Buhari, history is going to remember Buhari better than everybody is giving credit. Everybody wants to cash out on Buhari's legacy. If Peter Obi will come out and say, "Oh, I will solve security decisively." Well, of course, because Buhari already ensured we have to Kano jets and other a little bit sophisticated weapons. Of course, you will solve it normally. So you should give credit to Buhari and say, "Well, I will take it up from where Buhari started." They don't want to give him credit. They are pretending like they will go there and do a magic job. No, you will continue from what Buhari did. Buhari doesn't understand too much economics, but he's done some things he's done something to move away from the previous way the previous administrations were doing. And Tinubu will take it to another level. Tinubu will take it because Tinubu, thank God, he understands. He understands more than Buhari, the soldier man. So so that's that point. But Peter Obi is not going to be able to remove the subsidy. There were too many big boys benefiting from subsidy, especially petrol subsidy. The NNPC guy. There is no chance in the world Peter Obi will be able to remove the subsidy. He will do some. He will just do some akadabra. Tell everybody some story of akadabra. He will not with Obasanjo backing him. He will not be able to remove the subsidy. The subsidy has to go, or the subsidy has to be fashioned in a different way. And then the last thing I would just say is this. Me personally, I don't blame too much Obasanjo for what he did with Awolowo, because those were an era that was very complicated with the civil war and blah blah blah, all these things. So a lot of people make mistakes here and there, but if you are thinking about it as a Yoruba man, I think it is wrong to pass the blame to the judges. If you want to say somebody who didn't support Awolowo, it was Obasanjo. It's not the judges. The judges, it's a range between 12 and 13. Shagari met 12. So within that range, it's a toss up. The mathematics is a mathematical factor. You understand? So, and the judges, they're not going to throw away the country. And thank God, World Peace even brought that point that, okay, for power shift.
All right, wrap it up in a couple of words.
Yeah. But Obasanjo could have redeemed himself with Awolowo Abiola situation and many other situations, that it just happens to be that for him to look like he's a national figure is hurting the Yoruba people, the Yoruba interest, whatever it is. But I don't know everybody. But for me, the thing I don't like about Obasanjo was what he did to Lagos. You cannot hurt your own. You cannot, in the name of PDP to win, you're going to crash the nerve center of the Yoruba space. Nobody is saying you should hurt another people. Nobody is saying you shouldn't be national figure. But you can't, and that was not even being national figure. He just wanted PDP to win Lagos. He's willing to crash Lagos just for PDP to win. There is nothing wrong. Of course, Tinubu was trying to play some games in local district, but anyway, it's all of that. But my point, Anyway, thank you.
No, I know you can go on and on, but it's just time.
My brain is
I don't want
going
us
wild.
to. Yeah, we're coming up to 8 hours. It's
Yeah.
not healthy to be spending 8 hours on our.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you, Fatai. Join us tomorrow. So that's Fatai, fast becoming one of the fan favorite voices on the platform. A voice favored certainly by the vast majority, enigmatic on D.
Thank you, one man, and I'm humbled with the kind words too. Thank you so much, and I appreciate the panelists, the listeners, and then the uh, guys in the comment section. In fact, they make all the fun in that comment section more merrier on the platform. So I will start with this. On the G5 governors, I basically wish the G5 governors can support Peter Obi, by to further divide PDP's votes and to deplete Atiku's, standing basically. But it is a fact known to a number of people, right? That Governor Wike, he knows he knows Peter Obi's aspirations will basically amount to nothing, absolutely nothing. So the question will be: is it possible for APC to win in Enugu State and in Abia State, where we have the two other G5 governors? So the answer is absolutely no. So what they will be working with, or probably their permutation within that, projection will be probably the 25%, which would be good for them. Exactly what they did with Buhari. And then can Ashwaju himself win Oyo State without Sheyi Makinde's support? Yes, absolutely yes, he can and he will. But there's every possibility that he will have the support of Sheyi Makinde. So irrespective of whether Wike support Atiku or not, I see PDP, winning River State and Benue State, by virtue of the PDP structure and everything. But he will have a good deal from Wike beyond our 25%, which I believe he will be targeting. So it may be the result probably will be a slim margin for Atiku, but more than 25% as against Abia State and Enugu State for APC, which is good for them. So definitely they will not win River State, but they will have a better chance of the constitutional vote. And then on the OBJ space, like we all respect him. He's our father in the Southwest, but his endorsement of Obi is basically worthless. It amounts to nothing. Whoever knows politics wouldn't be losing sleep about that, because I wouldn't see nobody in Ogun State as of today now, right? Not even in Ogun State at all, can anyone at all politically, either in APC or PDP, rely on Obasanjo's support or endorsement to become anything politically, even as least as councillor in Ogun State, let alone being a governor. So that basically defines his political strength. But of course, 59 days to election, we are counting down. I should say, one man, I'll be quite busy in the next couple of days, so I may be in and out, but you'll be having my support regardless. So I appreciate the time. I appreciate the opportunity. Let's have a very prosperous new year. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Enigmatic. So that's Enigmatic, one of the foremost voices on the platform. So one of the foremost voices on the platform to the foremost voice on the platform. So we land where you usually land, the mighty one, Ajanle Koko, the closing remarks.
Thank you, woman. And let me thank all the panelists for their contribution, particularly the two new guys that we have that came on the platform tonight, Ogbeni and Obena. Yeah, they contributed meaningfully, and I hope this will not be the last time they will come. We would like to see them often on this platform so that they can come and share their thoughts on political space. on the issue in our political space in Nigeria. Let me as well, on behalf of the platform, send a congratulations to Baba Kure for the new baby that just came in, added to his family 2 days ago. That's a big congratulations to him and his family. And I hope that God will protect the son, the baby, and the mother, as well as the household. And our own family as well. God will continue to protect us this new year, 2023. Other than that, let me thank our brothers and sisters on the comment section. Sister Bunksma, see Ola was there, maybe still there. Ola, Rational Mind, Oga, Tachi, and everybody, and Ayo, everybody. First day of the year. Happy New Year to you guys. And to our listeners around the world that have been with us from the beginning to this time, please use this very moment to click on the like button, share and subscribe. That is what you can do. First day of the year, let us develop an habit to always click on the like button so that to continue to help the YouTube algorithm of the platform. And one man, Happy New Year to you and your family. They have been doing a great job throughout last year. It was wonderful on this platform. We have started again, first day of the year. We look forward to big things to come, particularly the presidential election in Nigeria. We shall all be here to continue to trash every information that comes from our political space. We continue to trash it out together. And I thank you, one man. Thanks for all the good job. And good morning to you in Britain. Good night, Americans. Good night, Canadian. Our friend in Japan and Australia. I believe those one are in their money already. So thank you, one man. See you tomorrow. Have a good morning.
All right, thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So that was Ajan Lekoko. So once Ajan Lekoko makes his remarks, you know what usually happens. The session comes to an end. So thank you for your company, one and all. Another one bites the dust. We're just 10 minutes short of 8 hours, and I can assure you that will not happen again. It's not healthy to spend that long. So maybe 6 hours. We were even trying to cut it to 4 hours at some point. But now we seem to have doubled it somewhat just for the conversation. But I shall make for certain that we don't get to this really, because when it gets to run about 8 hours, you wonder if it's still fun. It almost turns it like to an endurance sort of so we must try not to get to those spaces in the future. But we have gotten to that space now. But thank you for your company. So thank you for the super chat. Kulata Engineer, Alexander Gomez, of course, and Desmond, who does that fairly regularly. So thank you to the super chatters. And to the coffee, I can say coffee buyers in this instance, because the mighty middleman joins the mighty Ayo in the Buy the Coffee space. So thank you to both gentlemen, and thank you for everybody that's joined. Thank you for your company. Even Facebook is now warning me that they're about to cut me out. So there it is. So thank you for your company. We'll do it all over again tomorrow. Of course, you know we will. So please make sure you're dialed into the space. And as Solomon has been encouraging you in the comment section, make sure you like, share, and subscribe. If you are not persuaded by me, be persuaded by both Ajan Lekoko and Solomon. So Solomon then he continues to encourage you. I'm just looking here. So Solomon then, he continues to encourage you in the comment section to like, share, and subscribe. So please do that. And once you've done that, take a mini break only to reconvene for us to do it all over again. So I'll leave you here. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section, but here I say peace.